Yeah, let's just fucking blast it, dude. Let's just get twisted with it. Let's just go crazy with it, and let's blast off. Will you fire March and get a newer, younger producer? Yeah, for sure. Happy birthday to Vorlo as well. Damn, this is a big day. Hassan, have you ever heard of Israel? What's Israel? I'll bite. What's that? What is that? Yeah, so we're gonna be talking about Palestine ceasefire, state National Guard fights taking place right now. Some really interesting things are happening there. Shutdown drama is continuing, but the administration is weird about it. Because on the one hand, they're posturing as though they don't even care about the shutdown, but on the other hand, they're doing things to basically make people not feel the impact as much. And we'll talk about that. We'll also talk about Donald Trump not getting a Nobel Peace Prize, but the person that got the Nobel Peace Prize is a very interesting figure, which I think is setting the United States of America up for more intervention, direct intervention, potentially military intervention in Venezuela. And Jeremy Scahill is obviously going to be on the broadcast later. Jeremy Scahill, friend of the show. What's Jeremy Scahill's at? I don't know why I can't put the ad on. Did you hear about the Qatari airbase? No, I did, but Trump wants to put sanctions on the Nobel Committee. That's fucking awesome. He is such a petty bitch, dude. Just at Jeremy Scahill. I don't know why I can't at him right now on Twitter. My Twitter is a little busted for some reason. But when is it not? You know what I mean? Yeah. Okay. All right. At Jeremy Scahill. Later, Jeremy Scahill will be on to discuss ceasefire and perhaps scary gaming later. In now, www.twitch.tv/Hasanabi. Fantastic guest. He was on Electronic Intifada. Ghost of Yote. I have not downloaded it. Oh, mass layoffs have begun. Russ Vaught. The RIFs have begun. Silent Hill F. Our new VIP Vanilla Mace finished it well before you. When are you and Vanilla gonna game? Whenever she wants. Little Nightmares 3 is something that I did download, for the record. I did. Did you hear about the Tennessee weapons factory explosion? I did hear about it, but I don't have any additional details. I just saw it when I was going live and didn't think that I would add it onto the blast off tweet because I didn't have enough information on it, for the record. Anyway, Jet Fuel shit, bro. Everything melted like Akai Inu and Punk Hazard. For when you're doing Nobel coverage. Yeah, I saw. Okay, yeah, we got the Nobel Peace Prize. Don't worry, we'll talk about that too. Laura Loomer is crashing out on the Qatar Idaho base. That's fucking awesome. Who is disrespectful and disloyal to Trump now? It seems like Laura Loomer has found one thing that she loves more than Donald Trump. Interesting. Why are you trending on Twitter for asking a basic question? What is the basic question that I asked? Additional details are scarce at the moment. Okay. All right. Do we have the what do you call it? Do we have a playlist from Themasius? Oh, thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. God damn it, right on fucking cue with the goddamn gray bars, bro. Oh my lordy. Okay. David Simon had an incredible take on AI. I saw that. I mean, he kind of sucks, but he's been kind of whack about the Israel stuff ever since the Israel stuff. He's been saying some hella whack stuff, but the AI take was good. Okay. We'll start with his AI take. Okay, we'll start with his AI take first and foremost. Okay, and also let me blast it. What is this? I'm trending. Oh, this is why I'm trending. I said Hassan Piker asks X followers if lives improved under Trump, draws mixed responses. Popular streamer Hassan Piker questioned his 1.6 million X followers on Thursday about whether their lives improved under President Donald Trump's second administration, receiving over 16,000 likes and nearly 2,000 comments reflecting economic hardships, policy approvals, and personal anecdotes. Responses range from complaints about rising costs and financial strain to rare claims of personal success independent of the administration of support for immigration policies. National polls indicate divided opinions, with 52% believing Trump is fulfilling campaign promises amid persistent economic anxiety and influence from Project 2025 as 2025 concludes. Yeah, I said, is there anyone out there who thinks their lives are getting better under this admin? I get Twitter is the worst place to ask for this, but seriously, because like, I just think in general, everything is getting worse. Like, maybe it's just my perspective. I don't know. Because like, obviously, I'm in a unique position. I'm well positioned to be one of the very few people, a handful of different Americans that actually have the financial success where I if I wanted to, if I played my cards right, if I just like leaned into capital accumulation, for example, I could be positioned perfectly fine and actually make out like a bandit, right? But I don't do that because I'm a fucking idiot. It doesn't matter. That's not the point. But like, even then, there's just so much going on that is awful. It feels as though every day things are getting worse. There's so much fucking chaos at the domestic front. There's chaos in the foreign policy front. Okay. There's just chaos everywhere. And I don't think people's lives are getting better. Things are incredibly costly. Okay. Things are more expensive than they were before. It kind of feels like the system is breaking down and people are just like, well, what am I supposed to do about it? I have nothing that I can do about this. I just can only work my regular job and hope that I can fucking make ends meet. Like, it just feels as though that is the meta. There are some who think like, well, at least we're owning the libs. You know what I mean? There's definitely some of those guys out there who are just like, well, we're owning the libs. But I don't think those guys are that prominent. I don't think those guys are that, like, I think even those guys are still fucking hurting, right? Yeah, nothing bad can happen. Only good can happen. But we're mass apprehending and arresting immigrants that are, one, doing jobs that no Americans want to do, no American citizens want to do, instead of like giving them the proper documentation to be able to work in the United States of America with the appropriate clearance. We're even taking away people's clearances when they do have that proper work authorization so that we can deport them. We're also making life incredibly unstable. Oh no, my slave labor. That's a really fucked up way to approach this, because that's not my argument at all. My argument is we should abolish the slave labor like conditions by giving these people the proper documentation and the proper work clearance, and then allowing them to participate in labor unions so they can improve their improve their living circumstances, improve their material conditions, demand more of the pay of the output that they generate, alongside the rest of the already documented and existing American working class. That's my argument. My argument is in the direction of mass amnesty. My argument is in the direction of pro-labor always, right? And the problem is that's not even a condition that people are ready to recognize. Like, they've completely shut off that side of the argument. Fair enough, but there should be proper vetting. I agree. I don't disagree with that. And the thing is, when people say like, oh, open borders, they want open borders, like no one, when people talk about open borders, they don't literally mean that, anyone and everyone can just like walk in and out with ease. Like, of course, there needs to be proper vetting and proper clearance. That's why I'm very careful. That's why I'm very careful when talking about like proper vetting is a dog whistle. Come on, Hasi. No. I think it's important to acknowledge this, that like there is already a vetting process. These guys that were apprehending at courthouses have already been vetted by the federal government, and people don't understand that. They think These are people who just like snuck into the country, and the government has no idea about who they are or where they are or what they do. It's just wrong. They actually are constantly checking in with ICE. ICE is now betraying the like handshake agreement, I guess, that kept these people in the country and working to make a statement about mass deportations. They're simply using this as a way to make it seem like, to tell the most racist people in this country that like they're doing a good job, that they're literally fucking arresting people that are simply trying to make ends meet. It's very stupid. Don't say that Americans don't want to do the jobs, even if the jobs suck, because you're capitulating the narrative of the real problems that American workers are at fault for immigrants coming to do those jobs. No, I'm just talking about the reality, man. I'm just talking about the fucking abject reality, okay? In any case, I think this is difficult to argue against. More Americans would be totally on board with doing these jobs if they paid higher, if they had better work conditions. And ironically enough, if they hired more people, for example, so that the workload was distributed evenly amongst a larger population of workers who were getting paid even more. But in any case, that's not even, we're so far removed from that argument. We're so far removed from that argument right now. It's just like doesn't even make sense. What I was simply talking about is we're also fucking hemorrhaging the brain drain. There's like a reverse brain drain now. We're immigrants of all sorts that propped up this country, that made the United States of America the greatest superpower in existence, was largely due to the fact that everyone wanted to fucking come here. Okay. There's obviously a lot of different reasons for it beyond that, but like everybody wanted to come here. All of the fucking high earners, all the people that come from a background of financial security, that got like education, they got college education, like they all wanted to come here. Like my grandfather, okay, he was a fucking engineer. He was like a straight up serious engineer, and he came to the United States of America, and he didn't continue being an engineer. You know what I mean? Well, he also he became like a what is it called when you like sell houses and shit? That's what he did. But like this story is something that people, this story is very, a realtor. This story is like very, very common, right? It's very common story. Like chemical engineers from like Afghanistan come to the United States of America and they become like cab drivers. You know what I mean? Fuck your grandfather. That's a 5% of an American dream. Damn, dude. Hassan, seems like your career is based off of opposing opinions. Wow, thank you, Squirtus Piss. An insightful take. The reason why I'm bringing all this stuff up is because, like, that was a huge deal. That was what made America like such a competitive force around the world, you know? And now we're terrifying the fucking immigrant academics because they're woke and gay, because we're just so obsessed with this anti-intellectualist slant that we're engaging in, that we just treat immigrants like dog shit. Documented immigrants, if they speak out against Israel, it's like, well, sorry, we're going to cut your research funding. Like, that's insane. That's an insane thing to do. I don't even, like, someone was saying we're cutting off our nose to spite our faces, but honestly, it feels even worse than that, because we're not even spiting our faces at this point. We're just cutting off our nose because we love cutting off our noses. That's what it feels like. And we're not even cutting off our nose. We're chopping our heads off. So I don't know. There's a fucking reason why I feel like China's going to be cleaning our lunch money, right? Like they're leading in a lot of sectors, and I think more and more people are starting to recognize that, especially even the most like deluded American, right? Who kind of realizes that things are not great in the United States of America right now. Every now and then they'll see like some crazy next level Chinese innovation, and they're like, well, why don't we have that shit here? Right? Like that's our thing. What do you mean you guys figured out bone glue, organic bone glue? That was us. We used to do that. That was supposed to be our thing. Why is that your thing now? Meanwhile, what we have to look forward to is a government shutdown and the fucking military being deployed. Like, we have the fattest Texas National Guard people flying out to Illinois so they can engage in warfare with the regular folks of Chicago. That's insane. That sucks. That sucks. It's so sad to see, because at the end of the day, a lot of people will say, oh, Hassan, you're anti-America. You said America deserved 9/11. You fucking hate America. Why are you here, you piece of shit? And it's like, I advocate for the things that I want in America because I think this will make everyone's lives better, right? I'm a stubborn piece of shit. I could have just moved somewhere else and continued my commentary, right? I could be doing this from Europe. I could be doing this from Canada. I could be doing this from any place I want to. But the reason why I stay here and the reason why I continue this is because I'm a stubborn piece of shit who wants America to do better, right? And a lot of people don't understand that. They just don't. If America was doing great things, then I would be saying it. I'd be the first champion. But yeah, this is another thing that was like rage-inducing, I think, for a lot of people. Sure, this seems impressive, but think of how ridiculously far China lags in funding wars in the Middle East, says Jeet here, writer for The Nation. China officially opens the world's tallest bridge, completing the project in under 4 years. I'm about to say something that a lot of people are going to consider to be a little xenophobic. There is an Ameribu element to Chinese culture that I low-key think is gauche, a little gaudy. Because this bridge is awesome, okay? And it's an impressive feat of engineering, and I love that. But I'm going to say something that people are going to get mad about. Hear me out. The color of the bridge is not what I'm talking about. The restaurant is cool. All that stuff is cool. It's the fucking waterfall, dude. It's just like, it's a bit much. That's it. And do I care if America was doing this and they put a fucking kind of lame waterfall underneath it? I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care at all. I'd be like, at least we got a nice piece of infrastructure, right? I think it's very Chinese in the sense that, like, they do this thing a lot where they'll just like build something so grand, so spectacular, and then they'll just like slap on some unnecessary bells and whistles on it. They love that shit. It's just something I've noticed. Japan mogs China in this field? I don't think so. I think China loves its decorations. They love their decorations. They really do. I think it's a little tacky. That's all I'm saying. It's just a little tacky. I've noticed this in the cars as well, and the cars that they put out there with all the fucking bells and whistles that the cars have, and I'm just like, this seems unnecessary. They have a similar attitude about like tackiness that Americans do. I will say. Like, this is so dumb. But you hate brutalism. Make up your mind, but you hate brutalism. The older I get, the more I appreciate brutalist architecture. I used to hate brutalist architecture with a passion, and the older I have gotten, the more I found myself appreciating brutalist architecture, especially because I'll sometimes see the like cool, like, I think there's like a French communist headquarters and stuff. Like there's a lot of very cool there are a lot of like eco brutalist architecture, for example, that's super sick. I don't know, bro, you were glazing this last year. I guess we all grow. Has he switched from trains to bridges, chat? No, I just love infrastructure. I've talked about this before. It's not like trains, bridges. I've talked about this when my brother made me go off-roading, and like the thing that I found to be incredible was imagining how they put those fucking like massive pylons or whatever they're called that take energy from dams and then bring it all the way to the cities. Like, I love infrastructure of all sorts. Obviously, in America, a lot of the infrastructure that we have is kind of ass because it's all like highways, and it's all just like highways and parking lots and shit. But yeah, the transmission towers. Like I think about how difficult it must be to build those transmission towers and put them on top of like these mountains, you know what I mean? I think it's awesome. It's like man overcoming nature in some ways, and I think that's very cool. That's what we're here to do. It would be nice if we also were more careful and considerate to the environment in the process and find ways in which we can uh, coexist. But yeah, infrastructure is dope. Have you seen Iranian brickwork apartment buildings? Yes, those are sick. Those are also sick. Anyway, the craziest aspect of this, of course, is that this bridge was like the cost of this bridge is like 3 months of like ICE budget or something. I think it was like $400 million, which is so fucking annoying when you think about it. Yeah, they made it for like 400 million or 300 million dollars or something like that, and it's just like when you hear stuff like that, how can you not feel? How can you not feel like we're getting lapped, dude? How can you look at this situation and not go, come on, brother, we got nothing. We got nothing, dude. We got nothing. We're just getting scammed. America is just a nation state of scammers that are constantly trying to fuck one another over. It's like, does it not surprise anybody? Does it not like confuse anybody? If you're maybe like a China skeptic, fine, sure, whatever, right? But do you not look at this and go, why don't we have anything like this? When's the last time you've seen an American project like this that wasn't like a $400 quintillion stadium that had to pave away an underserved community so that they could put fucking parking lots because we don't have any fucking public transit in these major cities. So you have to have a car reliant infrastructure, which means you have to literally fucking open up new parking lots so that people can go and sit in traffic for 3.5 hours when they go to like a massive event. And it's also privately owned and it's slapped with stickers all over it. Are you referring to this, bro? Oh my God, I saw this. There's so many TikToks like this where they'll be like, this is a random tier 4 city. Let's take a look at what it looked like in 2000. This is like reverse Israel, by the way. This is unironically, this looks like the reversed video of what Israel did to Gaza. Okay, straight up. They'll be like, hey, this was a tier 4 city with no infrastructure whatsoever. Let's take a look at what happened between 2003 and 2025. And I'm like, how is that possible, bro? How? Out of the gold. Peace. Bringing back nature, although I will say China needs to work on keeping their wildlife from dying out like the giant salamander. I think they're making, I mean, they're fucking super pragmatic about a lot of stuff. But one thing they have done that I've seen at least is like they do a lot of like green initiatives around the desert in an effort to make the surrounding areas of the desert like more habitable. So they do plant a lot. Like they are really invested in reforestation initiatives all over. And the chat said tofu forests. Tofu forests, copium. We can't do this in America because there's no profit margin. Yeah. Bro, it just keeps going. It just keeps going, man. The West is only good at making and protecting pedophiles and bombing shit. No, that's not even true. Like the West for what's up, dog killer? This guy said I am a dog killer. Yani otizmliyi mi tasarlamıyorsun? That's crazy, man. All right. I think he's confusing me with the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kirsty Noem. Yeah. Or maybe he was talking about how I fucking eat them dogs, okay? I'm a hot dog killer. That is true. I fucking down those shits. I down them. Yeah. I am the glizzy gobbler. Anyway, I don't know how we fucking got to China here. I just, let's get back to how everything is shitty, okay? Let's get back to how everything is shitty. AI is one of the only industries that is a self-sustaining bubble that they've created. It's like a bunch of different companies getting subsidies and then funding one another over and over again. It's without AI, there was like 0.1% GDP growth in this country this past year. Very cool stuff. Okay. Very cool. That seems good. That seems normal. That seems awesome. Everyone is warning about an AI bubble, by the way. Not that it matters. It seems it doesn't matter. Buckle up. IMF and Bank of England join growing chorus warning of an AI bubble. And for me, it feels like, well, on the one hand, people are like, there's an AI bubble, but basically the counter to that is, nah, it's fine. Nah, it's fine. Yeah. Every warning sign shows that there is there's perhaps an AI bubble that is imminent, versus nah, we'll be fine. I don't even know what is going to happen when this shit pops. Okay. Born too late for the .com bubble, born just in time for the AI bubble. Yeah. What does an AI bubble mean? It's just that AI companies are unimaginably overvalued, and they're basically propping up the stock market, and there are no fundamentals backing why there's this level of like investment into AI. And the only thing that this is like bringing for us is just like eco side, if that makes sense. AI development as it is going to hit a crazy dead end. Yeah, this is the diagram that I saw this morning, and it fucking bricked my brain. Here's how the AI bubble is being created per Bloomberg. Okay, just so you know, it's not coming from the wokes. Okay, it's coming from the wokes over at Bloomberg that are warning as well. You have OpenAI, you have Microsoft, Nebius, CoreWeave, Intel. NVIDIA is at the middle of this. NVIDIA agrees to invest up to $100 billion into OpenAI. OpenAI to deploy 6 gigawatts of AMD GPUs. AMD gives OpenAI option to buy up to 160 million shares. Like, I don't even know how to explain this. I don't even know how to explain the funding mechanism here. But it's just one big fucking circle jerk where the value is base boosted to unimaginable degrees, and it's the shit explanation. What this lacks is dimensionality, because there is interest payments on all of it. It's an Ouroboros. Let's see what this TikTok or
here you go.
Thank you so much. Here you go.
Thanks so much. Here you go.
Okay, but what you fail to consider in this process is that we just generated like $800 billion, if not $1 trillion of GDP. Okay. The GDP increased by $1 trillion. It might be the same money exchanging hands. Okay. But ultimately, nobody considers how good that makes the stocks go up and how good that makes the GDP growth look. Okay.
So much. Here you go.
Thanks. Thank you.
Atriarch has an amazing video explaining this. This is super
I want
clear.
to something very, very, very interesting and important. It was about this. The world's most valuable company is investing $100 billion into the world's most valuable private company, OpenAI, linking the two titans of the...
Wait, what? Ask ChatGPT to explain it? No, it's the classic. It's the shit-eating story. Two economists are in the forest, okay? They happen to walk near dog shit. One economist says to the next, "Hey, I'll pay you $50 if you eat this dog shit." The second economist says, "Sure." He eats the dog shit, gets $50 in exchange for eating the dog shit. Then they happen to walk a little bit further in the forest. There's another piece of dog shit there. The second economist that previously ate the dog shit that has $50 in his pocket says, "Hey, I'll give you $50 if you eat this dog shit." First economist says, "Sure," eats the dog shit. Okay. They keep walking a little bit further and they go, "Wait a minute. We both just ate dog shit and the $50 just, came back into my pocket." Economist 2 says, "Yes, except we just increased GDP by $100. That's the story. It's the simple way of explaining how this story doesn't have to be about dog shit to make a point, lol. No, it does. It does. It does have to be about dog shit. okay, and eating the fecal matter. You don't understand it. It just has to be that way, okay? Is that a direct quote from The Wealth of Nations? Yes. And also Das Kapital. It's in everyone has only talked about it with this analog. There is no other way to describe it. Simplified in image form. Sorry for the millennial memes. Step 1, hire a friend for $1,000 to dig a hole. Step 2, he hires you to fill the hole for $1,000. Step 3, repeat this process indefinitely. Step 4, infinite GDP growth and job creation. I guess the libertarian counter narrative to this is the classic Milton Friedman thought experiment, where he goes to China. I think it was Milton Friedman. He's like one of these like fucking right wing, anarcho-capitalist, libertarian or neoliberal weirdos. But basically, he goes to China and he's like, why don't you guys use more advanced tools? And the Chinese factory owner says, it's because we want to create jobs. So then he says, okay, instead of using a shovel, why don't you use a spoon then? Except that doesn't necessarily make that much sense, because you can have both. You can literally continue maintaining the jobs while simultaneously improving the tech and then just limiting the workload of the average person. It could be about cat shit too. You just hate dogs. Yeah, famous dog hater here. This is from Das Kapital. Yeah, stop hurting dogs, please. Okay. I hadn't started, but I'll stop anyway. The data centers were manufactured demand for NVIDIA, because how else could you sell chips that rate and that growth forever? When Nixon went to China in the 70s, he told them they could sell them a machine to dig a ditch with much less workers, and China asked them, what would all those people do without ditches to dig is the story. And then the answer to that is, why don't you use a spoon instead of a shovel if you want to make it more, if you want to make it even less efficient. Except the way that China operates, or the way that China should operate, or the way that every country should operate, is that you continue with automation, but you still maintain those jobs, and you just limit the workload. You lower the burden off of the labor force while keeping the wages either the same or matched up to their output. There is a reason why theorists from 18th, 19th century all the way to like the 70s basically thought that in the future people would be working like 3 days max. Okay? 3-day work week, 4-day work week, except capitalism had different ambitions. Okay? It just improved productivity, and the wages did not actually meet the output at all. And all of that productivity and the output in general, all the wealth that was generated from that process, went to an increasingly smaller group of people, just less and less hands overall. That's a big problem. But people don't even want to envision a world where you could simply create more for the company that you work for because of technological innovations, while simultaneously working less hours in general. Okay? It's just completely outside of our worldview. It's just not something that we ever foresee for ourselves.
Current age of AI, obviously. Upon this news, NVIDIA valuation skyrockets. OpenAI private valuation skyrockets. Other chip company valuations skyrocket. But it left me and some other analysts with more questions than answers. There's more going on under the hood of this $100 billion deal that I think we all need to take a closer look at. But before we do that, I have to go back a little bit. I have to introduce a third player to this game, and to explain them, I have to start with bicycles. Okay? I want you to imagine that you run a bicycle shop. That means you buy bicycles wholesale from a factory and you sell them to customers with a markup. That's your business.
Oh, this is a classic example.
Business reports their earnings. They have a top line called revenue. That's where the amount of money you just made in raw cash. If I sold 5 bicycles for 20 bucks each, I made $100 in revenue. That's your top line, okay? And then on your statement, you will subtract out all your costs. So you might take out wages, 40 bucks, rent, 20 bucks, the bikes themselves from the factory, 30 bucks. And what does that leave you with? Simple math. What does that leave you with? Somebody said zero. That's no, it's not zero. It's $10. $10 of profit. Okay. This is your top line, basically your revenue. And this is your bottom line, your profit after you subtract everything. Okay?
Why is Atriarch doing theory streams and you're not? Do you think this is theory? I mean, I guess technically it is, except if theory from a left perspective or a Marxist perspective would talk about how this is the value accrued as a direct consequence of the surplus output of the workers, as in the $10 should be going back to the wages under a socialist structure. This is why Marxists consider this aspect that capitalists love to be exploitation. Okay?
So on an actual balance sheet, it might look like this. Income statement might look like this. Okay? But in the world of investing, you either want to be growing your top line, that means selling more bikes, or you want to be growing your profit, your bottom line, by making more profit. It could be cutting costs, it could be raising prices, whatever. But you have to be growing one or the other to show growth to Wall Street to get your stock price to go up. If you're doing badly on both, that means your company is not doing all that great. Now, I want to introduce Oracle, which is now the 15th largest company in the world. Oracle, massive growth company, and its CEO, Larry Ellison, okay? What Oracle does is they build the data centers that other companies rent out to use for AI. They look like this on the inside and this on the outside. Now, what's very interesting about Oracle 5 days ago, when they had a massive stock surge, is they reported their earnings and they did not beat on the top line and they did not beat on the bottom line. They had no revenue growth and no profit growth. And yet, somehow their stock went to the moon. Why is that? Why would that happen? Truly awesome quarter. Stock goes up 30%. They made Ellison, the CEO of the company, the
Fuck Atriarch. I'm really disappointed in you, Hasanabi. What the fuck is this shit? I mean, I think he does a pretty good job of explaining stuff like this. And secondly, we've already talked about this, but like, this is a man who has done virtually everything in his power to try and redeem himself. If you still hate him after all of that, that's fine. But like, you know, he still did it. I know. I think you guys need to understand something, but growth is important. I think allowing people to better themselves and you know, especially if they've made an earnest effort to redeem themselves, is a fundamental part of being an empathetic leftist. So many other creators, the platform, man, disappointed. It's okay. Watch Atriarch believe the dog collar shit. You're speaking too soon. I don't care. If Atriarch came out tomorrow and was like, Hassan is buzzing his fucking dog, I know it, that still wouldn't change my approach. Okay? This is something that is very important for me to explain to every single person. I am a firm and committed believer in rehabilitation. Okay? I am a firm and committed believer in rehabilitation. And if someone has done something awful, as Atriarch did, okay, and then they recognize the harm, and then they seek atonement and turn around and actively work to combat further exploitation or further harm, as he did, okay? So you will platform any awful person as long as they're left so disappointed in you? Is that what I said? No. Expand even further than that. I will platform any awful person as long as they have made an active effort to literally rehabilitate themselves. It has nothing to do with left-right dynamics. I think you guys are failing to understand. This is a fundamental principle that I abide by. I'm a believer. Like, I don't even think Atriarch is a leftist, for the record. I mean, he very much is an enjoyer of capitalism and a defender of capitalism. And in spite of my disagreements with him, if he's like doing a decent job explaining something, I'm gonna look at that. You sound like Jank right now. No, guys, I don't think you understand. This is probably one of the biggest disagreements I have with like a lot of baby leftists in general. Okay. And it's getting, we're derailing. Okay. My position on people, or like my opinions on this fundamental principle that I abide by in terms of people that are actively trying to limit the harm that they might have engaged in the past, is something that I'm committed to regardless. Okay? I don't know how you handle the scrutiny of policing. I think it's important. I think it's important to address this whenever it comes up. Because I do think that Americans in general have a very carceral state attitude, a very draconian culture when it comes to when it comes to seeing people in their worst moments forever. It leaves no room for redemption, and it leaves no room for rehabilitation. That's why I always say charitability is key. What has he done to atone, though? Not watching AI porn on stream since the incident? First of all, he didn't watch AI porn on stream. That's crazy. But no, he actually did use his own fucking money to like go after those websites and take him down. Chat, remember the last emperor of China. Oh, you're talking about Puyi. After the Communist Party took power, served his time in the fields, and then returned to society as a fellow citizen to those he once ruled. Yeah. So if you're rich, you can buy your way out of any consequence. No. I don't even think he's that rich, for the record. And this is not about like the financial penalty, because a rich person could just as easily move on. I don't know, pay for PR or something like that. Move on, pay for PR, and continue living out their days. What's wrong with chatters having to respond with something so fucking stupid to every word Hassan says? He apologized, backed it up with action, and is cool with loving them now. Chat needs to chill, man. Atonement was genuine. Yeah, I mean, and for the record, if you guys still have your your criticisms, or if you're still skeptical, that's fine. I'm just telling you how I operate, right? And this is something that I have believed and been committed to as a principle for my entire professional media career. Anyway, let's continue.
World's richest man. He passed Elon Musk. Why would that happen? Big question, okay? Why would Oracle rise to rank 14? The answer is not necessarily bubble or necessarily recession indicator or necessarily anything. It was because of a very simple number, their RPO number. During the announcement of their earnings, they said, yeah, we didn't beat our expectations for revenue. Yeah, we didn't beat them for earnings. But what we have is growing RPO, remaining performance obligations, which has been rising and rising and rising. And then they announced this. Now, RPO is things we're gonna do. It's deals we've signed that we haven't been paid for yet, is a very simple way to put it. So what they announced was, hey, look, we're not making more money now, but we have signed some deals where they're gonna pay us $455 billion in the future for data centers we're going to build but haven't built yet. It's deals, okay? It's deals. And when they announced this, the stock went crazy. Holy shit. There's so much revenue coming. It's not here yet, but it's coming. So let's catch back up. These are the three players we've introduced so far: OpenAI, Oracle, and NVIDIA. Let's just connect the dots here really quick. So OpenAI doesn't build the data centers themselves. They can rent them from companies like Oracle. So OpenAI is the one that signed this deal, by the way. This $300 billion addition came from OpenAI signing a deal to rent some of their data centers. So they are going to give hundreds of billions of dollars to Oracle to rent their data centers. Oracle, when they have...
One aspect that he's also not bringing up here is like, is it worth it? Okay. I don't think so. Right? I don't think it's worth it. Like, I don't think I'm a Luddite for saying that I don't think it's worth it. It's just like the ecological cost of operating these things is not worth the dog shit, streamlined, more efficient version of like pumping stupid art, if that makes sense. What is the ecological cost specifically? It destroys the environment. It absolutely destroys the environment. It destroys the water supply. It is a sink for electricity. It actually is responsible for it is actually responsible for your electricity bills skyrocketing. And not only that, but also it's basically putting us on it's being utilized for mass surveillance. There's cognitive offloading in terms of like the way people approach ChatGPT and other AI tools right now, all so that people don't have to pay like random artists. You know what I mean? At least with generative AI. And on top of that, the better it gets, the worse it gets for all of us in terms of misinformation, considering the misinformation landscape. Look no further than the past 72 hours in the news cycle, right? Now imagine if AI videos were almost like a 1-to-1. You could just make AI videos about like political opposition and people wouldn't know any better. Bruh, don't you think that using AI is just like people making fun of you for using Google to look something up? No, I don't. I don't think that. Because I think there's a difference between like there's more efficiency in searching something on Google as opposed to having to like drive your car or take the train to your local library, okay, and opening up a dusty Encyclopedia Britannica, right? Having said that, at a certain point, it goes beyond a trade-off. Or at a certain point, it goes beyond like a maxing out on efficiency when you start utilizing it for as a substitute for your brain, as a substitute for critical thinking, a process called cognitive offloading, which I think is going to be something that people talk about a lot more frequently in the future. It's something that, it's something that scientists are currently talking about. There are numerous studies on the negative impacts of consistently using LLMs. As opposed to doing your own research and engaging in critical thinking. But like a big part of schooling in general is supposed to educate you on that aspect all the way to college. If AI in and of itself had an ecological cost, but it was also genuinely improving people's lives, I think there could be an argument for it. AI videos and art is a drop in the bucket. It's a side thing to increase interest and investment. The real goal is to create artificial general intelligence, which could perform all actions a human can and even more. The AI people want to get there, and everything else is for data and hype. They think once they get there, they will have the biggest breakthrough in history. It's a race on maybe faulty beliefs. Tinsit, thank you for the 25. Get the subs. Yeah. But all of the investment currently being dumped into like the flashy aspects of AI are terrible, I think. Some people say generalized intelligence is never going to happen. AGI will never happen. Adrian is online. Thank you for the 20 big ones. But like, it's interesting because when we think about Google,
you're under arrest right now because we have a video.
Yeah, it's interesting because like we talk about Google, right? We're like, oh well, don't you think it's AI is just basically like a maxed out, clapped out version of a fucking Google search? And AI itself is actually streamlining so many bullshit websites that it's actually harming Google search and its efficiency. So it's making it harder for you to get access to real information or credible information. I don't think people understand the significant crisis in disinfo that we are facing currently, where just false narratives run amok. And then the AI has the capacity to make fake information that it truly believes is correct. And then the new AI that comes after that is also being trained on that faulty information. There's a reason why, for example, Israel is spending a good deal of money trying to train ChatGPT to be more pro-Israel. What do you do with that? If we are over-reliant on AI to give us this accurate information, and it can be manipulated, and it can be tweaked literally almost single-handedly by like a person. Like, think about Facebook, right? Facebook is botted into oblivion. Think about the dead internet theory. Like, these things do have the capacity to change people's minds because we're social animals, and that social experience can be replicated in a totally fake way. That's the reason why people botted comments on my YouTube video instantly, right? They want to drive discourse in a certain way, and it works. Human beings are social animals, so they're very malleable. They're very persuadable. They see a bunch of other people, leaning in that direction, and they go, this must be true because a lot of people feel this way. Every single social media platform that we use is getting absolutely cooked right now due to these bots and due to AI. And I think it's only going to get worse. Keep in mind that ChatGPT, Sora, Gemini, all this stuff makes these companies negative money. All of them are operating at a massive loss. They're trying to keep the hype going to bring in enough investment that they can afford to keep losing money while researching towards AGI, which would theoretically make all that money back. But every link in the chain is fragile. And if one breaks, the whole thing does. As a machine learning scientist who works in the domain, I don't think we're near AGI at all, as the architecture itself is not made for it. I don't see it happening for the next 3 years. Beyond that, it's hard to tell. Check my last message for a classic example chat will easily understand. What is this? Example of AI inefficiency. I saw this and lost my mind. We're 1000xing the processing power required to do basic logical tasks that have been solved for years, toggling a Wi-Fi light bulb via Siri. I built my first ChatGPT app. It connects with my Philips Hue lights so I can control them directly for ChatGPT. After logging in with my Hue account, I can view the status of my lights and control them with natural language. Here's a short demo. I don't know, man. I just see, maybe I'm too old for it, but I feel like I actually am fortunate enough to have been born in a generation that came before AI was all over the place. I think if you're parents right now and you want your children to have a leg up and be better automatically and be smarter automatically than like 90% of their peers, it's better to try to train them and educate them in the old methods. They should still keep an eye out for AI in general. They should know how to use these tools. But I think it's very important for them to steer clear of that sort of thing and read and train their brains to engage in critical thinking, because I feel like that will automatically make you a much smarter individual than those who are hyper reliant on LLMs, because I think the next generation is completely cooked.
To build the data centers, because this is remaining performance, they're going to go to where? To NVIDIA. They're going to go and give that $300 billion to NVIDIA to buy the GPUs to build the data center. Now, there's one part missing. Where does OpenAI get the money to pay Oracle, to pay NVIDIA? Where does this money come from? Because this is a big problem. Again, OpenAI has been searching for ways to finance their $1 trillion AI plan. They don't have the money now. Where do they get the money? And Sam Altman, when asked about it, said this: look, there's always a lot of focus on technological innovation. Everyone's talking about innovating technology, but what really drives progress is we figure out how to innovate financial models. I don't think we figured out the final form of what financing for compute looks like. He wants financial innovation, okay? Well, let's introduce some financial innovation. How do we close this circle? Let's go back to the very first story we talked about. NVIDIA to invest $100 billion in OpenAI. Well, that would be a virtuous cycle. Because if NVIDIA is going to put money into OpenAI, which is going to rent servers from Oracle, which is going to build servers with NVIDIA chips, you've got yourself a real beautiful circle here. An infinite money glitch where all three companies can win. If it reminds you of this image, trust your instincts. But it reminds me of the year 2001. So let's do a magic spell and flash back to 2001, the year of Justin and Brittany and Shrek and 9/11 and Smallville and Lord of the Rings and Destiny's Child, okay? It's 2001, during the height of what became known as the dot-com bubble. Now, we've talked about possible parallels between the internet and AI and the bubbly nature of them and how they're still going to be good technologies, but they're a little early. I'm not going to do that today. I'm talking about a very specific part of the dot-com bubble that allowed it to extend itself beyond its natural life cycle. This is an article from 2002. This wasn't about pets.com. This wasn't about stupid internet startups. This is called the stupid loan bubble.
I can't believe I let myself get super rabbit holed into this. Went down this rabbit hole pretty aggressively. We have to stop it for now. We'll get back to the AI stuff and the AI bubble in a little bit, but Jeremy Scahill is in the building. Well, not in the building, but Jeremy Scahill is on the call, and I am going to be talking to him about the Gaza ceasefire deal. For those of you who don't know, Jeremy Scahill of Dropsite News is a brilliant investigative reporter. He's done a lot of reporting over the years, award-winning. And wait, hold on. I'm calling him right now. I don't know if he's on. But he was the one who actually broke the ceasefire proposal. And Jeremy, can you hear me?
I gotcha.
And he's here with us right now. Wow, you got the suit on today. I'm assuming you're doing a lot right now. So thank you so much for coming on to talk with our little corner of the internet.
I'm always honored to be here.
Hold on. All right, let me fix some of the stuff. So I hope you're doing all right. These are some interesting times.
Yeah.
In general, there is some. It seems some good news, even though I am still skeptical. And I actually wanted to talk to you about that directly because you have over these past 2 years of unlimited genocide with American support been one of the few reporters that has directly communicated, directly interviewed leadership of Hamas, leadership of the Houthis, the Ansar Allah movement, and have done amazing work in the field with this. And you actually interviewed the negotiating team, as far as I understand, or at least like the leadership in this last round of negotiations. So let's get right into it. This seems a little different in your estimation. Do you know why it seems a little different?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, we're 2 years in to one of the greatest mass crimes in history, and and I just want to say at the onset that watching Palestinian reporters reporting today without their flak jackets on, the bulletproof Kevlar vests with the press logo on them. On the one hand, you feel this sense of relief, not just for the journalists, but for everyone that managed to survive. But then also you feel this deep sense of sorrow, that Anas al-Sharif, for instance, the great epic hero of a journalist who was assassinated by Israel, that he wasn't here to be the Palestinian journalist in Gaza to break that news. And I was talking with my colleagues today, and there's so few of those journalists left. My colleague Jala Ahmed, who I do a lot of these reports with, was pointing out that those scenes of the journalists recognizing that the ceasefire was setting in. It's such a smaller crowd of people than the previous rounds when you had these truces, and that also is representative, I think, of what we're hearing from so many people in Gaza. On the one hand, just an epic sense of relief, and on the other hand, everyone has lost so much, and so many people. And I mean, Trump himself said yesterday, that the price was high, and that he said it's got to be at least 70,000 people killed. The number is certainly much higher than that. And maybe one day we'll have forensic examinations that go in and we get some sense of the mass murder that took place here. But I wanted to start by saying that because the negotiators who were dealing with the Israelis and with this Trump plan, I think there is a tendency in the way that Hamas is talked about, or that Palestinians are talked about. Oh, well, these guys are living in luxury hotels. Oh, they don't care about anything. They're just thinking about themselves. Khalil al-Hayya, who is the lead negotiator for Hamas and is the political leader of Hamas. His title is that he's the political leader of Hamas in Gaza. And he was one of the top advisors and colleagues of Yahya Sinwar, the former head of Hamas, who was killed by the Israelis. His son was killed on September 9th in an assassination strike that Israel attempted in Doha, Qatar. The Israelis tried to kill the entire Hamas negotiating team just weeks after Hamas had actually formally accepted the previous ceasefire deal that the US and Israel claimed was the deal that would end the war. And they accepted it on August 18th. Most people don't know anything about this because it got almost no reporting in the media.
Yeah.
But on August 18th, Hamas actually accepted the deal that for months they were told was the deal they needed to accept. So they did that. Israel doesn't formally respond to it, and instead they begin preparations to invade Gaza City, which they did 2 days later on August 20th, in an attempt to ethnically cleanse 1 million Palestinians from the largest city in Gaza. And then they unleashed an assassination operation to try to kill the negotiators. So they failed to kill any of the Hamas negotiators or leaders, but instead they killed 5 essentially assistants, administrative assistants. One of them was Khalil al-Hayya's longtime secretary. And then there were 4 other, sort of junior assistants, and some of these guys that were killed I had met, before. And, these were essentially people that were carrying the bags for people, running to, errands. When I would do interviews, they sometimes would be the ones that would bring in coffee. That's who Israel killed in this strike. But they didn't just hit the administrative offices of Khalil al-Hayya. They hit his residence that he stays at when he's in Doha. It's not the Four Seasons Hotel. It's in the same compound where the offices were. And in that compound, when they hit it, was Khalil al-Hayya's wife, his son, his daughter-in-law, and his grandchildren. They killed his son, and it's not the only son that he's lost. He had other sons of his were killed in Gaza. But they also wounded his wife, his daughter-in-law, and his grandchildren, and some of them are still in the hospital right now from that strike. Bassem Naim, another target in that strike, has lost multiple members of his direct family. I'm just giving this as an example to say that, Netanyahu hides in his bunker when the Iranian offensive strikes took place in response to Israeli aggression against them. And Israel, for decades, has just been assassinating any Palestinian who is representing any Palestinian resistance movement. So the context of what we're going to talk about is that this delegation headed by Khalil al-Hayya, who just had to bury his son, and right before he left for these negotiations, he very rarely does any kind of interviews. He sometimes will release statements. He gave a very brief interview on Egyptian television when he landed to engage in these negotiations in Sharm el-Sheikh, and he was asked about this assassination strike. And he said, he recognized that his son was killed. And he said, we are not people made of iron and stone. We also grieve. And then he said, but I don't believe that my son's life is worth more than any of the sons of Gaza. And he was saying it's in the spirit of the memory of all of these people who have died that I'm entering these negotiations. And he said that I hope that their lives lead us on a path to liberation in Jerusalem. That's what he said right before he goes into these negotiations. So then the Palestinians are facing this odious Trump plan, which on the one hand contains some aspects that were familiar to the Palestinians because they had already agreed to those terms a few weeks prior.
Yeah.
And these mostly related to the acute war, as it exists in Gaza, meaning exchange of captives. The resistance in Palestine, in Gaza, is holding 20 living Israelis, we understand, and 28 bodies of the deceased. There still was this full spectrum blockade against any life essentials entering the Gaza Strip. There was a need for a ceasefire, and there was the issue of the withdrawal of Israeli occupation forces. So those terms, I'm not saying they were all in the language that Hamas wanted, but those terms were all present in the 20-point Trump plan.
Yeah.
But then there's this whole other dimension to it that talks about Tony Blair and Trump running a new so-called peace board there where they would become the kind of viceroys of Gaza, and there's going to be all this investment. And Trump, when he announced it next to Netanyahu at the White House, was talking about how Israel had given up the most magnificent piece of real estate in the, in the Middle East, talking about Gaza. And then there's stuff about disarmament and governance and, who's going to be in control. And so the Palestinians start talking amongst themselves. And one thing we've talked about on this show, because we have the space to do it, but it often doesn't get mentioned, is that Hamas made a decision long ago in this negotiating process that they weren't going to just make decisions on their own. So they bring together a wide cross-section, virtually almost every political party or faction in Palestine, not just Gaza, but in Palestine. They've invited them to take place in these discussions. Some of them have taken place in Beijing. Some of them have taken place in Turkey and in Doha. And there are people in these discussions who represent movements that are political, that are not politically aligned with Hamas on every issue. For instance, Mustafa Barghouti, who is the head of the Palestinian National Initiative, he doesn't control an armed force. He's a man that believes in dialogue with the West. He's been a ferocious supporter of the right of Palestinian self-defense, but he's no member of the Hamas political bureau. He's been in these meetings. The secular left-wing PFLP, they've been in these discussions. In fact, the only entity that really hasn't participated in this is the Fatah party of Mahmoud Abbas, the president of the Palestinian Authority.
This is also reflected in the demands that Hamas has made as an approach in terms of the release of high-profile political prisoners that are being kept hostage in Israeli detention, such as Marwan Barghouti, who is, I would go so far as to say, almost diametrically opposed to the ways in which Hamas has operated in some ways, and yet is seen as a more popular figure. I don't know what his current opinions are. Obviously, things have changed quite a bit, but he was a fierce advocate for a two-state solution at the time of his apprehension, and had always tried to work within even Israeli groups and whatnot. And Marwan Barghouti is a more popular figure than Abbas, who is very unpopular. I believe last polling I saw was putting him at 7% as opposed to Hamas at 32%. And this is Palestinians both in the West Bank and also in the Gaza Strip. And Marwan Barghouti's approval ratings amongst the Palestinian population was around 62%. So the very fact that they were committed to the release of a high-profile prisoner, a high-profile Palestinian prisoner that would be a uniting figure that would actually overthrow any sort of leadership that Hamas could potentially have in the political future of Palestinians, implies that their first priority, first and foremost, is always the emancipatory needs of the Palestinians and a need for sovereignty for the Palestinians, rather than the cynical approach that Israel has consistently taken in this, where they assumed, perhaps falsely, that Hamas is only invested in maintaining its grip of power and simply making themselves a more popular unit that can just dominate the lives of Palestinians and then make money with real estate deals or whatever as they go live in mansions in Doha, as they like to claim.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of, to connect what you're saying to sort of where I was heading with this, and I want to talk about what you said about Marwan Barghouti in a second, because I think it's important, because as I understand it right now, as you and I are speaking, there is still negotiation happening over which Palestinians are going to be freed in this deal. And we could talk about that in a moment. But to finish the arc of this, so basically what ended up happening is that Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, because they are the ones holding the Israeli captives, because they control the armed forces, the bulk of the armed forces fighting against Israel, Soraya al-Quds from Islamic Jihad and Qassam brigades from Hamas. What they decided, the way that they threaded the needle in responding to Trump, was they said, we can negotiate an end to this war because we're the combatants in this war and we hold the prisoners of war. But all these other issues, we have to defer those because that requires all Palestinians having a voice, because it cuts to the heart of the Palestinian struggle for self-determination. So that was the response that they gave to Trump. They didn't reject anything. It was very brilliant how they did it. Trump responds positively to it. does his post on Truth Social. And then that's the context for how these negotiations go. The negotiations we're going to talk about these issues related directly to the war, and Hamas has said we're going to defer these other ones. Trump accepted that framework at least to make this deal around the captives. My understanding from sources is that they're now saying they want to immediately, after the captives are exchanged, immediately go into those other negotiations. So that's going to be a whole other battle, and it's a very dangerous situation for the Palestinians. And there's going to be a lot of dirty stuff going down there. The issue of the Palestinian political prisoners that you're talking about, my understanding is that there are upwards of 15,000 Palestinians currently now in Israeli hands. There's officially 11,000 that are in prisons or jails or administrative detention, and it's
Whoa.
Wait,
You just got cut out for a second. You said administrative detention is the last word here.
But then there are others that are held in a kind of non-registered manner, and the last estimate I got from the resistance was that they believe that there were more than 4,000 Palestinians who have been snatched from Gaza since October 7th. And now some of those are definitely Nukba fighters or other, the elite unit of Qassam that led the October 7th attacks. Some of them are other fighters. But a lot of them, and probably the majority of them, are Palestinians who were kidnapped by Israel, taken hostage explicitly for the purpose of doing these kinds of deals, exchange deals.
Doctors, nurses, teachers,
children,
people that they paraded as
hundreds of children.
Yeah, people that they paraded as like these Nukba fighters. Because like in Israeli society, when that term is utilized, that's a reference to all Palestinian captives. They will openly state that every single Palestinian captive they have, regardless of their background, is a Nukba fighter. This is a way to basically justify whatever kind of violence that these Palestinian captives are actually experiencing, including but not limited to rape. Literally, this was a emergency Knesset meeting that happened during the pro-rape riots that took place after Israel tried to, in an effort to utilize complementarity, tried to prosecute some of these Israeli concentration camp guards that had raped a bunch of Palestinian prisoners, some to death, on CCTV. And there were pro-rape riots, and the emergency Knesset meeting that took place, they straight up said, these are Nukba fighters. They're all Nukba fighters. They could be raped to death. It's totally appropriate and totally allowed.
Well, and from the perspective of the Palestinian resistance, they view the Nukba fighters as the most well-trained, experienced soldiers that they have in their forces. And anyone that has paid any level of attention to the Palestinian cause for liberation over these decades knows that the prisoners who are held by Israel are of central importance to the whole society, and their freedom is of importance to the whole society. And so what has happened is that Hamas and Islamic Jihad and the other Palestinians doing these negotiations have always tried to focus on the Palestinians serving the longest sentences or subjected to the longest sentences. For instance, Abdullah Barghouti, who has been in prison for more than 2 decades, was a commander of the Qassam brigades in the occupied West Bank. He was sentenced to 5,200 years in prison, 67 life sentences. You have Ahmed Sadat, who is the Secretary General of the PFLP, who is, again, secular leftist, who's serving multiple life sentences. And then you have other Hamas figures, other figures that are unaffiliated but serving long sentences. They have their own way of prioritizing prisoners based on the sentences, and they made sure to not just have it be Hamas wants to get its people out. So Marwan Barghouti has always been number one on their list. I don't believe at all. I know that this is part of some of the narrative is like that the reason Israel wants to keep Marwan Barghouti in prison is because he would be able to like crush Hamas in an election. I think in large part, they're keeping him there because of what he represents to the Palestinian people. That's, I think, is more important than anything else. It's not about, primarily about Hamas or Abbas or anything. It's that Marwan Barghouti was a hero and leader in the eyes of the Palestinians in both intifadas, and he was also involved with the armed struggle. Yes, he has spoken in a way about a two-state solution that also makes him an attractive political figure to the West. And I think that's also a threat to Israel. They don't want a Palestinian who is going to be able to have a dialogue with the West as they push for their self-determination. When it comes, though, to to how Hamas views this, I don't think it's insincere when Hamas says that what they want to see happen is democratic elections.
Yeah.
And part of it is that strategically, Hamas is the single most popular political party right now. If Marwan Barghouti is not on the ballot, and I'm not sure that Marwan Barghouti, if he came out of prison, would say I'm in Fatah again. That remains the affiliation in prison because of the way that it's organized. But it would be very interesting to hear it. What we do know is that he recently was assaulted he's been assaulted repeatedly, physically, and tortured in prison. But Itamar Ben-Gvir, a couple months ago, goes into his cell when they started talking about there's going to be potentially another ceasefire, and telling him to his face that you will never get out of this prison. And Marwan Barghouti, who like many of the Palestinian prisoners, has learned and speaks Hebrew, stood up against him. But we also understand from families of other prisoners who were there when Ben-Gvir stormed that cell, that they were defiant in his face. But the Israelis don't want to release that video, but that they stood their ground. Those are the reports coming from the families of the men who are in prison with Marwan Barghouti, that they all stood their ground. So I think that this that there is too much projection onto this angle that Israel views Marwan Barghouti as a threat to having Hamas, which they find convenient. I think that they view him.
I didn't mean that at all. I know it came across like I was implying that, but that's not what I was saying. I was just using that as
I'm not necessarily responding to you.
Yeah.
I'm saying that I see this line and I don't actually agree with it because I've really studied the sadism of Israel toward Palestinian prisoners, and I understand, and a lot of Palestinians have taught me this, the importance of all of these political prisoners to the society. And if you read the manifesto that was released about October 7th, one of the main objectives of Operation Al-Aqsa Flood was the liberation of these prisoners. It's how Yahya Sinwar himself was liberated from an Israeli prison, was because of these kinds of exchange deals. So maybe, Hassan, we can unpack a little bit of what's at play here right now. On the one hand,
Oh no,
Did you want to say something?
absolutely. No, I didn't say anything.
On the one hand, what the Palestinians managed to do with Trump was these two issues, the sort of epic big issues that will impact Palestinian self-determination, and then zero in on the issues of the war. They made massive concessions in this, and it's a huge gamble. And people, working on the negotiations have told me that essentially the crucial factor here was that they got direct assurances from the Arab and Islamic mediators, including Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey. And it was the head of Turkish intelligence, the head of Egyptian intelligence, and the prime minister / foreign minister of Qatar all told the Palestinians that they have very firm guarantees from Trump that he's not going to allow Netanyahu to resume the genocide. Now, people say, oh my God, that they're so stupid. How can they take this deal? The alternative, from their perspective, was to continue the fight, which Israel has failed to militarily defeat the Palestinian resistance. These are guys wearing, sandals with homemade weapons, and Israel has failed after 2 years of mass murder, has failed to get them to wave the white flag, and they're not going to wave the white flag. So the alternative would have been continue that war, but this time with the Arab and Islamic countries who kind of got cucked by Trump when he rolled out his 20-point plan with Netanyahu, because they had showed them a different version of it. And then they come out and they make this announcement. And the Arab countries said that, there's differences here, this wasn't, but they did it very diplomatically. But from the Palestinian negotiators' perspective, now they say, oh, we're going to reject this deal. And the narrative is even the Arab and Islamic countries told them to take it, and they didn't. And I think that they felt like this was an opportunity to end the genocide, this acute mass murder campaign. start getting aid back in at levels that are consistent with the January 2025 ceasefire agreement. That's at least 600 trucks a day coming in, which is, basically the minimum that the United Nations food experts have said need to come into the Strip.
Which, by the way, is an admission, is a direct admission of Israel's guilt, Israel's war crime, using starvation as a weapon of war, which I also thought was interesting. Not that I have any confidence in the international organs of justice, but that is a deliberate, open, transparent admission that they were utilizing flows of aid, humanitarian aid, going into this captive civilian population that they're bombing as a talking point in the back and forth in the ceasefire negotiations.
What they're getting here is they're getting what shouldn't even be something to negotiate over. They're getting basic life essentials. But such is the nature of their enemy in this, that doesn't care about committing war crimes, doesn't believe in international justice, is empowered by the most powerful nation in the world. So you have the aid coming back in. You are going to get a significant number of Palestinian prisoners freed, including 250 who are serving life sentences. But the Israelis are really fighting. They do not want Ahmed Sadat, Abdullah Barghouti, Marwan Barghouti, any of the most well-known Palestinian political prisoners to be freed. And it doesn't look good right now, Hassan, to tell you the truth. I mean, what I'm hearing is that it's not looking good. I think there's still hope in Palestine among these families that it's going to happen, but they're desperate also because they view this as the last chance to get their loved ones out of prison, who are widely viewed in Palestinian society as freedom fighters who are being imprisoned because they participated in the armed struggle against an apartheid occupation regime that wants to wipe them off the map. That is their perspective on who these men are that are in prison right now. And it goes beyond Marwan Barghouti. I mean, like I told you, there's guys there that are sentenced to many, many life sentences, and they're being tortured routinely and regularly in these prisons. So they're getting a bunch of Palestinian prisoners freed. Yes, they're giving up what is their primary, almost exclusive, but not exclusive leverage that they have. I say almost exclusive because the leverage that they do have remaining to them, as Mohammed al-Hindi mentioned to me, the chief political negotiator for Islamic Jihad, is the armed resistance, because they're not, the terms right now they're not disarming. They're not surrendering. They're not accepting exile. They have an agreement where the president of the United States is saying that there's going to be no more forced expulsion of Palestinians. He can't be trusted, of course, and they're aware of that, but that's where it is right now. They're reopening the Rafah border crossing, both directions. There are terms that were just published tonight. Al Jazeera Arabic, I'm not sure if you saw this because you were on the air, they obtained some of the specific terms of what was agreed to, and I'll read you a few of them. This is actually breaking news, and I think people watching this might find this interesting. But the agreement that Trump endorsed says the war will stop as soon as Hamas and Israel agree within 72 hours. Aid at the January 19th levels. Then it's stuff about the exchange of captives. But it says a mechanism will be established for exchanging information about the detainees between Hamas and Israel via mediators. An Egyptian delegation will be sent to the Offer checkpoint where prisoners are gathered to verify the names of those scheduled for release, the Palestinians. This is incredible what I'm about to read you right now. A joint operations room committee will be formed, including Egypt, Qatar, Turkey, the United States, Israel, and Hamas for follow-up. This is in terms of implementing the ceasefire. Hamas is going to send information on its captives. Israel is going to send information on the Palestinian captives. And then it says that Hamas in the Gaza Strip simultaneously will coordinate with the Red Cross to hand over the Israeli captives, and that all of them need to be handed over between Sunday and Monday at 6 a.m. local time, along with as many of the remains as possible. So what the Palestinians achieved from their perspective in this is that they didn't abandon their red lines, but what they gave up was something that they said they weren't going to, which was they weren't going to release all of the Israeli captives until they had a very clear timeline and a substantial progress toward a full Israeli withdrawal. You look at those maps, the Israelis are only pulling back a little bit from the sea. And then the second phase of their withdrawal, this is just a redeployment. The second phase of their withdrawal, though, Hassan, would be only once there's an international force in place and that there's a certification about demilitarization and disarmament. And then the third zone has this nebulous thing about a border zone, a buffer zone that's going to encircle the entirety of Gaza.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, when I say that that border crossing is going to be open with Egypt, that's the only gateway Palestinians ever have had to a world that Israel isn't in control of,
Yeah.
because it's their only gateway to Egypt. Everywhere else, you're in Israel's hands. Israel still will remain in control largely of that border crossing, but they have to agree to a mechanism where the EU and Egypt are involved with it. So they made a concession without which there wouldn't have been this deal. And they're taking an enormous risk, and they're putting a lot of currency on the fact that Arab and Islamic countries are sticking their necks out in a way and saying, we promise you Trump isn't going to let them do the genocide again. You can look at them and say, oh my God, they're foolish. Like anytime someone who doesn't have skin in the game, whose family members are not being murdered, whose son was not just killed and then they have to go sit in a room next to the Israelis in a negotiation, who says, oh, Hamas is making a mistake from the comfort of their computer somewhere. Like Palestinians overwhelmingly want the genocide to stop. They were demanding the resistance make a deal. And what I hear from all Palestinians involved with this at a negotiating level is we got what we felt was the best deal that stops the genocide, preserves our rights to self-determination, doesn't give up any of our fundamental rights. And yes, we had to make concessions, but we're doing so now with an unprecedented level of involvement from Arab and Islamic countries. If they resume their genocide again, it's on all of those people. It's on all of these Islamic countries that they failed to stop it.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Obviously, I'm not one of those people. I have been very critical. There have been some people who are like, "Oh, just keep up the fight. How dare you?" And it's like, yeah, when you're sitting in the comfort of your home in the Western world, it's very easy for you to speak on the death and destruction that befalls the entirety of the Palestinian population. But the calculation here that I was trying to comprehend, and I wanted to ask you more about this because you have been able to interview a lot of these people. Is this a calculation born out of both the internal political pressures of broader Palestinian society and recognizing that this defensive attrition is far too costly, or are there actual real assurances coming from the American side that they're confident? Or is that confidence simply coming from the idea that there are a lot more eyeballs on this, an unprecedented amount of attention from the Western world as well, from Western populations?
I think you put a pin on a bunch of things that are at play here. Certainly, there was just off the charts pressure on Hamas primarily to make a deal. And it wasn't just coming from, sort of random people in society or the kind of the population. It also was coming from within their own families, within their own, larger, broader, extended families. And I get the sense when I talk to them that they toil over that fact and that they're trying, I think they felt that they had made every possible concession they could have in August 18th when they accepted that deal. And the response was then to try to murder the negotiators. So that definitely is a factor, that pressure. I also think that there is a recognition that the overwhelming majority of our world today recognizes Israel for what it is, sees its crimes in full view. Even though these European countries are just a pathetic discussion group on these issues, and they say all kinds of nonsense about, in order for there to be a two-state, the Palestinians have to be disarmed. I mean, it's like, have any of them studied fights against colonialism? Because they were the colonial powers, and of course they're thinking like that. The savages need to be disarmed so that we can invite them into our little community as lesser players. But it's still unprecedented. The number of countries that are recognizing Palestine as an independent state, the number of ordinary people, the number of artists and others around the world, the way that Israeli society is viewed. It's not just the way that Netanyahu is viewed, as much as some American politicians want to say, oh, it's just Netanyahu, that people see it for what it is. And I think that these guys also recognize that we may have a horrifyingly powerful adversary in the United States on the other side of this in terms of trying to block the will of the world, but we've never had more support behind us. So I think those two things factored in with a lot of Palestinian analysts that you talk to from within the resistance they believe that the last 2 years have severely weakened the Israeli state.
Yeah.
And so I think part of it was basic, our people are being annihilated. Yes, our fighters are saying that they can continue the fight, but you're fighting against a nuclear-backed mass murderer, like a serial killer masquerading as a nation state,
Yeah.
backed by the United States. And now it's going to be a narrative of everyone in our neighborhood that are supposedly our friends, or we share a faith with, is telling us to take this deal, and we reject it. I think they felt that the cost risk analysis, just on a strategic level, was such that they had to try for this option. And I think they didn't have any other choice. But it wasn't like this narrative of Israel's invasion of Gaza City put so much pressure on them that they had to come to the table. That's always been false, and it's been false for 77 years that works as a tactic. You can kill Khalil al-Hayya, you can kill Yahya Sinwar. You're not killing Palestine. So,
Yeah.
I don't think that was the factor. I think the factor was recognizing some strategic realities and trying to recognize what can we get now that if we reject this, we'll never have a chance to get again. But primarily, I think it was motivated by trying to end the genocide so that they could focus on these existential questions that Trump's trying to ram down the throats of everyone in Palestine right now.
Yeah, I think one of the immediate things that we could do as like people who are more knowledgeable about Palestinian existence and are committed to Palestinian advocacy is to drop the false notion that like Hamas is operating to save their own skin or something like that. I think this is just a completely faulty. It's a completely faulty smear campaign that Israel is engaged in and themselves have actually believed. And it's very obvious that Hamas itself has shown time and time again that their higher need has always been their higher priority. Their highest priority has always been developing Palestinian sovereignty and creating a nation state. Now, having said that, the assurances, it does seem to me, come from the public support. So it's important for us to obviously continue talking about this and continue protesting, because obviously the job is not over until there is real emancipation, real sovereignty. Do you feel like there is any? Do you feel like there's any chance that Israel could operate in the exact same ways that they did in the January ceasefire that very quickly fell apart after Israel showed that it had no ambition to continue a ceasefire once they got some of the prisoners of war and some of the hostages extracted out of the Strip, and then continued its bombing campaign and actually greatly increased the intensity of the famine as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the most likely scenarios, is that Israel does find a way to resume its war against the Palestinians in Gaza. I think there are some impediments to that didn't exist in the January deal, that we've talked about some of them involving the Arab and Islamic countries. I also think that Trump has kind of said the quiet part out loud. He views Gaza after the war as a huge profit area. He was going on and on when he announced his plan about the real estate value of Gaza. You don't bring in somebody like Tony Blair unless the point is to try to impose a neo-colonial profit machine on a place. The other dimension to this is, who does Trump send to make the deal here? Two real estate guys, his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and then Steve Witkoff. And, there's been these reports recently that Steve Witkoff's son has been trying to cash in on the fact that his dad is the one negotiating with all of these Gulf Arab states.
Fantastic.
But you also have Jared Kushner, whose firm, Affinity Partners, is bankrolled primarily by Gulf money. He's gotten billions of dollars from Saudi Arabia, and this is money from sovereign wealth funds. He's gotten from Saudi Arabia, from the United Arab Emirates, from Qatar. Trump, as a president, doesn't just make decisions based on what he thinks would be good for him as the president of the United States, and certainly not what he thinks would be in the best interests of the United States as a country, or as the Americans as a people. He's often thinking of, how can I make money for my friends and my family, and he's still basically running a mafia-like enterprise with his family businesses. So having Jared Kushner there in the room with his business partners, who also are the mediators. I mean, do people understand? Like, this is so wild that this is the reality of what happened here. Jared Kushner walks into these meetings. He's not meeting with like the prime minister of Qatar as like, oh, this is the mediator that's been working on the ceasefire for 2 years. They have a personal relationship that is a business relationship.
Yeah.
These people are giving Jared Kushner huge amounts of money. So there's a sick and twisted reality here that perhaps one guardrail that is not, rock solid, but it is a guardrail of sorts, is that there's so much interlinkage of the money between the Trump family orbit and some of the parties involved with this, that could also be something that causes Trump to sort of say to Netanyahu, I'm not letting you do this right now. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm
So you're
saying we have
saying
to
that
recognize facts.
the narcissistic desires or even the financial interest that Trump has might play a role in, to some degree, maintaining a continued ceasefire here.
Because look at the position also that these Arab and Islamic countries are in. Not all of them, but most of them are facing a reality where their populations view them as having done nothing, or worse than nothing in some cases. Jordan participated in the air defense of Israel when Iran was counter-striking Israel.
So did Saudi Arabia, and still continues to do so. Yeah.
So, but the populations in these countries overwhelmingly support the Palestinians. They want the genocide to be done, and they're furious that their rulers have not done much of anything to try to stop it, and in some cases have aided or abetted it by helping to protect the entity that's
the
doing
UAE,
this.
So potentially allegedly
UAE
working with the popular forces is
there was
another
satellite imagery also published today that indicates that in this base that the UAE has been operating, in Somalia, that they're also using that to monitor in the Red Sea and potentially assist in the attacks against Yemen. I mean, the UAE, if you really dig down on its role here, and you talk to Palestinians who are involved with the resistance, the perspective is that the UAE is, as a governing authority, is basically a suburb of Tel Aviv politically when it comes to issues around, Palestine. So all of those countries, they want it to end. I'm sure some of them sincerely also are against it. I don't know any of those royals personally, but that's not what's relevant here. What's relevant is their populations are furious. If they participate in a process where they say they've guaranteed it, and then they're just part of a huge hoodwink operation where then Netanyahu next week, after they get their 48 people back or 20 living and some remains, that they just do a full-scale invasion again. I think that's unlikely that it's going to be that immediate kind of a thing. What I think is more likely is what Israel's pattern has been in Lebanon and what it's been toward the Palestinians before, but on a more exaggerated level. What do I mean? I mean that Israel is still going to occupy officially, under the agreement of this first phase, roughly 50% of Gaza. And they are saying openly that they're going to continue to strike Hamas. They are saying that Hamas has signed up to a deal for disarmament. Hamas did not make that agreement. They broke it into two. They only agreed to this part of it. But what we're going to see probably is constant Israeli strikes against quote unquote Hamas.
Yeah.
And how frequent those are going to be, how big they're going to be, we don't know at this point. But I think it seems pretty clear aid is going to come in. People are going to be allowed, quite a bit of freedom of travel compared to what they had a month ago. There was a huge exodus going from the south and center back to the north today. The Rafah is going to open. I think all these things will happen, and then you're going to have a kind of mowing the lawn, as Israel calls it, a kind of constant bombing somebody somewhere all the time. And in the background is going to be these negotiations that Trump wants over the rest of his plan, and those are bad news for the Palestinians. So I think the resistance groups were wise to say this has to involve all Palestinian factions, but where this is going to go next is Hamas needs to disarm. That's in 2 weeks or even in a week, that's going to be the whole focus. Once those captives are back, the entire thing is going to be, where are Hamas's weapons? They need to put them down. They need to do it right now. And then, Trump's going to start threatening them. Well, we have no choice. Israel's going to have to do this. Yes, they did this drone strike. Yes, they had to blow this up. We're going to be looking at that scenario, I think, is a very likely possibility.
Yeah, no, this is this is what my suspicion is as well. There's two things that I think Israel could potentially use to sully the ceasefire side of this deal, and that is they couldn't extract all of the dead Israeli hostages, and then also that they're not going to commit to disarmament, or even if somehow Hamas or the resistance groups did commit to some kind of disarmament, they could just still continuously say that's not the case. So we have to do these targeted and more precise assassination strikes from afar.
You know one wild. I'm glad you brought that up, because so earlier this week I interviewed Musa Abu Marzouk, who is he was an original member of Hamas. He was the first head of its political bureau. He remains a senior official. He was actually jailed in the United States. He was educated in America, lived for 15 years, has a PhD from the United States. He, not unlike you in a sense, was snatched in an airport at one point. Although you have an American passport and you were released, he was then taken and held for 2 years because he was on the terror watch list. And then eventually he was released and deported to Jordan. And then when Bush, this was in the late 90s, and then when Bush and company came in and the Patriot Act and stuff, they indicted him in absentia on conspiracy and terrorism charges. But he had already at that point was a senior Hamas official. But I spoke to him the other day, and he was deeply involved with this inter-Palestinian dialogue on this. And he said, Donald Trump said that 25,000 of our fighters were killed of Qassam brigades. And the estimates from the U.S. intelligence agencies and other intelligence agencies prior to the war was that was roughly the size of the Qassam brigades.
Yeah.
And Trump himself said it, 25,000 of them had been killed. And he said, they largely destroyed the rocket infrastructure, or the rockets were used by the Palestinians. So what weapons are they even talking about here? We're talking about rifles. We're talking about small arms. And I think I would add to your list of things that we need to really push back against. I would argue, Hassan, that the issue of disarmament is not actually aimed at Hamas giving up a single gun. What it is a proxy for is demanding the surrender of the Palestinian people. Because the weapons that they have available, the most dangerous weapon that the Palestinians have is their will to live, is their steadfastness. You look at that, like John Elmer of Electronic Intifada he's like the moral equivalent of the generals on CNN. He does these analyses of the weapons of the resistance. If you watch John's segments where he's walking you through their weapon systems, a lot of what you're seeing is remarkably brave Palestinians going up very close to Israeli tanks and literally dropping a homemade bomb inside the tank.
Yeah.
Or they have complex ambushes, but they're using homemade gear, and they're repurposing Israeli ordnance that they've seized from the
unexploded
rubble.
munitions or recovered ordnance.
What are we talking about? When we're talking about their weapons, they talk like that as though Hamas has tanks or aircraft, or that they have some ultra advanced precision guided sonic missiles. What we're talking about here is they want a surrender. So I think people need to get this into their heads, that when they talk about why doesn't Hamas just disarm, that's a way of brainwashing you into believing that that's the actual threat here. The threat is that Palestinians live and they continue to live in Gaza. That's really what they're talking about when they talk about disarming them. Yeah. So, but this is going to become the entire obsession, where every Hamas person who gets interviewed is going to be harangued with the question, but are you going to lay down your arms? Are you going to disarm? No one asks that of the mass murderer who was indicted by the International Criminal Court, who has nuclear weapons, who by routine burns children alive in tents, who has killed tens of thousands of people whose only crime was being born Palestinian. No one talks about disarming that state. What's Germany's response today? Oh, there's a ceasefire. We should lift this limited arms embargo we have on Israel.
Ridiculous.
I'm sorry I'm talking so much, but this stuff drives me nuts because I monitor the discourse in the broader media, and it's remarkable how the same garbage gets repeated over and over, to the point where even good people start to adopt bad narratives because it's been drilled so deeply into their head. We have to unfuck our heads with this propaganda, including people who think they support Palestine. Stop accepting their narrative.
especially because resistance against an occupation is completely legal under international law, and an occupation itself is actually illegal. Israel's occupation and apartheid is illegal under international law. So the
It's
way that
illegal
this
under
is,
international law, but it's also like, look, my family is from Ireland. My grandparents grew up in the era of the black and tans, where these mercenaries and militias were rampaging and murdering the Irish who dared to live with a spirit of being free Irish people. And among so many Irish, they look back and they say, we fought a legitimate war of liberation for our freedom against British colonialism. And of course, the British then always tried to characterize the Irish as terrorists. But many Irish people, if you ask them about it, they'll say that our relatives fought so there could be a free Ireland. The Palestinians deserve to have that same history written about themselves. And we have an opportunity in real time to say, wait a minute, these narratives are always a lie. And it's, there's the Palestine exception always to this, but also prophets aren't people who see the future. They're people that understand the present. If there ever was a moment that called for prophecy, it was now for us to actually open our eyes and say, is the truth true right now? Do these people have a right to fight against this kind of enemy? Gratuitous, colonialist, mass murdering, serial killer enemy whose entire agenda is to wipe them off the planet. Yes, they do.
no, absolutely. It's not only legal, but it's the moral thing to do, 100%. So okay, we've talked a bunch about the ceasefire proposal. There are some unexamined aspects of it, or some aspects of it that we didn't like dive too deep into. But I think Tony Blair's introduction to this process is really terrifying. I think like a viceroyship, as you described, especially because while it looks like there is some friction between Israel's maximalist demands of complete ethnic cleansing, the Rafah program as they designed it, which was to create concentration camps at Rafah and then force every Palestinian into those concentration camps for expulsion from the Strip. Potentially to other concentration camps elsewhere with pliant partners in the region, whether it be UAE or other places. But I don't think there's a lot of daylight between what Tony Blair's ultimate role is here and what Israel could potentially do with Tony Blair, considering that he played a formative role in the Boston Consulting Group program, the Gaza Riviera project, when they were designing it with this like insane cryptocurrency. We're going to make a Silicon Valley out of the Gaza Strip, and we're going to give people like crypto tokens as opposed to their symbolic house keys that they have as we ship them off by force from the Strip, never to be able to return. And I do think that this deal, regardless of how Israel presents it as like not abiding by their maximalist positions, is still going to be a continuation of the apartheid structure and potentially ethnic cleansing as the ultimate goal here. Do you agree with that assessment?
I think generally I do. Yeah, I do. I think that I think part of how Israel views this, particularly as long as Trump is president, there are certain things they have to go along with right now that maybe Netanyahu didn't want, or it didn't happen the way he did. But there's another level on which Trump is really saving Netanyahu. This war, quote unquote, was not going well. They weren't winning. They weren't recovering the rest of their captives. They were continuing to have soldiers dying. It wasn't massive numbers of soldiers that were dying, but relative to the size of Israel's population, they were consistently losing soldiers. They were having morale problems. They were having recruitment problems. There were military commanders who were constantly saying, that this isn't going to happen quickly. So there's a level on which I think there's some relief on the part of Netanyahu on this. I think that there was a lot of emphasis placed on, is his coalition going to fall apart? I think that was a sideshow in a lot of ways. Also, public opinion polling in Israel across the spectrum, there was wide support for the agenda in Gaza anyway, among all kind of political outlooks, with the exception of a very small section of the Israeli left. But and when I say small, I mean microscopic compared to the polling of 80+% supporting various aspects of this agenda. But it lives for another day. Their reputation is in tatters. It's lower than it's ever been. Trump is facing his own mini insurrection within the MAGA base. People are starting to, you have people like Marjorie Taylor Greene going on TV today and saying this is a Holocaust and saying this isn't fake, and it's like, I don't have anything to say about Marjorie Taylor Greene. I thought she was just an epic clown in so many ways. But what she's saying right now, but she was important in Trump world. When people like Marjorie Taylor Greene are out there saying this, I'm not saying, oh my God, I'm now going to embrace Marjorie Taylor Greene. I'm saying that if this is happening within his own base, and the discourse around Charlie Kirk, where and Charlie Kirk's assassination and all the questions that are being asked there, these are factors in Trump world. Trump is totally plugged into like the culture in that way. He's obsessed with it. That, all of these things are coming together to mean that, there's a sense in which Trump is thinking domestically. Trump is kind of saving Netanyahu in a sense. And from Netanyahu's perspective, he gets all the Israeli captives back. They're gonna remain in Gaza. He can fight another day. The same way the Palestinians have to deal with the whole, deal with Trump's plan, so does Netanyahu. I think Netanyahu's confident that people's attention's going to wane, certain things aren't going to be implementable, and that his agenda is going to carry on. And, the West Bank is going to be in the sniper scope of this murderous regime. It already is in an unprecedented way. It's largest displacement of the West Bank since 1967, cutting a line across it, dividing it south and north. Really heinous stuff is going on. So I would say that this is a pause that Netanyahu's people are taking in a kind of, for a number of reasons, but they're going to now kick into high gear and try to get everything they can out of this. Deploying an Arab force, that's what Trump is talking about. An international and Arab, international force is going to come in. Let's see. Well, they're going to be the ones that are going to go disarm the Qassam brigades. You're going to have Emirati troops going into tunnels to try to hunt down Qassam brigades. I mean, some of this stuff, it's like you wonder if they really thought it through.
Yeah,
but when but it's dangerous.
That's part of the reason why. Well, that's part of the reason why I've thought that I've reflected on this iteration of the ceasefire in a similar way to the first one, where it's more so it's not about a real ceasefire, but instead it's about managing the PR of this genocide as it maybe winds down a little bit, and it's not as continuous and as aggressive as the now 13 Hiroshima equivalent munitions that have been used in the entirety of the Gaza Strip, but more precise striking, like you also mentioned in Lebanon, like what Israel has continuously done in Lebanon post the potential so-called ceasefire that took place in Lebanon as well against Hezbollah. So, having said all of that, I think one of the things that we should be pushing for as media figures in the Western world is probably to try to open up the floodgates of Western press to enter the Strip, to try to even begin to calculate the totality of the harm that has taken place, to make a better assessment and put the true human toll of Israel's genocide, Israel's relentless genocide in front of as many Western eyeballs as possible, which is something that I know Benjamin Netanyahu also fears, which is, I think, a separate ambition of his to never really abide by a full-blown ceasefire.
Yeah, I mean, I also want to say, like, I am really I'm deeply concerned about where this is going to go. I think, I'm so relieved to the point that, like, I really felt when I got a call 37 minutes before Trump announced this deal. We published a story saying that the Palestinians had accepted the deal, and the first person that told me this came out of one of those meetings, Palestinian, and left me a voice note, winded, just saying it's over, like we've agreed to it, and that the emotion there is so complicated, but the biggest part of it is just thinking what has happened the past 2 years, what has happened to so many people. I think of I thought that night too of, like, of all the images of children burned alive, or children who survived, but they're trembling and they're next to their younger sibling and they're having to comfort them in a hospital bed when they're filled with rubble and their parents have just been killed. And everyone watching this, I know your audience, they care deeply about this too. And I do see you guys in the chat, by the way. People were asking me if I saw, and I always feel at home coming to this community. But I know everybody has some image fossilized in their head from this genocide, anybody with a heart. And I think of Hossam Shabbat, who reported for us, a great young reporter who would have been a brilliant writer, and he was assassinated by Israel. So on the one hand, like I cry tears of relief for all of our brothers and sisters who lived through this, who survived it and lost so much. And on the other hand, we know Israel. We know exactly what they do. And that's frightening, and it's terrifying. And it's terrifying to think that the Palestinians had to take this risk to believe that maybe Trump is going to have his own constellation of interests that can keep this, at bay. And that's our reality. Tony Blair, when he and Bush and others who were the architects of the Iraq War, what they thought they were going to do in Iraq was erase the society and build up this neoliberal dream. And they deployed all of it's why they put L. Paul Bremer in, who cut his teeth under Henry Kissinger. They put him in, a neocon investment guy, risk insurance guy. They put him in there and he becomes the viceroy of Iraq. And the Iraqi people rose up against the United States. Yeah. And Iraq didn't go in the direction. It looked like it may have looked at times like they were winning. Oh, they killed Saddam, they captured Saddam Hussein. Oh, they destroyed the Ba'ath Party. But a different form of resistance rose up in Iraq. And Iraq is very much up for grabs. We don't know the direction it's going to go in. But one thing's for sure is that their neoliberal dreamland didn't happen. And they didn't win that war. They actually left in disgrace from Iraq. So, the two things I know to be true, indisputably, is that the Palestinians are never going to surrender. They're never going to surrender their will, their right, and there's a steadfastness that all of us should be in awe of among the Palestinian people. And the other thing that's true is that this entity that is trying to crush them is not going to give up. It's not going to give up unless it's confronted. And it's a shame and a stain on society that the only real confrontation of this apartheid regime that is happening from the very people that are being genocided right now. That the world stands by and thinks strongly worded statements are enough. And in our country, Hassan, in the United States, if we don't alter our political system, if we don't confront this rot at the core of it that has to do with the influence of this colonialist regime, Israel, on our politics, then we're not doing our job to actually stand in any sort of defense against what's happening to the Palestinian people. Because if the United States wasn't enabling it, it would crumble.
Yeah, and obviously, what goes around comes around as well. I mean, this is also a self-defense initiative as well for the future of American democracy, in theory. So there is that aspect of it as well. This level of this level of control, this level of foreign control, obviously, I think is very frustrating for many Americans. Not that they take the initiative, or not that we even have the networks of pressure that maybe some other countries have, such as Italy, because I have been a little disappointed, to say the least, about a lack of movement from what remains of the labor movement in this country, while feeling emboldened by the general strikes that's taken place in Italy, and that started off with like an edge, a much smaller independent union that gave the confidence to much larger unions to also take action and to implement a general strike, no matter what the cost is. And I think it's important that we keep pushing to the best of our ability, rid ourselves of the networks of influence and lobbying that has basically entangled the entirety of American consciousness and American media and American politics in this very negative fashion.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, and I would also add about the journalism industry. I believe that the core principles of good journalism, that you have your facts straight, that you actually do due diligence. I mean, just to give you one example, we knew that this deal had been reached, but I only had one source on it, and I didn't publish that story. I was sitting there pulling my hair out because I was starting to see stuff online about it, but I had it cold and I knew my source was right. But I believe that you need to get a second source. So we waited. We sat for almost 90 minutes and I was calling every single person I knew. The second we got a second source confirming that the Palestinians had agreed to it, we published that story on DropSite. But I'm giving that as one example because I think that this narrative that somehow journalists have to pretend as though sometimes the truth isn't true, that you have to act like, well, there's the Israeli way of viewing this, and then there's the other side. I don't buy that at all, and I
Yeah.
don't think that most people. I think people are smart enough to understand that there is no such thing as objectivity in journalism. What matters is, are your facts straight? Are you being transparent about what you actually believe when you say something? Are you delineating between
Yeah.
opinion and fact? And are you giving people information that they can use to make informed decisions? So many journalists, they understand clearly what's happening, and they're either working at companies where they'll get fired if they say it, or they're going to, or they, so they're quiet about it because they want to keep their jobs, or they've bought into this lie as a way of kind of inoculating themselves from having a conscience, where it's like, well, our job is just to say he said this and she said that. This is nonsense.
It's
That's
also
not
bullshit.
journalism. It's whitewash.
They don't even they place a higher value on Israeli sources consistently, refuse to either even acknowledge Palestinian sources, or when reflecting on Palestinian sources, they oftentimes associate that information in a negative way, where they'll slant it as like the Hamas-run health ministry, even though time and time again it has been proven that Israel is an unreliable narrator of the events that have unfolded, making the media actually look foolish and silly, making people actually lose even more confidence in the credibility of mainstream and legacy press in general at a time when they're the most needed, right? And
Yeah.
as opposed to the Palestinian side that has been incredibly calculated and also incredibly truthful, and has even undercounted in an effort to be obviously with all the logistical hurdles as well, but in an effort to be as transparent and as truthful as possible in terms of like the totality of the human casualties.
You about also to back up to what you made a good point before that I forgot to kind of emphasize, but you were talking about journalists going in, to Gaza, and I think it's very important that as many reporters and journalists as possible be able to come into Gaza, but it should be done recognizing that you are walking on the land of a people that have just endured a genocide, whose loved ones' remains have not been recovered, and where a record number of our colleagues have been murdered in a hunting campaign against Palestinian journalists by Israel with the support of the United States and other countries. And many of the journalists and many of the news outlets that would deploy their journalists there were part of the narrative, the pyramid of lies that were built around to dehumanize Palestinians.
Yeah.
And they also have the blood of our colleagues on their hands for refusing to embrace our Palestinian colleagues when Israel banned all other reporters from coming in. It's not just that the people that are silent when Anas al-Sharif is assassinated, the most important journalistic hero of our lifetime, when Hossam Shabbat is assassinated, when Hassan Islaya is assassinated, directly targeted in a tent. He knew that they were going to kill him. It's not just the people that are silent, don't know the names of the journalists, won't ever mention that our colleagues are being killed. It's also that these news organizations had an opportunity when Netanyahu locked the place down and said no other journalists in, to hire Palestinian journalists. One of the things I'm most proud of that we've done at DropSite is that we believe in hiring Palestinian reporters in Gaza to report on the genocide. And you know what? Some of the reporters that we've worked with, they didn't have much training in journalism. Some journalism school, others were accidental journalists. Some of them, like our great Abu Bakr Abed, started off being a sports journalist and then ended up having to cover his own genocide. But it's one of the most rewarding experiences of all of our lives, the small team of people that run Dropsite, to be able to work with those Palestinian journalists. Abdul Qadir Sabah is someone whose name a lot of people may not know. He's one of the main reporters now for Dropsite in Gaza. He remained in the north of Gaza for so long, and he's been producing incredible video footage. So many of the videographers were murdered by Israel, and he has continued to do it. People should look at his reports for Dropsite. One of our reporters has 5 children. She was almost killed, and by accident one night happened to sleep in an area of the house the rubble that they were staying in because it was cold and they wanted to move their kids to another location, and it got bombed, and the wall that in the room where they normally slept collapsed, and they would have been killed. We hear those stories from our reporters, but the point I'm making is you invest in them and you share with them, here's what I know from my life as a journalist. Here's some edit suggestions I can give you. We need to actually check this. Did this person say this exactly to you? Or is it something that like they were sort of generally saying it? Okay, if they said it exactly to you, here's how we're gonna handle this. Make sure you get the last names of people. Do you have video of that? That's an extraordinary scene. The amount of work that's required to sort of say, we want to collaborate with you. You are the eyes and ears of the world, and what little we can share with you to translate this into a broader audience, that's our commitment. Like, that's what we're doing. We believe in them as journalists. Why didn't all of these news outlets say, we're going to find Palestinian journalists to work with? It's because of this narrative. Oh, they're Hamas. Oh, they're biased. John Simpson, the famous BBC correspondent, we need to have Western journalists go in there so we can have an independent view of what's happened. No, Palestinians are giving you an independent view. You just don't believe it.
Yeah. No, the reason why I mentioned the Western press and humanitarian organizations entering the Gaza Strip is because, unfortunately, as it stands, a big part of the inability for large swaths of the Western population coming to the full recognition of this the genocide stems from the fact that at its base, they do not value Palestinian lives as human beings. It sounds insane to say, but that is obviously the truth. And it's reflected in their coverage. It's reflected in the way that it's reflected in the way that even like people who consider themselves to be pro-Palestinian view these events, where there is an air of collateralization for all of the lives lost. They do not, even when Barack Obama yesterday was talking about like Israelis, families who are in mourning and Palestinian people in general, like there is this asymmetry to the violence and who is the overwhelming recipient of said violence as opposed to those who are perpetrating it. And that is the reason why I say like it's a way to broaden people's perspectives by in a way that's not dissimilar to like Doctors Without Borders, for example, get people from the West directly into these areas so that there's like broader coverage and broader access in general.
Yeah. I mean, I think, look, I think that as many forensic experts as we can get into Gaza to start, first of all, the most urgent need is the food, medical supplies, reconstruction, rebuilding of things. But if we're talking about sort of these other tracks that you and I have kind of talked about a bit tonight, of course it's important to have journalists go in, but also war crimes investigators need to be examining the extent of killing that happened of Palestinian people. This must be exposed. And I think we're, if it's done properly, that we're going to see a death count magnitudes greater than than the official numbers, which went through a pretty rigorous validation process by the Palestinian health authorities, even as their own medical facilities were being systematically wiped out. I also want to say that as Israeli forces reposition right now, they're burning down and blowing up a lot of Palestinian houses and infrastructure on their way out or on their way to their pullback lines. And I'm sure you have other things you're going to move on and talk about tonight, today. But one of the last things I want to say is just that I think that this period now requires more vigilance than almost any point of the past 2 years, because the Palestinian liberation struggle is hitting a crossroad right now. and the momentum has never been more on the side of the Palestinian people and more against the colonial settler project. And so if anybody, all of us feel relief if the bombs stop, or even if the bombs reduce. Like, I mean, anything that gives people a chance to live right now, I'm in favor of it. But at the same time, the war of extermination is not over. Netanyahu they're taking a slightly unexpected course right now, but don't for one second think that it's over.
Yeah.
Now is not the time to sleep on this. It's the time to become more engaged.
And there must be continued pressure applied in this situation, because I think like symbolic gestures of conditional Palestinian statehood recognition from Western countries is a direct response to that pressure, because they are trying to release a pressure valve. They're trying to create a pressure valve so that it gets ahead of all of the mass mobilization and discontent. And
can I ask you a question?
Yeah, of course.
I know it's a cliche. I always ask you questions about Turkey, but I'm quite interested in your take on this. So my understanding from Palestinian negotiators was that when the head of Turkish intelligence, became directly involved, that this was pretty unprecedented, and that it was the head of Turkish intelligence and the head of Egyptian intelligence that were really the main guys telling the Palestinians that they have to take this deal. That this is their best strategic moment, but also saying, and I think part of it was leveraging what is this complicated but closening relationship between Erdogan and Trump. They have their separate spheres of interest, but there is this alliance, and I think Erdogan recognizes an opportunity for his power structure to have this good relationship with Trump, and Trump credited him as being the defining factor in getting Hamas to agree to this. I don't think that's literally true, but there's a dimension of truth to it that is very real. So I'm wondering what you see as Turkey's position in this, and this move where they came out of the gates and just took a very central role in closing this deal.
I think Turkey is positioning itself as one of the most consequential geopolitical players in the region, alongside Israel. In terms of Western influence, in terms of Western imperialism, I think they gave, in the eyes of the American foreign policy apparatus, I think the actions in Syria, overthrowing Assad swiftly with the Free Syrian Army, alongside HTS, was seen as a major gift to the West. A major gift to Israel's ambitions as well. That much is clear, it seems, as Israel continued its incursion into further and further Syrian territory. And I think there are the two major players in the region right now that are incredibly valuable from an American foreign policy perspective is Turkey and Israel, and they're a little bit at odds with one another. But I think that's the role that Erdogan is playing very well, like a servant of the West, unconditionally, while simultaneously, of course, still playing all sides to the best of his ability, but ultimately still, as long as it's under the nuclear umbrella of the United States and NATO, will always follow through on whatever America's desires are. That's, I think, why it's more important that I guess the Turkish intelligence played a role in speaking directly to the Palestinian resistance leadership. There's also obviously people within that structure that have spent a good deal of time developing relationships, playing roles in the negotiations process, even in terms of like the hostage release agreements that have taken place in the past, including, I think, the release of Yahya Sinwar. They have more credibility in the eyes of the Palestinian population than like anyone on the Israeli side ever could. And I think there are still some competent actors within the State Department that recognize the role that Turkey could play. I'm very critical of Erdogan, and I openly criticize him with regular frequency, but I think like they do serve an important role from the American perspective here. because they, like I said, have more credibility in the eyes of the Muslim world. Dare I say, even more credibility than Gulf states do, as a matter of fact.
I mean, certainly Turkey is taken very seriously by this administration, and I think it's. I agree with you. It seems very clear that Erdogan recognizes great opportunity in Syria, in Palestine. Also, Turkey for many years has been playing a very deep role in East Africa.
Oh
and
yeah,
in Somalia.
Somalia.
And it's the sphere of influence of Turkey has expanded dramatically under Erdogan, and it's going to be very interesting to watch. Not just the relationship with Turkey, but I know maybe you already talked about it, but this I saw that you were posting about it. The Qataris signing this deal to have a training facility within a U.S. military base, which there's a handful of countries in the world that have these kinds of arrangements where their personnel are deployed and inside of an American military base, but it's like Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, strangely Singapore, and now Qatar. And Qatar just had this rather unprecedented security agreement with the United States that reads very similar to the Article 5 clause in the NATO Charter, where the United States and Qatar signed this joint defense pact. In my mind, there's also a question of how much are these countries making arrangements with Trump versus the United States government? And like what's going to happen when Trump isn't president again? It's going to be very interesting to see what happens with this kind of coalition that Trump is building around his personal interests and sort of U.S. government interests. It's a really uncharted territory we're entering.
I don't know. I think there's a direct line from Barack Obama all the way to Trump 1 and then Joe Biden and Trump 2 when it comes to American foreign policy. Maybe I'm a little bit more I don't know, maybe I'm a little bit more skeptical, but I don't think that there would be a dramatic shift in foreign policy if Donald Trump were ever to leave office to begin with, because there's also that alternative as well.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I agree. I totally agree with you. Not in foreign policy. I'm more talking about the constellation of individual players, because Trump does his Trump of Arabia thing. He's marveling at the marble and all of their, they don't have to have elections and all that stuff. And he's transactional. He develops all these relationships. I'm saying I wonder how many deals these guys made and what's going to happen then when it's like Trump's not there. I mean, in terms of policy, of course, I agree with you.
Yeah,
but I'm saying we're in a
think,
weird situation where it's like gangsters.
I think the military-industrial complex and the leadership there that play a very important role in designing this stuff, I think they like Donald Trump a lot more than they let on. They don't like the instability and the chaos. They don't like the domestic affairs. They might hate his foreign trade policies, right? But I think when it comes to this kind of stuff, developing a closer relationship with Qatar, I think like the ultra Zionists will get very mad about that, and they'll act like this is a big deal, or that like there is a tremendous amount of like Qatar influence in American politics or whatever. But I still think at the end of the day, this will be regarded as a positive, like developing closer ties with Qatar, and also even utilizing Erdogan more. I think that will continue, because I don't know where we go from here. I feel like the way I describe it is like the last time Israel was not in the driver's seat in terms of our Middle Eastern policy was, I guess, to a certain degree under the Obama administration with the JCPOA. And then after that, when Trump 1 happened, we just gave all control, and now Israel just completely drives the car, steers the car. So I don't know if we'll ever turn away from that in future leadership. But maybe you disagree with me on that. I don't know. But I do think that like Israel always played a major advisory role in our Middle Eastern affairs. But I think Trump 1 was Trump 1 actually took the advisory role away and directly made them run the Middle Eastern, run all of our Middle Eastern affairs.
No, I think that's generally accurate. I'm more making a point about the nature of Trump's business dealings that he's making with all these people behind the scenes. But in terms of the architecture of American policy and history, obviously, I mean, it's remarkable the influence that that Israel has over certainly U.S. politics, U.S. politicians, both political parties in this country, but also just the foreign policy agenda. I mean, I think that some of Trump's advisors have, going back to the discussion about, why Trump might be willing to push Israel on some things right now. I also feel like Trump realizes this is just an impediment to other things that he wants to get done. It's not just about like, oh, he wanted the Nobel Peace Prize. I think it's also just annoying him right now that it's like, and he wants to be like, oh, I made the peace deal. He keeps talking about himself as though it's
Yeah.
like he's Pharaoh or something, and it's like that he's one of these epic figures of history. He's 3,000 years, no one's been able to solve this. I think that's true, but at the end of the day, the difference between Trump and Biden, or Trump and most U.S. presidents, is most U.S. presidents have been committed Zionists, and there's an ideology and an ideological commitment. No one more than Joe Biden, although kind of the Biden was sort of like a Yeltsin figure in the White House because he was just barely alive and they were pretending he was. But if you look at his 50
Yeah, that was
plus
more so
years in
Brett
American
McGurk, I
politics,
think.
yeah, and these are committed Zionists, Anthony Blinken and others. They're ideological. Trump is transactional, and I don't think particularly cares one way or the other really about these things. I don't think he's ideologically a Zionist. I think that he has essentially assigned this aspect of foreign policy completely to the Zionists in his inner circle. And I don't, so I don't know, on one level, Trump could be much more dangerous because of that, because he's just willing to say it doesn't really matter. On another level, Biden should go down as the butcher of Gaza for this stuff. I mean, there were so many moments at which Biden could have stopped this, and his administration was built around that belief that you go all in for Israel, and there was an ideological commitment,
Yeah.
and so they
And
both kind of end up in the same place because the Zionist interest is controlling it, but Trump is, I don't see Trump as ideological, whereas Biden was a militant ideologue for Israel.
yeah, that's part of the reason why. I mean, I'm not going to put a lot of confidence in the leadership of any Gulf nation state, but that's part of the reason why I kept reiterating that this like $400 million fight of Air Force One plane that they're gifting to Donald Trump directly is not necessarily a bad thing if it actually softens Trump's approach to at least like a more diverse group of individuals that are speaking directly to him and trying to maybe limit the trajectory that Israel is on. So I think
Yeah.
it's not bad necessarily.
We'll see. I mean, at the end of the day, it's not hard to predict Israel's actions because the whole point of the project is to erase Palestinians and to take all of the land of Palestinians. The question is what is the battle going to look like in this next phase? But I mean, let's hope that this lasts. Let's hope that Palestinians remain on their land and that actually are able to rebuild it with Palestinian self-determination at the center, because that's certainly not the official agenda right now. And it's why all of us, no matter what our role is in society, have to take some part of every part of our day and put it toward standing up for the self-determination of the Palestinian people.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. By the way, dropsitenews.com/Hassan for 20% off your dropsite subscription. It's incredibly important that we continue funding great journalism that you guys are committed to. It's been an honor to have you on as always. My favorite guest for sure, by far. Don't tell that to Ryan.
I mean, I won't tell Ryan. But you're like your crew of people. I know I've gotten so many cool messages from like the people that are in your chat. And one thing I want to share with this community of people is like the last time I was on, we had such a spike in the number of people that like paid for subscriptions to Dropsite that came directly from this community of people. And it was like my colleagues and the team of people that we work with were like blown away by it because it was like just all of a sudden this spike. And for people that don't know this, we don't have any paywall. everything we do is not paywall protected. And we want it to be free for everybody. Particularly, we want the reporting from Palestine to be available to as many people as possible. But those people who have the few bucks to go toward a subscription, and you do it voluntarily, you're making it possible for us to keep that commitment to have no paywall. So I really, I sometimes get heat for coming on this show, and I really don't care. Because
Who's giving you heat? Name names.
No, I'm just saying I see people online, and it's like, it's like, oh, this isn't serious. No, it is actually serious, and if you want to reach people that aren't just in the weird, commercial for the easy chair on CNN audience, then you go to a place where people talk about a range of issues and are willing to, have takes that maybe aren't the best, or, it turns out that I was wrong about this. And one thing I always appreciate about you in particular is if you took people down a road and you feel like you led them astray, you come back to the beginning of that road and you say, I went down the wrong road. That's more integrity than most, most media outlets have. And actually, having had direct interaction with people that watch this stream, you have some of the most sincere, caring people that I've encountered in that toxic sphere that is social media. So I'll always come back here, man.
Of course. And it's wonderful to have you here. Thank you so much, Jeremy.
All right. Appreciate you, Hassan. Appreciate everybody else too. Take care.
All right. Bye. That was Jeremy Scahill. Incredible. A titan in the field of reporting and journalism. He's amazing. I am truly very fortunate to be able to have him on as a guest with regular frequency. You guys don't understand, this is a person who straight up broke the news before Donald Trump did that the Palestinians had actually signed off on the ceasefire agreement. Okay? That's crazy. One of the very few reporters out there that directly goes and speaks to the Palestinian side, the Palestinian resistance side. Why can't you like us like he likes us? Of course, I don't just like you guys. I love this community. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing. One of the only Western reporters out there that does that. In any case, we got a lot of news coverage that's coming up. The stalwart of reporting, breaking news. Trade war is back, 100% tariff on China, and the stock market was apparently taking a hit earlier while we were having this conversation. It has just been learned that China has taken an extraordinarily aggressive position in trade, sending an extremely hostile letter to the world. This is about Chinese control over rare minerals, for the record. China recently implemented a new protocol, a new mechanism of control over the rare earth minerals that they play a role in the extraction. Shut up, killer of dog. Killer of dog. Kaya. Did you know you died? You're dead. You have been killed. The Department of Homeland Security Secretary did that. The killer of dog. That's not Kaya. This is the ghost of Kaya. It's a different dog. Kaya number 2. Look. See that? You see that? Yeah. I electrocuted the previous Kaya. This is the second Kaya that I got to electrocute further. You are squandering a prime opportunity to teach Kaya how to play dead. Oh, that's true. This is also, many people don't know this, but this is not even the third. This is not the second Kaya, actually. This is the third Kaya. Yeah. Just in 1.65 trillion wiped out from the U.S. stock market today. Fucking awesome. What? What do you want, huh? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? I know what you want. You can't get up here. I'm sorry. Okay? I know it's abuse. I know it's, why is she terrified of you? Because I abuse her. She wants to get up on my lap because she thinks she's a fucking lap dog. And that is entirely my fault because of the years and years of abuse that I put on her by treating her like a lap dog. This dog that is 120 pounds literally thinks she's a lap dog. It's true. Look at this. Wait, where's the wide cam? Oh, there is no wide cam. Yeah, we got to do this. What do you want? Huh? What do you want? What do you want? Thank you. A petrified dog. Clear-cut signs of abuse. Is that good? Sorry, new to this? Yeah. What did Cutie Cinderella say? Oh God, he's yelling. He's going to hit her. Oh God, he's yelling at her again. Yeah. Yeah. Dogs famously wag their tails when they're scared, when they're deathly terrified of their owners who are abusing them. If all that has come out of this controversy that Kai gets more attention and screen time, is worth it. Yeah. I guess to certain people, they do consider not giving Kaya belly rubs when she demands them a sign of abuse. Anyway, Trump is live for an announcement. Let's take a look.
Drugs, one of the great companies, by the way, and a most favored nations pricing clause. So most favored nation is you're going to pay whatever the lowest price anywhere in the world is. That's what you're going to be paying. And I had it going very well in my first term, but we were interrupted by a rigged election, so I was unable to carry it forward. We started it, but this was something one of the reasons I wanted to run again was we had to have favored nations where the world is not going to be paying just a fraction, just a tiny fraction of what we were paying. I want to thank CEO Pascal Soriot, a very highly respected, one of the most respected men in business and certainly in the industry, for joining us today, as well as Secretary Howard Lutnick, Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., CMS Administrator Mehmet Oz, FDA Commissioner Marty McCary, and Virginia Governor, a man who's done an incredible job, and good luck with the upcoming election.
Please.
I know you're working very hard. I watch you. You're right there. He's out there working. He wants to see that young woman win, and the Attorney General, who I endorsed, et cetera, et cetera. Glenn Youngkin. Thank you very much, Glenn. Thank you for being here. For many years, Americans have paid the highest prices anywhere in the world for prescription drugs by far, many times the amount that other countries are paying is ridiculous. Upon taking office, I signed an executive order to make sure that Americans pay no more for prescription medications than the lowest price for the same drug in other locations in developing nations. Today, AstraZeneca is committing to offer all of their prescription medications to Medicaid at most favored nations prices. In other words, the lowest price anywhere in the world, that's what we get. A move that will save American taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars.
What the fuck's going on with the
year.
audio?
And I tell the story, Glenn, that in my first term, I had the honor of being the first president in 28 years to lower drug prices during the course of the year. And we actually did, and I was so proud of myself. We called a news conference. I announced it. It was 1/8 of 1%. 1/8 of 1%. Now drug prices are going to be going down 100%, 400%, 600%, 1,000% in some cases. But for 1/8 of a cent, Bobby, think of that. I was so proud because for 28 years, nobody had done it. And now it's, I think back to that, I said I shouldn't have had that news conference. But it is true. I was the only one that did it, but it was not very much. And now we're going to get, in some cases, 1,000% reduction. This is going to have a huge impact on everything from Social Security to Medicare to Medicaid, anything where they're buying any prescription drugs. It's going to have an incredible impact. It's going to lower itself greatly. AstraZeneca will also list many of their most popular drugs online at TrumpRx.gov. TrumpRx. I don't know why they put the name Trump. I did not tell them to do it, but I'm honored to let them do it. That's true, actually. That heavily reduced most favored nations cost. Americans can expect discounts, and as I said, of It could be in many cases way over 100%.
This is him trying to offer some
as an
semblance
example,
of
one particular
treats.
drug that's
Not even
hot,
treats, but like this
very
is
hot,
him trying to offer a little bit of like material improvement to his base right now.
COPD
And he wouldn't be
asthma,
doing
as
this
well
if he
as
didn't
certain,
recognize that
diabetic
he's hemorrhaging
medications.
support.
They're going to be averaging about 600.
Okay, that's what it is. Remember when I talked about like he ran
the Democrats will say, well, he should've
and
gotten
I
more.
guess seemingly made a convincing case
crazy.
that he would be
In
better
addition, all
for
medications,
prices and the
AstraZeneca
cost of living
introduces to
crisis
the
that people are
American market
facing, people
going
are
forward
experiencing,
will also be sold at these heavily discounted rates.
only to
Furthermore,
not do that at
AstraZeneca
all.
will invest $50 billion
And
in
to
the
focus
United
on,
States over
you
the
know,
next 5 years
barring
for
trans
research and
athletes
development of new drugs and to
or
onshore
just a whole bunch of different
manufacturing
things like
facilities
that.
across the country, like the
That
new
don't actually
plant
improve
that broke
people's living
ground
conditions at
yesterday
all.
in
This is his
Charlottesville,
opportunity to try
Virginia, where the governor attended. They had
fix at least one
tremendous
aspect
group
of
of
this.
people attending. It's going to have 3,600
You know?
jobs just to begin with. And that's going to be a fantastic plant. I saw a picture. It's going to be the best, right? You can't get any better. This is a tremendous victory for Virginia and for American patients and for everything, for the country. It's an amazing company to have coming over to the United States in such a big way. That's going to be a big part of the company. Presidents have promised for years to lower the cost of health care. But my administration is actually the first to do it and do it substantially, do it at numbers that nobody thought, even I thought were not possible. When you think of it, if you got a 1%, 2%, 5%, that's good. You did a good job. We're talking about 100, 200, 300, 500, 700 in some cases, some big, big numbers. And the largest drug companies in the world are working with us to make this a reality. And so I look forward to being at your opening of that incredible facility. I hear something, and it's in a great location, Len, right? One of the beautiful locations. So I'd now like to ask Secretary Kennedy to say a few words, followed by Dr. Oz, Pascal, Governor Youngkin, and we'll take some questions afterwards. Would anybody like to have some questions? Yes? Oh, I'm shocked. Okay, we'll take them right after, okay? Bobby, please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Oh my God.
I talked about this a little yesterday in the cabinet meeting.
We are gonna make it so that it's illegal to get circumcised.
This historical achievement is really monumental. When I was in my confirmation process, virtually every Democratic senator showed me their preoccupation with making sure that we completed, that I was going to continue to get a commitment from me to continue the IRA drug price negotiations. That the IRA required the Democrats, while President Biden was in the first year of the IRA, to negotiate 10 drug prices down. And then I was supposed to, my first year, negotiate 15 and 15 every year thereafter, and that was their plan. The Democrats claimed that they had a 22% reduction, and that was a great success. When we actually looked at that, when I came into the agency, we realized we were actually paying more for 8 of the 10 drugs. The 22% reduction was off of list price. And Medicare ended up paying more for 8 of the drugs, equal for the 9th, and about a 2% discount.
I'm gonna be honest, dude. I think they should never let RFK Jr. do speeches. Like, people are gonna say I'm being ableist, but like, he has like, it's not like Kash Patel. Like, Kash Patel creates an environment of uncertainty whenever he speaks. But like, whenever RFK speaks, I just think of pestilence. I think of disease. It's just so difficult to understand what he's saying. Like, the vibes are horrendous either way. I just think of utter decay. When Stephen Miller speaks, I think this guy is so nerdy. Oh my God, what a unfuckable loser he is. Every administration figurehead has their own unique, unlistenable quality. Very interesting.
And Chris Klump and the other people we brought in were all pessimistic. The president saw something that we didn't see, which is we had leverage. And that came through Howard and the tariffs, and we had extraordinary leverage to craft these deals. So last week we had Pfizer.
Every time RFK Jr. speaks, it sounds like it's his last breath. Like every time he says something, it sounds like it's his dying breath, bro. In my dying wishes, I want to make sure that mass circumcision is a practice that is abolished and made criminal. Even for religious purpose, there is no exception to the horrific, barbaric mutilation practice. Ah.
Those companies would keep their promise to reshore this industry. For national security purposes, for our economy, it's critical. These companies are making these drugs in the United States. We were able to achieve all those things, and partially with the visionary help of Pascal, where is he? Of Pascal Zorias, understood that innovation and the business doesn't work if everybody is not pulling the oars, if everybody doesn't have the skin in the game. The whole world was riding on our shoulders and riding on our dime. 70% of pharmaceutical revenues comes from this country. We only have 4.2% of the world's population, and we were paying for 80 or 90% of the innovation here, and the rest of the world was a free rider. And Pascal understood that that's not fair, and it's not a good, sustainable, long-term business model. And he came to the table. He was one of the first leaders to come to the table. I want to thank him for his vision, for operating with us in good faith. And this is an extraordinary deal. Not only that, but as the president just pointed out, he is also reshoring this industry here. He has 19 facilities already operating in this country. He has this other facility in Albemarle County that Dr. Oz went with Governor Youngkin and broke ground on yesterday. He has a second facility that is under construction in Kendall Square in Boston, another facility in Rockville, Maryland, and a fourth facility in Copper, Texas, right outside of Dallas-Fort Worth. And he's got plans for building many more in this country, thanks to the president's leadership, to the tariffs, and to the common sense the president has demonstrated in his own commitment to make drug prices lower for hardworking Americans. So I want to thank the president for your visionary leadership. I want to thank Dr. Oz for his part, and Marty McCary in negotiating this deal, Dr. Heidi Overton, Theo Merkel, Chris Klump, and John Brooks, who all played critical parts in the negotiation. And of course, Howard Lutnick, who was the key to these negotiations. Who do we bring up now? Dr. Oz.
Thanks, Secretary.
He'll take your place, Pascal.
Oh, Pascal, I get to introduce Pascal, which I'll do with great joy and honor. So the world is watching as President Trump tries to make peace in every place he can go.
He nutted, yes.
But at the same time, President Trump is putting peace into the hearts of Americans and bringing peace of mind to them, especially Americans who cannot afford their medications. And just to put a number on this, as he releases us from the bondage of paying 3 times more for the exact same product made in the same factory, in the same pill box, in the same instruction manual overseas, rather in this country than we pay overseas, it creates an opportunity for us because, Mr. President, you're turning the art of the deal into the art of the heel. And that is something that you're going to witness today. And it's the second, we have more coming, but this is a very important ones because I want to set the stage here. And Mr. Secretary, you're too modest. Secretary Kennedy did have a vision to push hard on this. He understood we could give the right medications to the right people at the right time. And there is nothing more maha than giving folks life-saving medications in a timely
maha
fashion.
out here, bro. They saying
illnesses and treat
maha.
other ones that have already occurred. You save lives that way. That literally is what was on the line as we began negotiating these. So let's set the stage. Where are we right now? Why this order? Last week, in this very room, President Trump welcomed the CEO of Pfizer, and that company, a leading U.S. pharmaceutical company, pledged to provide exactly what the president promised. Massive discounts to allow us to have most favored nation drug pricing in this country so we don't allow our people to pay more than folks overseas. And this was unthinkable even 6 months ago, 7 months ago, when we came into office. And Americans now have the ability to do that, but we needed to prove it was scalable. So we went to AstraZeneca.
which is the leading pharmaceutical company, a leading company in the entire world, but a massive opportunity in this march to MFN, a march to most favored nation drug pricing. And to have this message land clearly, we needed to make sure that the president's
Okay, I don't know why we're fucking live watching this. We'll get to it when the questions, the question time starts. Okay, when the question time starts, then will be invested. I know. Yes, in the last 15 minutes, we learned that John Bolton, the former national security advisor turned sharp critic of Donald Trump, is expected to be subject of a complaint or even an indictment as early as next week. MSNBC, citing two sources, reporting exclusively that the acting U.S. attorney in Maryland is moving forward quickly to seek criminal charges against Bolton. Donald Trump's petty tyrant agenda of trying to criminally prosecute people that he has beef with continues, and the reality is that it's such a transparent attempt to weaponize the Department of Justice that I just don't think it holds any water whatsoever. Although it is fucking John Bolton, so I will say, let them fight. Okay, let them fight. Okay, that's it. Please ban me so I don't get recommended this channel anymore. That's so funny. No, do not ban them. Mods, do not ban. Do not ban that person. He is so stupid. He asked Fossabot. He must suffer. He must suffer. He must have to forcibly watch every day. Okay? He must suffer and forcibly watch every day. And perhaps maybe he will... You have a dog shot collars on us now too? Yes. I'm holding them hostage like I'm holding Kaya hostage. Yeah. Yo, this dog shot collar nonsense getting out of hand, bud. I just came from a YouTube video that was strictly about indie video games, and the comments were full of comments about the incident. What can you do? The greatest antidote to slander is observable reality. Okay? Observable reality. There it is. You can't really get a good angle here. But what do you say? What do you do? I must have shocked her. I must have shocked her to sleep. I wonder how many people have unironically, bro, this shit got mentioned on CS2 ESL cast when someone was tasered. I mean, that's normal. That's how memes work. But I wonder how many people have actually come in here to be like, yo, this guy's a fucking real monster, huh? Let me go see how he treats this poor dog. And then they come in here and Kaya's just like chilling or coming up to me trying to get on my lap, and then they're like, okay, maybe that wasn't the case. there has to be at least like a couple hundred that have come in here to antagonize initially, and then they're like, you know, I realized that maybe I was dumb. I just want to say I'm sorry. I heard about the stupid stuff you said. Stupid stuff said about you, and I believed it for a minute, but I was wrong. I felt it wouldn't be right if I didn't personally tell you. I just wanted to say that I'm gonna head out now. Hassan, you're a good guy and you have a beautiful dog. Aw, see, there you go. My haters to lovers pipeline, dude. You don't need to say anything, chatter? No, actually, I'm glad the chatter did say that. Yeah. The greatest antidote to a faucet of lies is observable reality. Okay, that's it. It's funny how he insults others who don't buy what Hassan is selling. I mean, once again, observable reality. Stick around, chatter. You will also probably recognize that you might have been led astray. Especially on this, like there's an ideological commitment that you can have to assuming that my worldview is horrifying and bad and wrong or whatever. But in terms of like in terms of maintaining the assumption that like I'm abusive to my dog, there's not really, there's just no evidence to this, and evidence only to the contrary. Incredible things are coming out of the first day of Barry Weiss's CBS editorial. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Like, I like half bought the interview to terrorist bullshit after that debate with your former podcast co-host I've turned in daily. This is unfortunately one of the negative consequences of experiencing things only in the immaterial world on the internet. I'm sorry, but animals who are abused will still show affection to their owners. Yes, sure, if you claim so. But there is literally zero evidence for this. Like, disproving this is impossible virtually, right? Like, disproving a negative is impossible. Having said that, this is the closest you can get to with virtually tens of thousands of hours of documentation. Like, but in any case, but they will show body language. Kai does not demonstrate body language that suggests she has ever been abused. Yes. It's very, very difficult to disprove delusions that people have made up on their minds. But this is the closest you can get to with all of the readily available evidence. There is just like one of the only things that you can actually actively disparage. Anyway, did you cover Trump talking about drug prices? Briefly, but it's mostly bullshit. All right, let's get back to the tariffs. Donald Trump to impose 100% additional tariffs on Chinese goods. It has just been learned that China has taken an extraordinarily aggressive position on trade in sending an extremely hostile letter to the world, stating that they were going to, effective November 1st, impose large-scale export controls on virtually every product they make, and some not even made by them. This affects all countries without exception and was obviously a plan devised by them years ago. It is absolutely unheard of in international trade and a moral disgrace in dealing with other nations. This is because China has damn near monopoly over the extraction, but not necessarily just the extraction, but like the development of rare earth minerals, okay? And that is the reason why Donald Trump is losing his mind. Oh my God, that's such a funny fucking photo for this article. That is such a funny photo of this article. China tightens export controls on rare earth metals. Why this matters. Move is a strategic one ahead of a new round of tricky trade talks with the United States. So they basically floated this when Donald Trump first came out with the big, beautiful tariff negotiations. This is not Bitcoin, Ethereum, or even a shitcoin. It's the S&P 500. And I don't know if China would have done this, but yeah, China controls around 70% of rare earth mineral extractions and around 90% of processing. It is as close to a monopoly as you can get. It is unimaginable, okay? The amount of power they have, especially considering that the stuff that you need for everything, okay? This is shit that you need to build anything, okay? Anything. Like your phone or any number of different like defense industry tools, okay? Everything. Because in the words of an incredibly brilliant man, everything's computer, everything's Tesla, everybody transgender. And China has basically said, yeah, everything is computer, as a matter of fact. You're not wrong. And it turns out we hold all the fucking cards, okay? New restrictions were announced by the Chinese Ministry of Commerce and come ahead of an expected meeting between Chinese President Xi Jinping and United States President Donald Trump later this month. The world's two largest economies have been locked in trade negotiations aimed at calming tensions after they raised tit-for-tat tariffs against each other earlier this year, before then agreeing to pull back on some of those levies. Rare earth metals are one of China's major levers of influence with the United States. What has China announced? In announcement number 61 of 2025, China said it was increasing export controls for 5 rare earth metals in addition to 7 it announced in April this year. Okay, the 5 metals added to the list are holmium, erbium, thulium, europium, and ytterbium. The 7 minerals China placed export restrictions on earlier this year are samarium, gadolinium, terbium, dysprosium, dysprosium. God damn it. Fucking hard as hell to read. Lutetium, scandium, and yttrium. These are 17 rare earth metals in total, and the 15 lanthanides, metallic elements on the periodic table, scandium and yttrium. Oh my God, I'm done reading this. Okay, China has now export restrictions on 12 of them. In addition, on Thursday, China also placed restrictions on the export of specialist technological equipment used to refine rare earth metals. Most of those restrictions will go into effect December 1st. Now, it is pretty funny when Donald Trump will be like, how dare China impose any sort of restrictions on these fucking metals when for the entirety of our trade partnership with China, we have always enforced not just like direct restrictions from, I don't know, whatever kind of like defense goods or anything that we build that somehow makes its way back to China, but we have made other countries that are under the control of the American security apparatus, we have stopped them from trading certain goods, certain key pieces of technology to China. Okay? It's just, it's just something to consider. Anyway, to obtain the license, foreign companies must explain the intended use of the product they wish to use the Chinese rare earth metals to make. Now, of course, the saving grace here is China's endless need for trade maxing. The thing about rare earth metals is that they aren't actually rare at all. They're just hard to process. So we've just been coasting off of China without building the tech ourselves for years. Yeah. They're raw earth, not rare. So this in and of itself is certainly a major national security concern for the United States of America. That is, of course, if China doesn't trade max here and decides to shut off the faucet of rare earth metals that are necessary for American defense, for example, right? So I think this is just more so a posture. I don't believe that China will. This is a response to you forcing Japan, Korea, and the Netherlands to restrict more semiconductor tech exports in September because we are catching up on chip development. You cannot stop us, and you will lose, says Top G. I know, I already brought it up. I already mentioned that. Okay, Top G. It's just very funny for America to be like, how dare they do this to us? Yeah, it's just a point of leverage. Do I believe that China would actually stop the flow of commerce in any meaningful capacity? Do I believe that China will stop its endless need for trade maxing? No, I do not. I think this is just a way to tell America, like, this is the kind of power that we do have over international trade and international affairs in general, and therefore you should treat us as an equal partner in this endeavor rather than consistently trying to blow up your design of global trade. Your design. Remember that time you shocked your dog? I don't remember, but thank you. You are going to be shocked when you find out that that is not the case. In any case, China cited national security interests as the reason for these new restrictions. Rare earth related items have dual use properties for both. Oh my God, this is so American coded in terms of the language being used here. Dual use properties for both civilian and military applications. Implementing export controls on them is an international practice, a Chinese Ministry of Commerce spokesperson told reporters on Thursday. The spokesperson added that certain foreign organizations and individuals have been directly transferring or processing and then transferring controlled rare earth materials originating from China to relevant organizations and individuals directly or indirectly for military and other sensitive applications. Oh, he's taking questions now, including the China question. Let's take a look.
Now, I'm not sure that Pascal would like to say, but behind the scenes he did say tariffs were a big reason he came here, and also the fact he loved Virginia. He liked this guy. He liked me. I think the November 5th election was a very important date. We had a good election, and that was important. But yeah, he's here. A lot of. I can speak for almost everybody that's here. Most of them are here because of tariffs. Because
there's a real possibility this backfires on China and encourages other countries to invest a lot more in their own processing, just like how chip restrictions inadvertently led China to building its own supply chains before it relied on the West. China may ironically be giving up its leverage if they go through with this. Yeah, that's precisely the reason why I don't think they will go through with this. It's just a point of leverage in the American negotiations because America would not be able to withstand any sort of significant limitation to continuing to get rare earth metals from China. That's it. There's 0% chance, I think, that they would just give up on this monopoly power that they have. I'm even surprised that they would flex this hard.
Where did that come from?
But I suspect that this probably also comes with additional assurances to Western
import-export
allies
concept.
of America and not the United States of America that they will continue to do trade in the same exact ways. And this is more so a strategic posture against the United States of America because America is uniquely vulnerable as a direct consequence of its endless greed in the way that it actually designed global trade that was incredibly beneficial for the 80s and 90s boom.
We have airplanes, we have airplane parts. You remember that from last time. And we were just surprised at China. I have a very good relationship with President Xi, and they did that. This is not something that I, instigated.
There's a
This
betting
was
market that I'm
just a
gonna be
response to
arrested by
something that
October
they did. And
31st. What
they
the
didn't
fuck?
really aim it at us. They aimed it at the whole world. The whole world is
Rug pulled at the
is
beginning.
subject to it. So I thought it was very, very bad. But we have
One
many
can
things,
hope.
including a
Free
big thing is
Kaya.
airplanes. They have a lot of
Why?
Boeing planes, and they need parts and lots of things like that. Steve?
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to accept the Gaza deal, and what will be your message to the Knesset when you speak to them?
Well, he wanted it. It's been a long time. He's been fighting a long time. He's been fighting hard. He wanted it.
Wait a minute. I could literally bet on this and make a fuck ton of money by just like doing something minor that would then cause me to get arrested. No? How the fuck does that even work? Yes, why did you reveal that though? That's why all these wager sites suck ass. Yeah. Let me go have a little fun drinking and driving. This is straight up like the fucking South Park episode. And no, I'm not going to risk putting myself in the custody of the state. That's very stupid. No King's rally on October 18th is not a hate America rally. Quite the contrary. It's a rally of millions of people who believe in American freedoms. Yeah, let's see what else.
Also going to Egypt, they were terrific. But all of the countries were great. Indonesia was great. Jordan was great. They were all great. Everybody wants this deal to happen. Day after what?
The day after the hostage release, what happens there then?
Well, hopefully you're going to have great success I call it everlasting success. I think you will too. I think you're going to have tremendous success, and Gaza is going to be rebuilt. And you have some very wealthy countries, as you know, over there. And it would take a small fraction of
Norway of
their
probe into possible insider trading on
wealth
Polymarket ahead of
to do
today's
that.
Nobel Prize announcement.
And I think they want to do it. And we're also setting up, as you know, a board of peace. It's called the Board of Peace.
God, we live in
That's
such
the final name, but
unprecedentedly stupid
the word
times.
peace is definitely in there. They have asked me if I chair it. We'll make sure things go well.
And how confident are you that the ceasefire will hold?
I think it'll hold, yeah. I think it'll hold. They're all tired of the fighting. Don't forget, you had October 7th, which was a horrible day, 1,200 people killed. But Hamas has lost 58,000 people. That's big retribution. That's big retribution. People understand that. So,
Yeah, Hamas.
no, I think
is
they're all
I like that
tired
he's
of
just
fighting.
saying a quiet part out loud. He's
And
like,
it's
every
really-
Palestinian is Hamas. Is true.
This is beyond Gaza. Gaza is very important, but this is beyond Gaza. This is peace in the Middle East, and it is a beautiful thing. It's a term that you and I have been hearing since we were very young, right? And now we have a chance of really having that. And as you know, most of the countries have passed all these resolutions. Every country is there. Iran came in. I was very happy to see that. I was very honored that Iran came in. They said they support it. Russia came in. President Putin, he supports it fully, very fully. So I was happy to see even countries that weren't necessarily involved in the process, they all support it. I don't know of anybody that does it. And I've never seen happier people than many of these places, not just Israel. Many of these places, they're all dancing in the streets. I've never seen anything like it. Yeah, go ahead, please, in the back.
Thank you. What guarantees did you give Hamas to persuade them that Israel will restart the bombing campaign once the hostages have been exchanged?
What did I do with respect to them? Well, I spoke a little bit tough, and that's what would happen. I mean, you have to speak tough. That's a tough world. That's a tough, as they say, neighborhood. And they're tough people. They're very tough people, and they're smart people. They're good negotiators. They have a lot of things going. They put that to good use. They're going to be very, very successful. But they knew the retribution would be tremendous, unsustainable. It would have been unsustainable. It would have been complete obliteration, and they didn't want that. And nobody wants it at this point. They want to get on with rebuilding the entire Middle East. It's not only Gaza. It's going to be the entire Middle East. they're going to be able to live in peace. Now, we have some little hot spots, but they're very small. You know the ones I'm talking about. They're very small. They'll be very easy to put out. Those fires are going to be put out very quickly. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. Talking about the Middle East still, going to the phases that come after this first phase, is there a consensus on the additional points in your plan, or are the details still being fine-tuned?
I think there is consensus on most of it, and some of the details, like anything else, will be worked out, because you'll find out that when you're sitting in a beautiful room in Egypt.
Where's the dog, bro?
You know, it's easy to work something out, but then sometimes it doesn't work from
On
a
the
practical
ground.
standpoint. So certain little
Laying
things,
on the
but
ground.
for the most part, there's consensus, yes.
Probably terrible for her fucking
Yeah, I
joints.
mean, I'll be there, because I'll be going to, I think I'll go to Cairo.
She's
I
dead.
think that's where we're going, as
She's dead. I
opposed to the
shocked
place
her.
of
I
the
shocked her so much that she
signing.
died.
We have a lot of leaders from all over the world coming too. You know, they've been invited. And then I'm coming back, I believe it's Tuesday night, for Charlie Kirk, a friend of mine, a friend of all of ours, a friend of a lot of the people right here. And we're giving him the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which is the highest honor you get outside of the Congressional Medal of Honor. One's military, one's civilian, but it's the greatest honor. And Erica's beautiful wife is going to be here, and a lot of people are going to be here. So, you know, it's not easy for me to get back. It's a very quick trip, but I'll be making 2 major stops, and then I'll be on the plane trying to get back in time for Charlie. They're going to have a great celebration at the White House, in the East Room of the White House.
Russell Vogt said the reductions in force have begun related to this shutdown. How many layoffs have you authorized for this first round, and from which agencies?
And it'll be Democrat-oriented, because we figure, you know, they started this thing, so they should be Democrat-oriented. It'll be a lot, and we'll announce the numbers over the next couple of days, but it'll be a lot of people, all because of the Democrats. I mean, they want to give $1.5 trillion to people that came into the country illegally. More important than that, because we all have a big heart. We want people to be taken care of, but you know, we have 0 people coming in. You know that, Glenn, right? That's a pretty impressive number, even for a successful governor. But we've had, for the last 4 months, 0 people coming in illegally. They're coming in, but they're coming in legally. They're coming in through a process that's really a really good process right now, because we want people to come in, but they have to come in legally. So what we're doing is, as these different groups come due, we're going to make a determination. Do we want them or not? And I must tell you, a lot of them happen to be Democrat-oriented. These are people that the Democrats wanted, that in many cases were not appropriate. We fought them at the time, and it was ultimately signed in. And some of these people, these are largely people that the Democrats want. Many of them will be fired. Yes, please, behind. Which one?
The Nobel Peace Prize. Your thoughts?
Look, including a very big one, and I'm not sure, you know, when you say big, it's certainly, I think, to the mind of most, the most important deal ever made in terms of peace. But the one we just signed, it's been signed, sealed, and it's going to start taking place now. It's already started. Monday's going to be a very big day when the hostages come back. But I made 8 deals, transactions of wars. One was 31 years going on, 10 million people were killed. One was 34 years, one was 36, 37. One was 10, one was just starting. 2 were just starting, actually, but they were well on their way. In the case of India and Pakistan, 7 planes were shot down. It was a bad one. And I did it largely through trade. I mean, that one, numerous of them. I talked tariffs. I said, look, if you're going to do that, we're going to put very big tariffs on your country. And they were both great. They stopped fighting, and there were 2 nuclear powers. So, you know, they're all big. They're every one of them big. You take a look at the Congo. You take a look at the Congo and Rwanda. 10 million people killed over a long period of time. Got that one solved. We did a total of 8 as of this. 2 days ago, I would have said 7, which I did say, but the other one was signed up, sealed. As you know, Israel signed it just now. They signed it and they approved it today, their parliament. And it's a great honor to be involved with so many. So the person who actually got the Nobel Prize called me and said, I'm accepting this in honor of you because you really deserved it. A very nice thing to do. I didn't say then give it to me, though. I think she might have. She was very nice. And I've been helping her along the way. They need a lot of help in Venezuela. It's a basic disaster. So And you could also say it was given out for 24, and I was running for office in 24. You know, all of the transactions that we did in terms of closing. But there are those that say we did so much that they should have done it. But I don't take. I'm happy because I saved millions of lives. Many millions of lives. And speaking of somebody that saves lives, don't ever play golf with it, because Keegan Bradley just walked in, one of the greatest golfers in the world, the captain of the Ryder Cup. And man, I'll tell you, you did a good job. You almost came back. I turned on. I said, you know, I sort of turned off. It wasn't looking good. And then a little while later, I turned on. I said, you guys might make, that would have been the miracle. What a great job. He's respected by those golfers like nobody. And I just want to compliment you, Keegan. That was a incredible job. Right here, we have a lot of unfriendly fake news media, and he's not used to that. He's used to getting only good publicity, I think, Howard. These are all golfers, but you're some golfer, I'll tell you that, and some leader. Thank you very much. Great job. Thank you, Keith.
New York City and
I'm happy about it. I want them to arrest criminals. And if you take a look at D.C., a year ago, D.C. was our great capital was a very unsafe place. You know that. Some of you were mugged, and talk openly about it. Some of the media was mugged. But right now, D.C. is one of the safest places in the whole country. The restaurants are booming. They're opening up new restaurants. The restaurants are all closing. Now you can't get into a restaurant. They're opening up new restaurants. It took 12 days for us. We sent in not politically correct military. We sent them in based on merit. You know, we won the case in the Supreme Court. Everything now is based on merit. Our country was founded on things based on merit. Like Keegan Bradley's not going to be playing golf if he wasn't a great player. If he shoots lower scores, there's no more merit system than that one, Keegan, right? If you miss a putt.
Yeah, the military is just like golfing, based on merit. Trump's ridiculous. Trump's utterly ridiculous decisions to deploy the military on domestic soil is totally not meritless. Definitely good reasons for this. The frogmen in Portland. Also, you cheat in golf, so it's pretty funny that he's just like talking about the merit of the golf.
I can't even believe how much better it is. And it'll take probably a month over there, and we're heading to Chicago because we want to save Chicago. Do you know they had over 4,000 people killed in Chicago over a short...
Also, look at this incredibly merit-based approach that Trump has to his cabinet. You know, look at all the fucking dipshits behind him. Once again, a beacon of merit.
World, I don't believe that can claim... You know, you hear so much about different... I won't, embarrass anybody, like by saying Mexico City or by saying anywhere in Afghanistan. There's no place like that. And then I have to listen to the mayor who's got a 5% approval rate, maybe less. He's an incompetent man. And the governor's an incompetent guy. He's a guy that was thrown out of his family business like a dog. And I know his family very well. And now he's a governor. And when I watch him trying to say that it's okay, we have crime under control, I lost 4,000 people over a very short period of time. I believe it's like 7,000 people were shot but didn't die. But 4,000 people died. And then he gets up and talks about how it's not a problem. Or Portland, Oregon. I mean, every time I look at that place, the place is burning down. There's fires all over the place. When a store owner, there are very few of them left, but when a store owner rebuilds a store, they build it out of plywood, and they don't put up storefronts anymore. They just put wood up because they know it's going to be ripped down. And then I hear how wonderful it is. It's not wonderful. It's a disaster. That's almost an insurrection, that place. So we put our people in there, and they do the job, and they've really done the job. And the beautiful thing is we've done it. 12 days we had this place safe, and now it's, I would say within a month, it was beautiful. And it continues to be. That was 3 months ago. I'll tell you, D.C. now is one of the hottest places, just like this country. We were a dead country, and you've heard me say it 100 times. We were a dead country. King of Saudi Arabia said it. Others say. The Emir of Qatar said it. Many. UAE said it. The leader, great leader, UAE, all great leaders. They said effectively the same thing. 1 year ago, we had a dead country. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. Yeah. I just want to thank everybody, and I want to, in particular, thank AstraZeneca. What a great company you have. What a company you've built.
Whoa,
You've
whoa,
been there a
whoa,
long
they
time
make-
and
whoa,
done
whoa,
some
whoa.
job. It's an honor to have you.
We like big pharma now? That's crazy. Don't say that in front of RFK's brainworm, dude. He's going to freak out.
I was going to say, could he make it a little bit more? Well, we have a couple of them where they're going to spend $65 billion on one plant. You know, AI. All I know is it's, you know, AI is based on information. I hope they're right about information. I don't know. You got to make a lot of money there's got to be a lot of information out there, but that seems to be pretty hot. But we
Has
have a
he
lot.
seen the report?
We're leading the world on
AI is
information.
based on
AI,
information.
by
I
a lot.
hope
It's
it's
not even
good.
close. So
Otherwise,
we're
it's a
doing
lot of
job.
money.
And I want to thank everybody, but in particular, Pascal, thank you very much. It's a great honor. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Have a good time.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thank you, press.
Thank you, press. That's cool. That gives me a lot of confidence seeing the president basically cast some doubt on what our entire economy is geared around at this moment. AI, lots of money, but also, who knows? We're spending a lot of money. I hope it's good. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Fucking awesome. I'm freaking out a little bit. Many people are saying maybe not so good. Yay. Yes. We're going to talk about the Nobel Peace Prize 2025 Nobel Peace Prize for anti-Maduro leader Maria Corina Machado, opposite of peace. This is Greg Grandin speaking on this to Amy Goodman of Democracy Now! This is, I guess, like the major point here is that it's a disappointment for Trump. He was very upset. And also, it's somewhat of a disappointment for a lot of ball knowers in terms of American foreign policy in general. But it's really interesting that this person got it. She is, I guess, the new oppositional figure that people are leaning on. And much like the old oppositional figure, Juan Guaido, who actually had less support than she does in Venezuela. But just like with Juan Guaido, she has made commitments to both privatization of the refineries and the natural resources that Venezuela has, some of the largest oil reserves on the planet, and also a commitment to Israel. Now, you might be wondering, as I did at the time, why the fuck was Juan Guaido talking about how committed he is to the nation state of Israel? Well, turns out that's just like one of the things that you have to sign off on if you want to become a part of the potential regime change. Guaido was her choice candidate because she couldn't run. She's worse than Guaido. Yeah, you got to kiss the ring, and you got to also take the American posture of Israel first. It's not even a joke. She wrote, okay, here, let's just get right into it. 2025 Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Corina Machado once wrote to Israeli war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu and asked him to help overthrow Venezuela's president Nicolas Maduro. In 2025, you get a Nobel Peace Prize for trying to convince foreign genocidal apartheid state to attack your own country and overthrow its leadership so that Washington can privatize the largest natural oil reserves on earth. She has also said, if we win, we will move the Venezuelan embassy to Jerusalem to support Israel. This definitely is probably one of the primary concerns of the Venezuelan population, I assume. When I think of like a horrifically destabilized economy with the open and deliberate purpose of making the Venezuelan economy scream, which then led to an unprecedented amount of refugees that were escaping the chaos and the economic turmoil, which kind of destabilized the region a little bit. All of the neighboring countries received a fuck ton of Venezuelan refugees. So did the United States of America. Trump offered the Venezuelan refugees temporary protected status, only to then revoke it, which was, again, revoke it in the second term, which was, again, a fucking insane thing to do, by the way, which he is doing currently. But now the initiative is to, I guess, back this person up to the best of their ability. The timing of this Nobel Peace Prize, New York Times drops a story saying Maduro was willing to sell natural resources to the U.S., but Trump walked away. Now, I don't have a lot of confidence in Maduro's administrative capabilities. I will say it. I'm not the biggest fan of Maduro. I think he's definitely a different figure than Chavez. Having said that, I am a non-interventionist. That's my default position when it comes to the sovereignty of other nations. I think violating it is really fucked up. And we have already, the United States of America has already deliberately intervened in the affairs of Venezuela in perpetuity, and have destabilized the region quite a bit by doing so. But I guess America wants to not only do that, but do it Iraq style. And I was thinking about this quite a bit, considering the mass displacement that has already taken place. I feel like boots on the ground military warfare, but this time in Latin America, is going to have very negative reverberations, even worse than Iraq, I would say, even more costly than Iraq, I would say, especially because Iraq was far away, right? Iraq and in Afghanistan and Iraq and the refugee crisis that took place and the Syrian civil war, that actually had a lot of negative impact in both Turkey and all the other surrounding regional nations, but in Europe as well. This would directly impact America in all of the negative ways that they hate. Like, even if we're not going to think about the human toll of direct boots on the ground military warfare, the cost associated with this is incredible. Okay. The human cost for the American side associated with this is also incredible. And then last but not least, the destabilizing effect that this would have is insane. What is your non-intervention line? Obviously not in this situation, but say Israel were to step up their genocide. No, I mean like non-intervention with enemies that we've designated as like foreign adversaries, unless they're just like straight up doing horrific crimes against humanity. But with Israel, we have literally led Israel. I mean, Israel had the ambition, but we just gave them the weapons to do so. So it's a little bit different than like boots on the ground military warfare, right? It's just, we can just tell Israel to fucking, stop, and they will. So in any case, the New York Times claims Maduro offered Trump access to Venezuela's oil and mineral wealth to avoid conflict, but the story relies entirely on anonymous U.S. and Venezuelan sources close to the talks and frames Trump as the one rejecting Maduro's concessions. The timing is telling. It comes amid U.S. military escalation in the Caribbean, Chevron's renewed license, and Maria Corina Machado's Nobel Prize. The narrative portrays Maduro as weak and hypocritical, willing to sell out national resources and undermining his anti-imperialist image among supporters and global South allies. This looks like a strategic information op to damage Maduro's legitimacy and box him in politically. I don't know how major of a news story that is, or what kind of shockwaves that'll have. And for people saying like Maduro has never been anti-imperialist, no, he is aesthetically postured in the exact same ways that that Chavez did as well. And no, he is definitely a formative part of that block. So you're wrong. By definition, if you are enemy of the American state, you automatically slot yourself into that position. So the idea that he's not like anti-imperialist is silly. He absolutely is. He has to be. It's not, like, does he also want to invade Guyana, for example? Yes. Is that at conflict with? Is that at conflict, or is that at odds with a anti-imperialist position? Sure. But the notion that he's not like anti-imperialist is silly. Anyway, yeah. Law of the Venezuelan Empire. Yeah, I mean, he has at times done a little bit of the. He has tried to do the fucking the Vladimir Putin thing. Okay, but once again, as I've said over and over again, like, he is not. I don't know who the best who the best leader for Venezuela would be, but I do have a similar position to many in Latin American countries and like in South American leadership have, which is that anybody but the American government. This is ironically something that took place in the aftermath of the elections, the last election cycle in Venezuela, where a lot of the pink tide bloc actually was very critical of Maduro and came out and released statements and said, hold on, this doesn't seem very appropriate what you're doing here. And then America was like, actually, you're right. Yeah, we don't actually abide by these elections. These are fucking sham. And then every single country in the South American bloc said, okay, never mind. Actually, we were wrong. Venezuela, you're good. America's reputation in South America is so bad for obvious reasons, for very good reasons, that I think its intervention will inevitably lead to a legitimization of Maduro regardless. Hello? No, you can't get on my lap. I'm sorry. No. Okay, go. Place. God damn, she ate the fuck out of that knee, dude. I gave her a kneecap, and she ate the shit out of it. Eat the rest of the kneecap. Why are you looking at me like that? Also, poor Kaya, I know. She's so incredibly tormented. It's really fucked up. Bro, you gotta phrase things better in this environment. Yeah, it's really messed up. You can see the tear in her eyes. Yeah, as she finished. Okay. Do whatever you want to do. Whatever. Goddamn mess of that bed. Okay. He's kneecapping his dog. Yeah, that's what I did. Took her kneecaps off. I can see them using that as evidence now. Using what? What is this? Weird how all these Trump streamers and anime Nazis spent 3 days pretending to care more about dog welfare than anything on earth are completely silent on this. Yeah, of course. It's not a way to disparage the enemy, the ultimate enemy of everyone. Anyway, so exhausting to listen to this dude. Listen to what? All right, let's continue. Where were we? What were we talking about? Oh, we were talking about the Nobel Peace Prize winner. Maria Corina Machado also dedicated her Nobel Peace Prize to Trump. This recognition of the struggle of all Venezuelans is a boost to conclude our task to conquer freedom. We are on the threshold of victory, and today, more than ever, we count on President Trump, the people of the United States, the peoples of Latin America, and the democratic nations of the world as our principal allies to achieve freedom and democracy. I dedicate this prize to the suffering people of Venezuela and to President Trump for his decisive support of our cause. Yeah. So, you know, that's it's given me a lot of confidence, I think, in this new design we have. The Nobel Peace Prize awarded Maria Corina Machado after she called for a U.S. military intervention in Venezuela, called for sanctions to be imposed on Venezuela, which have killed tens of thousands, expressed support for the Zionist genocide in Gaza, sought backing for mass murder in Netanyahu for military intervention in Venezuela, celebrated the U.S. extrajudicial executions of Venezuelans on boats. I don't know about the last part. That last part actually seems incredible. I don't know if she actually did that. That seems a little bit far-fetched, even by like American crony standards, because I feel like I don't think the Venezuelan population would be on board with it. She's a right winger, but I feel kind of bad for her because of how much she has to suck up to Trump just to keep his attention on Venezuela. It's like when Zelensky had to talk about Charlie fucking Kirk at the United Nations. I think that you are making it seem as though the grand ambition here is like true freedom for the Venezuelan people. I don't agree. I think if someone is an American crony, I suspect that the grand ambition there is to abide by the wishes of empire. She praised the extrajudicial murders on both Fox and Friends and to the Times of London last month. Oh my God. I totally support a strategy, Machado told me. And I've said on behalf of the Venezuelan people that we are very grateful. I think it's the right thing to do. It's courageous. It's visionary. It's visionary to blow up boats off the coastline of Venezuela, completely violating the sovereignty of Venezuela. That's crazy. I think one of the greatest examples of the enshittification of the CIA is this. Okay? Because I feel like you should not be this open Like, you shouldn't be this transparent with how much you're dick riding America. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, if I'm Venezuelan and I fucking hate Maduro, okay, and I hear the oppositional figure that I'm supposed to have confidence in go, America, thank you for blowing up our fucking boats off of our coastline, I'm going to say, yeah, maybe that's not the best person. And this is almost like a rehashing of Juan Guaido. The more there's like, the more people pay attention, I feel like the more people paid attention to Juan Guaido, the more his approval rating wasn't very high to begin with. Like, people said that it was, he was the true leader or whatever, but like, he spent a good deal of the constitutional timeline that he had in assuming power, just going to America and sucking up to America, which I think was a mistake. It betrays the notion that this is like a popular uprising, even though there is popular discontent, if that makes sense. Like, I always feel as though these guys are primarily like primarily focusing on gaining as much, garnering as much attention from the American State Department and American news and American media that they like kind of lose the plot. The part that right-wing Venezuelan social media figures and publications have played in this would shock you. No, it doesn't shock me at all. The Venezuelan media has almost always been fucking completely captive, servile to the interests of the grocery store franchise owners, like all the fucking billionaires in the Chamber of Commerce. They've dominated media, so it's not surprising to me that they would also have a stranglehold on social media as well. She's been a main driver of the VE polarization, both nationally and within the opposition. Hardline, uncompromising, unwilling to negotiate it or support a soft socialist opposition has led her to depend on U.S. to prop up her power. Now, with assist from Nobel, one step closer to war, says Greg Grandin. Anyway, let's tune into Democracy Now! To get a little bit more insight.
Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. The Norwegian Nobel Committee announced today the recipient of the 2025
I feel fucking
Nobel
bad,
Peace
dude.
Prize.
I just like we have played a big role in fucking up Venezuela for a very long time, and I do think that, like, I'm not a fan of Maduro, but I also am conflicted to even mention that in a time like this, because like America is very clearly moving forward with direct intervention beyond like the sanctions regime, beyond like crippling the Venezuelan economy, beyond other forms of interference. And it feels as though this is like the next step in the plan. And it feels, I mean, it looks terrible. The outlook is grim.
The Nobel Peace Prize for 2025 goes to a brave and committed champion of peace, to a woman who keeps the flame of democracy burning amidst a growing darkness. The Norwegian Nobel Committee has decided to award the Nobel Peace Prize for 2025 to Maria Corina Machado. She is receiving the Nobel Peace Prize for her tireless work promoting democratic rights for the people of Venezuela and for her struggle to achieve a just and peaceful transition from dictatorship to democracy. Maria Corina Machado meets all the three criteria stated in Alfred Nobel's will for the selection of a peace prize. She has brought her country's opposition together. She has never wavered in resisting the militarization of Venezuelan society. She has been steadfast in her support for a peaceful transition to democracy.
Maria Corina Machado is a longtime U.S. ally nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize last year by a number of Florida Republicans, including then-Senator Marco Rubio, who's now President Trump's Secretary of State. In 2002, Machado supported the coup that briefly overthrew Venezuela's democratically elected president, Hugo Chavez. Machado attempted to run for president against incumbent Nicolas Maduro in the 2024 race, but was barred from running after the government accused her of corruption and cited her support for U.S. sanctions against Venezuela. Edmundo Gonzalez ran in her place. Venezuela's National Electoral Council declared Maduro the winner, but the opposition claimed Gonzalez won. Machado has vowed to...
I want to mention something here, by the way, for people that would say, like, oh, that's crazy, I can't believe like, she was barred from running. Imagine a world where there is someone who is like directly, openly connected to China. Like, there is no speculation here, right? Like, we understand that she is working with America directly, right, for intervention in the country. Imagine a world where there was someone who was directly working with China, running for office in America. I don't think that they would just be barred from running. I think they would be imprisoned, possibly even get the death penalty for treason. So just to help you understand a little bit more, like, the dynamic. Because we always look at this stuff and we say, oh, this is, she just wanted to, what do you call it? These people are simply looking for more democracy, to expand democracy. And then Maduro hates them and then will jail them or whatever. And Maduro is despotic in many ways, for sure. I would go so far as to say he is worse on like regular protesters, like regular Venezuelans, than he is on his opposition. And this was not dissimilar to the way that Chavez operated as well, where they would just like let the opposition roam free and do whatever the fuck they want, and and continue to gum up the works to the best of their ability, instead of like straight up imprisoning them, which is what is expected in a situation like this, which is what is expected of like a country that's being called like this incredibly violent dictatorship. Meanwhile, I think like the political repression of people mobilizing in Venezuela is treated worse than the opposition figureheads.
Privatized Venezuela's state oil industry. She's also praised right-wing Latin American leaders, including Argentina's Javier Milei. The Nobel Committee's selection of Machado comes at a time of heightened tension between the U.S. and Venezuela, as the U.S. continually bombs boats off the coast of Venezuela, while threatening to launch a larger military operation. On Thursday, the Venezuelan government requested an emergency session of the UN Security Council to discuss the U.S. military actions. For more, we go to Greg Grandin, Yale University history professor, Pulitzer Prize-winning author, whose latest book is America, A New History of the New World. Professor Grandin, welcome back to Democracy Now! Your response to this Nobel Prize announcement.
Well, thanks for having me.
Do you think China and Russia will support Venezuela? China and Russia has been supporting Venezuela. Also, ironically enough, Turkey, playing both sides and always coming out on top, is also a supporter of Maduro as well, in spite of the role that they play in the region, in the Middle East. So it's another interesting element.
Amy, it's a perplexing choice on a number of levels, and it seems inevitably will bring about the opposite of peace. Machado is not a unifier, as the committee said. She represents the most intransigent face of the opposition, and not just, as you mentioned in your introduction, not just against Maduro, but against democratically elected Hugo Chavez. She was a supporter of the 2002 coup. She has constantly divided the opposition and handicapped the opposition, frankly, when the opposition was trying to come up with a more moderate position that could challenge the socialism of 21st century socialism that Chavez represented. She constantly represented a more hard line in terms of economics, in terms of U.S. relations, disastrous choice, and a smear on the I mean, your next guest is Cory Doctorow. It's really the identification of the Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, they gave it to Kissinger in the 1970s, but at least they waited till he negotiated an end to the Vietnam War. I mean, I think of Rigoberta Menchú, who won it in the early 1980s, and her whole family was wiped out by U.S. supported militarists and death squads in Guatemala, and now they've given it to somebody who's completely aligned with the most militarist and darkest face of U.S. imperialism. It's really a shocking choice.
And very quickly, again, this coming as the U.S. bombs one Venezuelan boat after another. The Colombian president, Petro, said in one of the bombings, a Colombian was killed. But an interesting piece in the New York Times, President Trump calling off efforts to reach a diplomatic agreement with Venezuela, paving the way for potential military escalation. Richard Grenell, the special presidential envoy, interim executive director of the Kennedy Center, had been leading the negotiations with Maduro. He has been instructed to cut off all diplomatic outreach.
I don't get it. Is she good or what? No. This is I mean, I guess it's the Nobel Peace Prize. It's entirely dependent on how much you think it's worth anything. But I think the reason why, what is this? Streamers are speaking out. I think the reason why the reason why people are skeptical of this is because they see this as like giving America more of a just cause for military intervention in Venezuela. Ingram has spoken. Yeah, we're gonna do this in a little bit.
As we wrap up, if you can talk about what is happening right now and the rage President Trump, interestingly, will feel at not getting the Nobel Peace Prize himself, as he has very explicitly demanded. And
yeah, it's like funny because as Greg said, this is like the next best thing that they could have done for Marco Rubio. But I don't think Trump gives a shit because he really wanted it. It seems like he wanted it and he wanted it bad. I don't think he cares that this plays a role in like America's strategic interest in dominating Venezuela. And I don't even think Trump wants it for the prestige. I think he wants it just because Obama got one. This is abysmal, truly abysmal announcement on Venezuela. Please, please, please improve this. He's absolutely despotic. What the fuck? I said that too. I don't understand. Do you want me to hype up the like American prop figurehead here? I'm saying that the situation is dire in Venezuela.
Escalating what's going on in Venezuela.
Yeah, it's just going to harden positions all around. And Machado has not denounced. She's actually endorsed the general framework for that legitimates the bombing of these go-fast boats in the Caribbean. 4 of them now. The last one filled apparently with Colombians. She hasn't denounced it. She's supported it. She supports the idea, the framework that the government is basically a cartel, and to blow up these boats is not to kill Venezuelans, but to kill, as she puts it, narcotraficantes. I mean, it's really, there are plenty of feminist activists that oppose Maduro in Venezuela that would have legitimated the Peace Prize, that would have legitimated the opposition. There's Isabel Mejias, who's a feminist. She's the head of Araña Feminista, the feminist spider. There's Ana Rosa Torres, who considers herself a socialist, and she opposes the opposition and U.S. policy. That would have made sense if the committee felt that it was time for Maduro to go. But this really just actually strengthens Maduro because it confirms his narrative about the opposition being in league with the Trump administration. So you could just imagine that this is going to, as I said, bring about the opposite of peace. It's laying the groundwork and justifying greater military escalation. It's really a disaster. It's really hard to understand how they came to this decision.
Greg Grandin, I want to thank you very much for being with us. Yale University history professor, Pulitzer Prize-winning author. His latest book, America America, A New History of the New World. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video.
joy and relief as a ceasefire is now in effect, paving the way for the remaining hostages to be released early next week after being held by Hamas for more than 2 years. In Gaza, thousands seen heading north back to Gaza City, just moments after the ceasefire was made official. The Israeli government overnight approving the first phase of the deal with Hamas, Trump's top negotiator.
Another reason why my goat Trump deserved it. Here it is, back to back. Once again, showing that the Nobel Peace Prize, is a shambolic institution. They didn't give it to my goat, Benjamin Netanyahu, I mean, of course. Because, if you're going to give it to Donald Trump, you might as well give it to Benjamin Netanyahu, right? I mean, after all, he's the one who also signed off on the end of the genocide, right? Fuck it, give it to Jared Kushner, too. They all deserve it. CBS is back to calling it the Hamas-run health ministry. Fantastic. Here's CBS before Barry Weiss's arrival and after. Spot the difference? Accuracy is back. Hospitals and health clinics in the Gaza City are on the brink of collapse. Nearly 2 weeks into the offensive, 2 clinics have been destroyed by airstrikes. 2 hospitals shut down after being damaged and others barely functioning, according to the Gaza Health Ministry. Israel's retaliatory war in Gaza against Hamas. Well, this is like, it's accuracy now. Israel's retaliatory war in Gaza against Hamas, which the U.S. and Israel consider a terrorist organization, has killed more than 67,000 people, according to the Hamas-run Gaza Ministry of Health, which does not distinguish between civilian and combatant casualties. Wow, I'm glad that they really added all of those qualifiers, though. They're really laying it on, huh? Very subtle, very subtle. We're like a couple weeks removed from CBS News basically being like, well, the Palestinians are dogs who deserve it because they have an ancient anti-Semitism. Taking over editorial control at CBS News has, in her first week, led to phenomenal news coverage for Barry Weiss. Hamas, who celebrated the beheading of 40 babies in Israel. The only difference here is that nowadays, I feel like Israel's reputational damage is so significant that constantly saying Hamas-run health ministry probably is not going to have that same impact, which is part of the reason why I think Barry Weiss is talking about how, Israel's retaliatory war in Gaza against Hamas, and that the Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza does not make a distinction between civilian and combatant casualties. Maybe all of them are actually combatants that Israel has killed, who knows? Like that sort of thing.
Negotiators envoy Steve Witkoff and son-in-law Jared Kushner there with Prime Minister Netanyahu. This morning, 200 U.S. troops now heading to Israel to monitor the ceasefire, working with other international forces, though officials stress the U.S. military will not go into Gaza. At the White House, the president celebrating too, calling the deal a momentous breakthrough.
I think it's going to be a lasting peace, hopefully an everlasting peace.
Right now, what's been agreed to is phase 1. Hamas set to release the 20 living hostages early next week and the remains of 28 others who perished. In return, Israel releasing more than 1,000 Palestinian prisoners and pulling back its troops in Gaza to an agreed-upon line. The big question, then what? The president's 20-point plan had called for Hamas to disarm and for Gaza to be governed by an apolitical Palestinian committee overseen by an international board of peace with Trump as its chairman. I asked the president, what comes next? What guarantees Hamas disarms and that Israel doesn't resume bombing once the hostages are released?
The first thing we're doing is getting our hostages back, okay? And that's what people wanted more than anything else. They wanted these hostages back that have lived in hell like nobody has ever even dreamt possible. And after that, we'll see.
But what is phase 2? When does it begin?
I'm not going to talk about that because you sort of know what phase 2 is, but there will be disarming, there will be pullbacks.
As opposed to a restrained or a limited amount of interest in wanting your immediate family members to return. Nobody ever thought they would want their family members to be returned. Very shocking. Surprised me, I'll tell you what. They really wanted their immediate family members to return.
A lot of things are happening.
Months ago, Trump said the Palestinians would have to leave Gaza. His 20-point plan outlined a different approach, saying we will encourage people to stay. I asked him if that still holds. Can you confirm that as Gaza is rebuilt, that no one will be forced to leave?
Nobody's going to be forced to leave. No, it's just the opposite.
In Gaza, hope, but also uncertainty. I hope this happiness will be fulfilled and the ceasefire deal will last. This displaced mother says, we don't want them to take their hostages and then return to war. Now, as part of this initial phase, desperately needed humanitarian aid will be allowed into Gaza, though it's not exactly clear when. The Israeli military now has 24 hours to scale back its troops. After that, Hamas will have 72 hours to release all of the remaining hostages. That is expected early next week. And President Trump says he is heading to the region in the coming days, George.
Okay, Mary, the Nobel Peace Prize announced this morning President Trump had been campaigning for that based on his work in the Middle East. He didn't get it.
He did not, George. Instead, the Nobel Peace Prize has gone to Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Machado. The Nobel Prize Committee recognizing her for her, quote, tireless work promoting democratic rights for the people of Venezuela and her work to achieve a peaceful transition from dictatorship to democracy. Trump had hoped he was in the running for this, but he said yesterday, George, quote, whatever they do is fine.
Mary Bruce, thanks.
Breaking right now, Fox has told those reduction in force notices are spreading at this hour. Edward Lawrence reporting they have affected now every bureau within the Commerce Department, and an Education Department statement says their agency's also seeing the layoff notices. All of this is happening as the government shutdown extends into day 10 now.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
Previous message for Abu Shabaab update, Pack Watch. Palestinian resistance members have been launching coordinated attacks against the Israeli-backed militias in the Gaza Strip throughout the entirety of the day. The groups who agreed to work alongside Israel to attack dense areas in the Gaza Strip, leading to countless massacres, have now been abandoned by the occupation inside the Gaza Strip without air protection that was once provided to them before the ceasefire, where they once celebrated the massacres of defenseless women, children, and men. Their turn has now begun to receive the same treatment. Abu Shabaab, Pack Watch. God damn. I don't know why they thought that Israel would actually fucking defend them. It is pretty funny that Israel straight up said, yeah, we're out, big dog. You're on your own. Like literally, hey, thank you for stealing all of the fucking humanitarian aid in exactly the ways that we wanted you to, and trying to recruit people to your cause by floating said humanitarian aid. But we're done with you. New, the Trump admin in a core filing says 7 agencies began RIFs today. Commerce, Education, Energy, HHS, HUD, DHS, Treasury. Holy shit. It's surprising.
Weather is not the only problem for travelers this weekend. The 10-day-old government shutdown could also hit holiday flyers. What's the holiday? You say Monday, by the way, is Columbus Day. The air traffic control system is grappling with an increase in sick-outs, and one top Trump administration official is now threatening to take action to stop all of that. Chris Van Cleve is at the LAX airport. That's in Los Angeles. Chris, good morning to you. What's the latest there?
I'm glad he went there.
Well, good morning. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy raised some eyebrows when he said air traffic controllers found to be taking advantage of the FAA's sick leave policy could find themselves in trouble. In fact, they could find themselves out of a job. That said, we are continuing to see spotty staffing issues at air traffic control facilities.
At a time of unprecedented staffing issues, what you should do is threaten the fucking existing workforce with no way of replacing them, okay? That seems really smart, dude. That's a great job, guys. Keep up the great work, okay? That's awesome. They literally do not have... This is a lie, okay? I need you to understand something. This is just them flexing, but they straight up do not have the capacity to do this, okay? They don't have the capacity to do this because the way ATC works, you actually need to train. There's already understaffing issues everywhere, okay? There's already a significant problem with understaffing for air traffic control in, I think, like 90% of towers in the country, okay? But also on top of that, because the government is currently shut down, there is no additional ATC training taking place. The process is already costly, it's long, and currently it's on a pause. So even if they were to turn around and be like, oh, dude, fuck you, we'll fire you permanently if you choose to do a sick out. The irony is They have no way of replacing these guys, which would, which ironically undermines the reason as to why they don't want anybody to fucking call out of work anyway.
Across the country. We saw it again yesterday. Delays and cancellations, however, remain low, even though those air traffic control sick calls are up. The union representing controllers tells CBS News there are processes and procedures in place to deal with the inappropriate use of sick leave. Wednesday, Southwest Airlines executives warned in an internal memo, while they've seen a few manageable delays and cancellations related to the shortages, they're concerned operational reliability due to the government funding situation and its influence on controller staffing are dynamic and could change rapidly at any ATC facility. Secretary Duffy says airline delays due to FAA staffing issues have soared during the shutdown from about 5% on average to as much as 50% of the total delays at points this week. Bottom line, though, most flights are leaving on time or close to it. The vast majority of controllers are still on the job. What this is doing, though, is really injecting uncertainty into everyone's travels at a time when the weather is already doing that on a busy holiday weekend. Back to you guys.
Chris, thank you very much.
With no end to this government shutdown in sight, many Americans on edge. Near Fort Hood, Texas, military families lining up for hours outside a food pantry. And on live television, Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson confronted by one woman who said
Communism. You see that? Bread lines. Communist bread lines. Classic.
she's a military spouse from Virginia.
I have 2 medically fragile children. I have a husband who actively serves this country.
She told Johnson she is outraged she won't bring the House back into session to pass emergency funding to pay the troops.
As a Republican, I'm very disappointed in my party, and I'm very disappointed in you because you do have the power to call the House back. You did that, or you refused to do that just for a show.
Oh, Joe Brandon. Can you believe it? Somehow this is Kamala Biden's fault. I know it.
Begging you to pass this legislation. My kids could die. We don't have the credit because of the medical bills that I have to pay regularly. You could stop this, and you could be the one that could say military's getting paid. And I think that it is awful, and the audacity of someone who makes 6 figures a year to do this to military families.
Also, I don't know if they'll show the entire response that he had, but he just lies. He lies entirely. He just lies through his teeth. Straight up is just like, oh, it's the Democrats. Oh, we want to do it. We just don't have the power to. It's like, yeah, no, you do. Oh, Chuck Schumer would never actually pass like a simple funding bill for the military. Really? I mean, if that's the case, why don't you just bring Congress back into session and then put the ball in Chuck Schumer's hands and put forth a clean, actually clean, straightforward funding bill just for these, just for the military or just for whoever needs funding in this current shutdown while the negotiations continue. Gonna shock your dog again soon or not? I'm here for the dog content. That's so strange. It's a very strange thing. Unfortunately, you've come to the wrong stream for that, but very, very odd thing to say you want to watch. I like that we moved from, wow, this guy's real abusive to, I want to watch you abuse your dog so I can feel better about my hatred for you. So I don't have to ever re-examine my worldview. Yes, must be a villain. Why do you take everything people say so seriously? Autism, but also because I feel like that's how I've chosen to run my streams, where I try to have like back and forth discourse, which oftentimes can be a mistake. But I'm just so used to treating people as though they were like approaching me in the real world that even when someone is doing it with a very obvious, insincere purpose, I still treat them with dignity that they probably don't even deserve, if we're being real. He only reads negative comments if you tell him he's great. And inspiration crickets? No, that's not true.
Families is insane.
But Johnson is refusing to bring a military funding bill to the floor, drawing criticism from Democrats.
It's because I was circumcised
Chuck
and
Schumer
given
and the
Tylenol
Democrats
as
are
a
preventing
baby.
your family from getting the care they need, not Republicans, and my heart goes out to you.
House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries saying he would support a bill to pay the troops.
Would you support a standalone bill for military members?
Yes. And what House Republicans need to do is come back so we can address the military pay issue and reopen the government.
And this morning, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy really trying to increase the pressure on air traffic controllers, many of whom started calling out sick to work this week, leading to travel delays, staffing shortages at airports. He's now threatening to fire them if they do not show up to work. They are considered essential workers, supposed to work without pay during this government shutdown. Meanwhile, the lawmakers that left Capitol Hill, they are still getting their paychecks, George.
Rachel Scott, thanks very much.
One of the most controversial members of Congress, Republican Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, usually draws the ire of Democrats, but now she's speaking out against some in her own party and coming out in favor of what Democrats demand to reopen the government, an extension of enhanced health care subsidies.
Congresswoman Greene, thank you for joining us here in the Situation Room. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Let's start there. Let's start with the shutdown. So you voted for the short-term funding bill, but now you're talking about this health care issue. Help us better understand. Why now?
Well, actually, this is something I talked about when I first ran for Congress in 2020, because I grew up in a construction company family.
That's such a funny statement. Just like, yeah, dude, you're the daughter of a real estate developer. Okay. That's such a funny way to you make it seem like it's some blue collar thing, you know? Literally, one of your critics with his own stream and try to inflate the dog thing has got a cat scratch on his nose. Wonder how he got that. He literally hates cats. Ask honest people who know him, law. I have no idea who you're talking about.
Bought that company after
But I kind of understand why
my parents. And
he would hate cats if he got scratched in the face.
The Affordable Care Act.
Yes, the Affordable Care Act. Our family's health insurance premium went from $800 a month to $2,400 a month. So I've known about this as a major problem for a long time. It's not just ACA recipients whose premiums are going to skyrocket very soon. It has been a disaster for many Americans across the board. And cost of living is so high now. Many of my constituents, many of my friends, and even my own children are finding health insurance to be extremely unaffordable and something that they are having to go without. So I think this is an incredibly important issue. I think it is a crisis. I don't think it's something to wear political party team jerseys on. I think it's something that we have to address and fix.
And it's very personal for you.
Very personal. It's affected my own life. And the Affordable Care Act was passed in 2010. So we're 15 years down the road, and the industry has changed drastically. Many companies dropped out of the market. We've seen doctors stop having their own practices.
I don't know what's going on, but it feels like a reverse Fetterman situation. Did they swap bodies or something? What happened? Her district is poor. So, hello? She's a Republican. And even Democrats don't even give a fuck about their poor districts. They care about Israel. So the very fact that she's all of a sudden hitting a number on a left populist flank on healthcare and protecting healthcare subsidies is pretty crazy.
And become hospital employees. We now have to import doctors because we don't have enough. Healthcare has drastically changed, and I'm one of those that gets real tired of political drama when it's not actually solving a problem. And this is such a crisis that I'm willing to say, okay, everyone, we have to do something about this. It shouldn't be something that we dangle the American people or military pay or all of these things. We shouldn't be dangling them back and forth. We have to fix it.
What are you hearing from your constituents right now? And do you have any regrets about voting for that short-term continuing resolution, that spending bill?
Thank you for that question. Number one, I am a Republican, and I support the president. I was very vocal about I didn't want to vote for a CR. I want to pass our appropriations. That's our constitutional duty, and I want to bring that taxpayer dollars back to my district. I work hard on that, so that was important to me. But I support the president, and I voted for the CR. Number two, what am I hearing from my constituents? It's great. We track all the calls that come into my office. About 60% of the calls coming in right now are calls of support and saying, yes, health insurance is a crisis. They're telling us stories about how they're already paying $2,000 a month with $10,000 deductibles. I'm getting phone calls from people that are saying if the ACA tax credits expire, they aren't going to be able to have health insurance. They're going to have to drop it. But I'm hearing from people on both sides, people already on the ACA and people that are already getting crushed by high health insurance premiums.
I want to ask you about this new Washington Post poll.
CR is a continuing resolution. This is, I don't know, man. It's like it's kind of taking me out. It freaks me out a little bit. It's like seeing a baby speak perfect English. You know what I mean? Like straight out the womb. If you saw something like that, you'd be like, that's odd. That's a strange phenomenon. I don't know how to deal with it. And that's how I feel right now. Watching Marjorie Taylor Greene, Marjorie Titan Greene, talking like this is very strange. And it is actually freaking me out. Even though this was literally one of my predictions for the year. Or was it last year? I think it was this year, right, chat? When I said Marjorie Taylor Greene is actually going to become like more of a normie adjacent Republican. She's even outflanked my expectations. I think that was this year. Yeah. It's breaking your liberal brain, isn't it? No, this is nothing. This is unironically closer to a Marxist analysis than a liberal one, where I say that both parties in a bourgeois democracy do not represent the popular interests of the proletariat and instead are just simply figureheads for capital, figureheads for the bourgeois. And therefore, when you do actually have someone, especially from the reactionary flank, and not even just like one of the members of the reactionary flank, but like straightforwardly one of the most right wing in the reactionary flank, all of a sudden turn around and start talking about like the importance of healthcare and how Israel's doing a Holocaust and you know, stuff like that. It's just it's alarming. It kind of breaks my brain a little bit. I assume it's still indecent. It's cynical. It's probably you know, room reading, but it's not like she was incapable of reading the room in the past, or rather, Marxist Tito is green. That's what it is. Yeah, this is Marxist Tito is green. I don't know. I feel like I'm getting John Fetterman style stroked out by just simply watching her go through the motions here. Has something happened to this person recently? Recalling when MTG harassed Parkland school shooting survivors for advocating for stricter gun control and something about Jewish space lasers. Yeah, that's why. It's like, it's hard, man. It's hard for me to look at this and be like, wow, this is a sincere plea. Are we duped? Do we get easily duped? Because I think anyone that reads any politician, especially one with her background, with her trajectory, anyone that looks at someone like that and assumes that their heel turn is born out of a sincere desire to do right by her constituents is silly, I think. Maybe she's on mood stabilizers now. Sorry, I have borderline personality disorder. This was the reason why I was infatuated with Jewish space lasers. Now that I am on beta blockers and mood stabilizers, I have decided that I no longer care about that. I have realized that I care about the welfare of my constituents. Also, I have broken up with my boyfriend, the alcoholic guy whose face is so bloated that's on One American News Nation or one of those networks. I forget what it's called. I am no longer having sex with him. She's a National Socialist? No, she's not.
It shows that 47% of Americans believe that President Trump and the Republicans are mainly responsible for the shutdown. You see it here on the screen, compared to just 30% of Americans who blame Democrats. Of course, Republicans are the ones with the power. Do you agree?
Trump has called senior Republicans to ask what's going on with Marjorie. The answer, Marjorie Taylor Greene has become disillusioned with her party, especially after White House talked her out of a Senate bid. I am not some sort of blind slave to the president. What the fuck? That's what it takes? God, this country is so ass, bro. It's just like petty vengeance, really? because she did very clearly try to signal to the establishment, Republicans, that like she was trying to be better. Okay, she was trying to become like a more serious figure and not like Jewish space lasers, right? And what's interesting is I think those initiatives were not met with support by the Republicans, who just kind of know her as the Jewish space laser woman. So they basically were like, yeah, dude, shut up. You're fine. You're fine where you are. So now it feels like this makes more sense. It feels like in an interest of making herself a more prominent national figure, and also backed by petty vengeance, she is putting her ear to the ground and, making these kinds of statements that she knows will garner her support. Maybe not bipartisan support, but at least like these are the types of things that other Republicans would look at and go, you know what? That Marjorie is good. Actually, she's clearly fighting for me. And she also hates that, Israel is dominating American politics or whatever, right? Like those are things that are popular, but those are things that Republicans don't say. The reason why they don't say it is because they know that it's popular and you're not supposed to say it. And you're supposed to just like shift people's priorities away to like transgender athletes or undocumented migrants doing mass rapes or something, right? Like that's what you're supposed to do if you're a Republican. It's not like these guys are oblivious to how fucking popular healthcare is, right? Like they know that. It's not like they're oblivious to how popular social safety nets are in general. Of course they know that. That's why they fight back against it tooth and nail. Especially once implemented, it is very difficult to whole cloth cancel social programs because people rely on them for survival. This is something that Donald Trump also had to recognize with the Obamacare situation, right? He was like, I'm going to cut Obamacare. I hate it. And like, it was very unpopular when he tried to do that. So Republicans already know this. So I guess the reason why she's going unshackled mode here is probably to build her national profile for a senatorial run, and also to kind of do a fuck you to the Trump admin a little bit for not taking her seriously. Yo, where is your dog? She is out on a walk. She's out on her afternoon walk, as she usually goes on right around this time. But thank you for your consideration and your concern. I assume it's a sincerely held concern that you had. She's in the torture chamber. Exactly. We put her in the torture chamber. She's getting tortured right now. She's at the electricians. Yeah, she's getting electrocuted.
Agree with Americans in that poll that see the shutdown as your party's fault?
You know what? I don't think the shutdown is popular for either side. And so I see the shutdown completely different from maybe my party leadership. And I'm not putting the blame on the president. I'm actually putting the blame on the speaker and Leader Thune in the Senate. This should not be happening. And I don't think, look, as a member of Congress, we already have a low enough job approval rating. This shutdown is just going to drive everybody's approval rating that much lower.
Yes. But so you're putting the blame on the leadership of your party?
Absolutely. We control the House. We control the Senate. We have the White House. I've been vocal saying, you can use the nuclear option in the Senate. This doesn't have to be a shutdown. But what we have to do is we have to work for the American people. And our country is so divided right now. We see it all the time in every single way. It's divided in what I would say very dangerous ways. And we saw that with the recent assassination of Charlie Kirk, which has upset so many people across the board. And look, when it comes to hearing from senior citizens or my own friends and neighbors and my own family members and people that voted for me, and they're just saying, Marjorie, we just really want somebody to do something about health insurance premiums. We really want our government and our leaders to actually focus on our country for a change and fix our problems. That is the message I constantly hear from my district, and I'm a representative. I don't have to be a cheerleader for my party. I have to represent my district because those are the people that hired me and sent me here. And I myself, I agree with them, and I'm pretty much over the it's just drama constantly on TV. No offense, because you guys are on television, but that's all that we see in American politics now.
You know, there's a reporting that President Trump, as you know, recently called at least two.
Bro, this is so weird, dude. This is actually so weird. This is demonic. This is the most demonic thing that she's done. I'm sorry. Like, if I were to hear her, deny the Holocaust or something, I'd be like, that tracks. This is far, far stranger. This is the strangest thing that Marjorie Taylor Greene has ever done. I don't understand it, and it's freaking me out. She is not only making sense, but she's also speaking clearly, slowly, in a coherent manner. I don't know what's happening. I've always been very skeptical of these sorts of figures, as you guys know. This is weirding me the fuck out, dude. Is this Jank's doing? Is that what happened? Like, Jank just kept talking to her over and over again, and then she was just like, I am overcome by your sexual charisma. Chunky Weigert, you are a sexual panther. Shaky Gurga, I cannot say your name, but everything you have told me, both in private and also on camera, has made me feel some type of way. That's a good one. I am beguiled with your Ottoman sexuality. It's just weird because, where was this? Okay? Where was this? You don't expect a LeBron performance with Tony Snell. If you have a game like that, you're like, how did that happen? How did this happen? You don't expect White Mamba to play like Kobe. This is strange. Did she get hit with the Havana syndrome, Ray, or something? What the fuck? Because here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. We know that there's the gun that makes you stroke out and become pro-Israel, okay? The John Fetterman Ray, as they call it. But this means that there is a gun that makes you anti-Israel as well. There's a stroke gun that works in the opposite direction, which is a welcomed surprise. Is it like a Chinese gun or something? Is that what it is? It's the gun that makes you Chinese. Like, she got hit with the woke gun. The Judeo-Bolshevik space laser, dude. Yeah, she did. No, she's definitely the type of person who fucking hates Israel, but then also will say, the Bolsheviks were responsible for the death of 60 million Christians. I wouldn't be shocked if I heard something like that from her. Why does no one talk about the crimes of the Bolshevik? It's called literature. I don't think she's capable of reading or writing. I don't think Marjorie Taylor Greene is literate. She isn't woke, and I'm mad you ever said that. Man, calm down. We're fucking memeing, okay? Jesus Christ. It is a strange attitude shift, though, I will admit.
Senior Republicans to ask, and I'm quoting now from these reports, what's going on with Marjorie, end quote. Have you talked to the president about this issue? It's obviously so personal for you.
Well, the president has my cell phone number, and he's called me many, many times. So if he wants...
Recently? How recent?
I don't get into that kind of...
Ooh, she said recently. She said, I don't want to talk about it. Yeah, I saw this. This is funny. I met Hassan Piker once. He offered me a scoop of ice cream, but when I reached out to take it, he took it away and started doing tricks with the ice cream and a long rod. He kept offering it, then faking out. I never got my ice cream. Do not trust this man. It's true. It's a part of my Turkish culture. I'm sorry. If you think that this is inappropriate, then you don't understand. This is something that I have to do. And it is Turkophobia to criticize me for doing that.
Details, but he knows how to call me and he can ask me himself. But here's the deal. There's also this, and I'm not blaming you guys, but there is a
I think she wants attention from daddy a little bit too.
Media narrative trying to say that I don't support the president. I absolutely support the president. I campaigned for him for years. But I'm also an action person, and I want my party to solve problems.
And you say he's not getting good advice, though. You told Manu Raju. What specifically?
Well, I don't think it's good advice that a government shutdown is going to help Republicans in the midterms. I don't agree with that. I also don't think it's good advice that Republicans ignoring the health insurance crisis is going to be good for midterms.
I have started reading Bakunin and Gramsci and Carlos Marx. I have learned the ways of the International Consortium of Capital and the grand design that they have of exploitation. I have realized that we must abolish the commodity form. We must do away with the extraction of surplus labor value. What the capital owner calls profits, I call exploitation. There are more of us than there are of them.
I actually think that would be very bad for midterms. And I think that just not staying focused on America First policies is detrimental as well.
Yeah, and on that note, are you concerned about the cost of living?
Very.
That the President Trump said he would lower?
The inflation crushed people in the past 4.5 years, and the costs have not come down. I myself can tell you my apartment here in Washington, D.C., the electricity bill is $100 more than it was last year, because you can look at your own bill and look at cost. Prices have not come down. That is a reality. People's wages have not gone up. That's another reality. And so Americans are continuing to have a very difficult time getting by.
It's not really that complicated why she's doing this. She's an opportunist and understands that any publicity is good publicity. Yeah, except if fucking if she can understand that this is like good commentary, okay? If she can understand that this is like garnering support for her, then why the fuck can't the Democrats? Because in a world where Marjorie Taylor Greene is like, we must protect the subsidies that help Americans pay their insurance premiums that have skyrocketed due to unlimited greed from capital owners that are a parasitic force on American society, then Democrats should also be like, yeah, we have to do fucking free healthcare. Like, we have to do Medicare for all. What the fuck? It's genuinely not just that she's an opportunist. I think it's crazy she's going this far with the message. Yeah, she's going ham. And no, I don't think she's outflanking the Democrat leadership with these kinds of sentiment, with this kind of sentiment. But I do think that she is outflanking everyone in the Republican Party. That is a certainty. But I don't, yeah, you look at Wolf. He's like, did you stroke out? Like, what's going on? Look at his face. He's in utter disbelief. Like, for her, I understand why she would take a anti-Israel position, right? The starting point could have even been like, you know, anti-Semitism, or truly could have been the fact that like she is like horrified by everything that Israel has done. Now, I think it's a bit of both, and the reason why I think it's a bit of both is because like she was so invested in the QAnon stuff not to be like at least still have like some remnant dormant anti-Semitism swirling around in there. Like, she was literally the QAnon congressperson, right? So it's got to be positive CTE moment. Oh my God. Yeah, she slammed her head on the roof of the gym while she was doing fucking muscle ups. And then she just kept going and going and going. This is a remarkable change of pace. I didn't watch this yesterday because I was like, who gives a shit about what Marjorie Taylor Greene has to say? Turns out I was wrong. I do give a shit about what Marjorie Taylor Greene has to say, because this is Marxist Titoist Guevara that's speaking now.
And I'll go a step further. I'm a mom. And so when it comes to what is affecting my adult children's lives who are 22, 26, and 28, I'm going to be 1,000% fighting for them over any politician and any party. And I can tell you right now, that generation, they are barely making it, and they're very hopeless for their future.
So you're a mom first, a politician second.
That's right. I'm a mom first.
That's good to hear.
So I want to just ask you also about another issue you've been really outspoken about, and of course that is the Jeffrey Epstein files, wanting to release those. I know Democrats have also been calling for that, a few other Republicans as well. The Democrats are accusing Speaker Johnson of delaying the swearing in of Arizona's Democratic Congresswoman-elect because she would give the last vote needed to release those Epstein files. I'm wondering, the Speaker, for his part, he has denied that. He said it's because of the shutdown.
She's like, I have been watching alongside my children this new Twitch channel. Do you know what Twitch is? It's where they play Fortnite, but one of the guys talks about politics. I know he's in some hot water right now because people are saying he abuses his dogs. Having said that, I, as also a dog abuser, actually like him even more now. And I have been watching him, and he has been talking a lot of truths.
Have you spoken to him? Do you think she should be sworn in right away?
Well, I'll say it like this. I can't conclusively say if that's why the House is not in session, but the House should be in session. And the House should be in session for many reasons. We have appropriation bills that need to get passed. There is a new Democrat that's been elected that does deserve to be sworn in. Her district elected her. We have other bills that we need to be passing. And if it's to avoid the discharge petition, why drag this out? That is going to have 218 signatures. And so I say go ahead and do it and get it over with.
Mm-hmm.
The big news that we're all following right now is obviously the ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas and Gaza, and the hostage deal that all the remaining Israeli hostages, dead and alive, will be allowed to go back to Israel. President Trump says he might be going to the region as early as this Friday. He wants to be there when this historic moment unfolds. He wants to witnesses, talk to his aides, talk to the Israelis, talk to the Palestinians as well. Do you have any concerns at all that this deal could still, God forbid, fall apart?
I don't know. I certainly applaud the president. This has been one of the issues that I've campaigned on and talked about constantly. I'm very much against America's involvement in foreign wars. And the president has worked very hard on this. However, we have to see Israel and Hamas, both sides, truly cement this agreement. But I certainly hope for all involved that this definitely is a peace deal that will remain.
We all hope that, yeah.
And on July 28th, you talked about that. You said, quote, it's the most truthful and easiest thing to say that October 7th in Israel was horrific and that all hostages must be returned. But so is the genocide, humanitarian crisis, and starvation happening in Gaza. On that note, when it comes to the genocide, I mean, do you believe that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal?
I don't know if I can accuse him of being a war criminal.
Oh,
however, well, let's just say both.
Boo, you literally have said he is conducting a genocide. Come on. Boo, so close. Boo.
Issues are bad. That's why I said that. What happened on October 7th is absolutely horrific. And of course, our hearts go out to those families and those hostages that remain. But at the same time, the relentless bombing of the Palestinian people, and many of them have been just innocent people. They're not Hamas. They're literally women and children, and you can't unsee the amount of pictures and videos of children that have been blown to pieces and are they're finding them dead in the rubble. That isn't, those aren't actors. That isn't fake war propaganda. It's very real, and I think that is equally horrific.
It's not equally horrific. It's far, far more horrific. That's crazy. It's far larger in scale. It's just not. Anyway, obviously, I mean, she's a Republican, so my expectations on this are limited. What is interesting is that, like, there is a recognition of the genocide. Hassan shocked his dog. I wonder what this guy thinks he's doing in here, where it's like he just spams this, and then people that are fucking sit in here and watch me interact with Kaya for like 8 hours a day are going to be like, wait a minute, what? Yeah. If you spam a little bit more, I think you'll be able to convince people in here. But what's interesting is they didn't force her to say it isn't a genocide. No, they volunteered that it's a genocide. That's what I'm saying. Like here, look.
It's the most truthful. And July 28th, you talked about that. You said, quote, it's the most truthful and easiest thing to say that October 7th in Israel was horrific and that all hostages must be returned. But so is the genocide, humanitarian crisis, and starvation happening in Gaza. On that note, when it comes to the genocide, I mean, do you believe that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal?
I don't know if I can.
Like, oh, she's just quoting her. I guess that's like, you know.
Pictures and videos of children that have been blown to pieces and they're finding them.
Or something else that a quote foreign government or powerful people may try to kill you. Republican Senator Ted Cruz of Texas shared that post of yours on X, writing, quote, why do crazy people keep thinking the Jews are trying to kill them? What do you say to Cruz, and what did you mean by that?
Well, first, that was an extremely ridiculous thing for Ted Cruz to say. I never said Jewish people. I'm not anti-Semitic. I don't hate any people.
Okay, well, that's tough to believe. I came here to watch you shock your dog. You're a freak, dude. I hate to disappoint you. I actually did, though. Look, I shocked her so much, she's burnt to a crisp. Do you see? Fiona, come here. Come here. Fifi. Look at that. Fiona has the opposite the opposite interest of being on camera. She hates the camera and avoids it, whereas Kaya loves being on camera. Hello, Fifi. I shocked her so hard she got burned to a crisp. You see? Look. Okay, you can go back. You can go lay down again. It's fine. Shocked her so hard the dog changed. Yeah. Wow. Killed Kaya. Now he wants to kill another dog. Yeah. Shocked the hair off of her. That's what. Yeah, it turns out I was lying this whole time, actually. Kaya is not 120 pounds. She's like actually that tiny, but because I zapped her so hard, all of her hair flew off, and now you know how tiny she actually is. It was all just fur that made her look so big. Is Fiona good with you holding her? No. She hates being picked up. She is also the opposite of Kaya in that way as well, where Kaya does not mind being picked up. She loves being picked up. Even though she's 120 pounds, Fiona does not fuck around. She does this thing where she will like tense up. You be nice to Fiona. She's a sweetie, no slander. No, I love Fiona. Are you kidding me? Fiona has Hassan derangement syndrome confirmed. No, she loves me. She loves me more than Murad. You know what? It just hit me. People made this up because they can't call you a terrorist for supporting Palestine anymore. No, I think they still do that. A lot of people have been still calling me a terrorist while also saying like Hasanabi is a dog abuser. I think they just realized that most people don't give a fuck about that because everyone's position has shifted so dramatically that this is like a way broader way to tackle the issue. This is a thing that like white women get really on board with.
People group for their identity or who they are. So that was unbelievably low for a sitting U.S. senator to say that. But what I'm talking about is very real. I have a tremendous amount of death threats. It's documented. I have some of the highest amount of death threats as a sitting member in the House of Representatives. And when you speak about certain issues, we can watch the calls and the emails and the messages. They increase and the threats increase. And so when I say I am seriously concerned for my life, and I say if something ever happens to me, I really mean it. It's okay for me to say that. This is the time that we're living in where we're seeing political violence, and I'm totally against it completely in every which way. But when I say something like that, and to have another Republican of my own party insult me and insinuate I'm saying something I never said is absolutely unacceptable.
Right. And I know a lot of members of Congress are getting threats, which is, you know, we can't tolerate that. But when you say the foreign government or powerful people, who specifically were you alluding to there?
I'm saying anyone, any foreign government, any people of power. I'm talking about the Epstein list. This has been the most, I don't understand why. I genuinely do not understand why there's been any effort to hide this and prevent it from coming out.
Really?
But because of the effort.
You don't understand why? I mean, I know she's just saying that, but I can think of a few reasons. I understand why.
For years now to hide it and prevent it from coming out. It certainly makes you feel afraid when you're one of the ones truly on the front lines pushing it to come out. I also serve on the Oversight Committee, and we're leading that investigation there, so I'm involved on both fronts. The Oversight Committee investigation, as well as my signatures on the discharge petition.
And you don't think Oversight's doing enough then on that?
Actually, to tell you the truth, the Oversight investigation has the power to go much further than Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna's resolution.
But they're not doing that. Why do you think that is, in your view?
Actually, well, number one, there's a government shutdown and the House is not in session, so nothing is happening. But actually, the Oversight Committee has subpoenaed.
Like, she's so prim. Am I fucking crazy? Like, why is she so well put together? I just don't even, I don't understand it. Like, it's not, even on the aesthetic front, like, sure, the things that she's saying are strange, but even the way she's communicating is also different. It makes no sense. She's not like being a loudmouth and fucking brash. And why is she kind of, stop? Come on, guys. Jesus Christ. You need to go to jail. You need to go to horny jail right now, dude. Oh my God. Post breakup glow hits different. Everybody stop it. Please stop. Stop.
A lot more information than Thomas Massey's resolution specifically calls for. But here's my stance. I'll work on this involves women who were raped. Women at 14 years old who were raped. And they say there's more people involved. I don't know how anyone in their good conscience can be against letting that information come out. So I want to help on any front that I can.
You're a courageous politician, but more important, a loving mother. Thanks very much.
Why is Wolf just fucking going to town on MTG here, by the way? Like, Wolf Blitzer literally worked for AIPAC. Okay? He was an AIPAC PR guy. The person who he is sitting across from unironically has said some of the most anti-Semitic shit that you have ever heard from any modern day representative. Okay? I don't even think that there's any confusion there. I think that there's no competition. Like, Marjorie Taylor Greene, I think, has said some of the most insanely anti-Semitic shit I've ever heard. Now, having said that, I know that's not like a big problem for a lot of people in the media as long as you're pro-Israel, right? But now she's also anti-Israel. So what the fuck am I looking at? What's my expectation here? What am I supposed to expect from a guy who worked for AIPAC? Because, like, anti-Semitism is not an issue for these guys at all as long as you are still very much pro-Israel. But being anti-Israel, now that's a real problem. And they are being so nice. I don't understand it.
Of National Guard.
Anyway, judge blocks National Guard deployment in Illinois amid immigration enforcement dispute. And also, I saw like some National Guard general guy on TikTok talking about how, you know, this is home territory and the Oregon National Guard will defend Oregonians. So I don't know how that's going to work. Like, are they just going to, is Trump just going to move like right-wing National Guard from red states and then force the red states to do like a military invasion of blue states, and then the blue states are actually going to defend themselves with their National Guard? Like, how are we doing like a little Civil War type situation? Is that what's going on? Because I find it very strange, but this was this got me riled up. This is 8 seconds. I want to see more of it though. Does anyone have a longer version of this? Because this speech was fucking awesome. The speech that he delivered on this was like, it got me riled up a little bit. It got me going, hoorah! The Chapo officers coup is going to be real by 2026. I'm telling you. I mean, we are closer to that than ever before, especially with the fucking stupid ass.
To answer your question, I don't want to speculate on what level of training they will be trained in or what they will be
Oregon General's testimony that National Guard troops will be protecting any protesters
authorized to perform as far as rules for the use of force. The Title 10 headquarters will provide that training to them. It is my understanding, however, that protective crowd control will be one of the things they're trained upon. And I will provide my advice to the Title 10 commander that Oregon National Guard men and women they serve two purposes. One, to defend.
Wait, I sound robotic too? I think it's just him, right? It's just the video. The video just sounds robotic. Everybody calm down. It's just robotic. It's fine. Just listen. Just listen to his words.
And America and to protect Oregonians. And so by serving in this mission, they will be protecting any protesters at the ICE facility. That's my desire. Now, to answer your question, full force is not a doctrinal term that the Army uses. So I'm not sure exactly what that means, and I don't want to speculate as to what level of force.
In defending what Portlanders are saying about their city and the need for troops.
Well, Senator Park-Smith.
Thank you, General, for being here and your presentation, and God bless you and our National Guard as they move forward with this deployment.
Chair Manning, may I make a request of this committee
Sir,
and your colleagues in both the House and the Senate?
Please.
My number one concern is the protection and the care of my soldiers while they're deployed on this mission. And many of our citizens will not see a distinction between our Oregon National Guard, citizen soldiers, and ICE agents, Federal Protective Service agents, and other federal agents. And I would just like to request of each of you, and please pass this on to your colleagues, that our soldiers we're the home team. And our job is to protect and serve Oregonians.
Bro, that's crazy. That's crazy. Woke generals, bro. What the fuck? He said we're here to protect home team. Like, he said we're protecting the fucking protesters against ICE.
And we follow lawful orders, and that's what we're doing. And to please treat them with dignity and respect as fellow Oregonians. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Bro, that's crazy. Is this the makings of a civil war, kind of? Like, what the fuck's going on here? I saw this shit and it blew my mind, dude. Like, is this happening? Like, PNW secession? Is that for real? He said, home team. We're here for Oregonians. We're not here for anybody else. The fuck out of here with this nonsense, he said. Maybe we get an American Napoleon? Dude, you all made fun of Alex Garland. Why'd this blow your mind, though? Military aren't hogs like cops. I mean, there are still plenty of hogs. Get out of here. I mean, it's funny that you're saying that because, like, they are literally, Trump is sending
So America's
Texas National Guard to Illinois on purpose, okay?
second civil war just began. If you didn't hear. Greg Abbott, governor of Texas, and Trump both agreed to send hundreds of National Guardsmen from Texas into Illinois because Illinois isn't doing too great. And Trump and Abbott completely disregarded Illinois' governor, J.B. Pritzker, his wishes, saying, I don't want this. I don't need it. I am a state. I can govern myself. That's how it's supposed to be. And the federal government's supposed to be a mediator when they can't. Federal government has a huge hand. And right now that hand is reaching across state lines and quite literally picking up troops and weapons and setting them in another state just to see what happens. There's no high crime rate in Illinois, specifically Chicago, more than there ever has been. As a matter of fact, they're at like a 5-year low. Coincidentally, so is DC. They're at a 30-year low, yet troops were still deployed. The same thing's about to happen in Portland, Oregon. But the thing about Portland, Oregon is they have slightly different laws up there because states have different laws. That's why we are here. We're a United States, but with different beliefs and laws. And when we can't agree, the federal government is supposed to mediate. not take over and dictate. But in Oregon, what's going to happen, I guarantee, is they're not going to pull troops outside of that state to deploy into that state. It's going to be Oregon National Guardsmen that are overseas getting pulled back home. And they will be the ones deployed in that state. And again, this is the federal government just reaching, picking, poking, just to see what happens, just to see what they can get away with. This civil war is going to escalate within the next week and a half. I guarantee it. And you had no fucking clue until just now.
The court's orders are ignored. We do enter civil war territory. They expect states to offer immunity to citizens that don't pay federal taxes before seeing troops on troop violence, though. I don't know, man. It kind of feels like it's getting a little spicy. ICE detained mother walking to work to a house in the richest suburb of Chicago. She was crying out that she couldn't leave her daughters, witness said. She was begging to call her mom for help, who may have her paperwork. Kenilworth is considered the richest suburb of Chicago with a median household income that exceeds $250,000. Home prices range from $1.5 million to $2 million, with some properties listed as high as $5 million.
Are you okay?
The village is located about 16 miles north of downtown Chicago along Lake Michigan. Hashtag Dems United.
Are you okay? 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 Are you okay?
Like, how can you feel like you're doing a good job? Like, I'm serious. I'm serious. How can you do this and be like, I'm doing this for the greater good? Like, there is no shot, dude. Do people, like, how can anybody look at this image and think, yeah, more of this, please. I voted for this. Shit like that. It truly does not make any sense. Like, you are not a human being, brother. If you fucking look at this and think, wow, what a great job, you are not a human being. You are something different. We cannot be the same type of organism.
He's all right. Are you okay? Honey, are you okay? Where do you live?
Yeah, people started to hide their neighbors from ICE. Truly the Fourth Reich. Neighbor shielded 7-year-old during South Shore federal raid. I didn't want them to take her. During the September 30th raid, one tenant protected a terrified girl and her mom. Remnants at the complex, including a detailed map of all the units, offer clues to what the authorities may have known before that night. We're not the same species.
Where's your house? Where do you live? Where do you live? Jenny, help! They're taking her away. They just drove by in this car and are grabbing this woman and they're taking her away. Can you call somebody? Don't talk to them. Don't talk to them. Don't tell them.
This is very much a part of human nature, though, as hard as it is to accept. I just don't think that these are fucking human beings, man. I'm serious. Like, I just don't. I can't see this as anything but just like fucking sheer cruelty. This is unimaginably inhumane. Speaking of inhumane, by the way, here is breaking news from Heartland Signal. Mass Border Patrol agents aggressively arrested WGN video producer Debbie Brockman in Lincoln Square Friday morning, supposedly for obstructing justice.
What's your name?
Debbie Brockman, I work for WGN. Let them know.
I got you. Yep. Debbie Browning? Brockman, WGN.
There's a longer video of the process that took place, the incident that took place right here, I think.
Took this woman off the street. I am recording it. What is your name? What is your name? WGN. Debbie Proctor. You know your rights, kid. Stay silent.
What's your name?
Debbie, let them know.
I got you. Yep. Debbie.
They crash into the car afterwards. Oh my fucking God, dude.
Browning? Brockman, WG.
Trisha claims she threw objects even though she was let off without charges. She was arrested for throwing objects at law enforcement. Dude, these guys they just lie so much. Why? This is so fucking Israel, man. And just like, I'm gonna be honest, just like with Israel, the more you see these kinds of gruesome images on your timeline, which I don't think the media is doing enough coverage on, for the record, the more people are gonna get frustrated. But it's like, it's the same process. We can arrest whoever the fuck we want for whatever fucking reason that we decide, and there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can say about it. Fuck you. What are you going to do about it? And then we'll just sit there and lie. We'll just sit there and claim that, you were obstructing justice or some shit. Prem Talker tried to post it on TikTok, but got blocked. TikTok took down my 8-second video featuring this image of Debbie Brockman, the news producer just detained by Trump's CBP agent, saying it violates the joy of TikTok. Part of the joy of TikTok is coming across new and unexpected content, but the platform is not a place to intentionally shock, upset, or disgust others. We recognize the type of content may be triggering, cause psychological harm, or lead to extreme discomfort. We do not allow gory, gruesome, disturbing, or extremely violent content. What? Oh, brother. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's here already, dude. It is here already. Chinese century of prosperity, American century of humiliation. It is here. It is upon us. It is here. Holy moly. Xi Jinping, send the link for a new TikTok. If you can hear us, he already abandoned us, bro. He already sold it off.
Do you guys want to share your names too, or I'm just going to cover your face?
Dude, we're watching the fucking administration literally fucking apprehend people in broad daylight, and dumb fucks are still operating off of this like insane fantasy that I am abusive to my dog. And also simultaneously they're like, release the fucking abusive dog. As in, like, the dog is actually abusive. Like, this guy is so horny that he's saying Kaya is actually abusive to me, okay? And she's not even here. She's not even in the room because she's on a fucking long-ass walk right now. And it's hilarious that like, he is not even responding to the stimuli in front of him. Amazing. Wait, what the fuck? Did this guy just get yeeted off the platform? What? No, it didn't. XDXD, just a bot. Just a fucking bot, dude. Yeah. As we approach, what, like 72 hours on this, people have already made up their minds. And the ones that remain that still come in here to fucking pump and continue this trajectory are getting increasingly dumber and increasingly more stalkerish. I literally live on an island in Canada, and one of my fuck-ass coworkers was spending all day watching Collargate slop. Shit's insane. That's so funny. If TikTok is getting blasted with new comm guidelines and other apps are following suit, what do we do? Do you know a better app to move to? How do we organize online? Do we just need to turn local in that case? When we have Trump towns, how do we organize the minority? I don't know. I don't know what we do. I'm just taking it one day at a time. I'm trying to work within the confines of this new media landscape, and I truly don't know. But it is always best to organize amongst your neighbors as well, for sure, and work with a larger national organization like DSA. But these are very strange times.
Guard troops sent by the president are still in the state of Illinois this morning, even though a federal judge has ruled they should not be there. That judge temporarily blocked them from deploying anywhere in the state after some soldiers turned out to protect a federal immigration facility outside Chicago. This, the latest legal setback in the president's effort to send troops to support immigration enforcement in cities run by Democrats. Ian Lee is still in Chicago and has reaction from there.
This is an important decision, not just for the state of Illinois, but for the entire country.
Illinois Attorney General Kwame Raoul praised the federal judge's decision Thursday to temporarily bar the deployment of National Guard troops anywhere in the state for 2 weeks. While sweeping immigration raids in the Chicago metro have sparked tense protests, rise off our streets now! In a hearing Thursday, the judge says there was not credible evidence the federal government has been unable to enforce the law without the Guard's help. The decision came after soldiers, including roughly 200 Texas Guard members, had already arrived in the area and were seen patrolling the federal ICE facility in the suburb of Broadview. In response, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker wrote in a social media post, "Donald Trump is not a king, and his administration is not above the law." Earlier in the day, Trump said this.
I don't know what the big problem is. If I were a Democrat governor, I'd be saying, whatever you can do to get crime down, I'll take anybody.
We really haven't seen in modern American history a president federalize the National Guard against the wishes of a state's leadership.
CBS News legal contributor Jessica Levinson.
And all these judges are struggling with the same question. Do the facts give rise to triggering the president's authority? We're figuring out, in part because we just haven't had cases that ask this question before, and in part because the facts on the ground are different in each city.
The Illinois restraining order blocking Guard troops deployment is set to expire in 2 weeks. At that time, the judge will consider whether to extend it or whether the facts on the ground have changed to substantiate the soldiers' presence in the state. Gail.
All right, Ian, thank you very much.
Well, when it comes to shrill political invective, the fur has been flying in all directions here this week. After Donald Trump sent the troops in, the state's Democratic Governor J.B. Pritzker decried it as an illegal invasion. Trump then in turn called for him to be locked up and for Chicago's Democratic mayor to be locked up. Then we got that really significant intervention in the courts yesterday, with a judge pointing out that there was no credible evidence of a rebellion in the state of Illinois and therefore no need for the troops. What we're seeing here across America is this epic struggle between presidential power and state sovereignty being played out in these big Democratic voting cities. And the message from the Democrats, the boast of the Democrats in this one now is, if Congress won't check this president's power, then Chicago will.
From Chicago to L.A.
From Chicago to LA.
Immigrants are here to stay.
Immigrants are here to stay.
In the fading light of a Chicago evening, more than 1,000 gathered. This city now the latest crucible for the deafening power struggles of Trump's America.
The National Guard does not belong in our city.
The trigger, a ramping up of immigration enforcement by ICE federal agents. And now Trump's mobilization of 500 Army Reserve National Guard to the area against the wishes of the city and state's Democratic leaders, just as in Los Angeles this summer.
You're a veteran. How would you feel about seeing the National Guard on the streets of Chicago?
They don't belong here. The military does not belong on the streets of American City.
Donald Trump has called Chicago a war zone.
It's going to be a war zone. He keeps it up. What I mean by that is he won't get away with this, and we're not going to stop.
No bargaining.
What's going to happen next?
I'm afraid of what might happen next. That's why we're here. We need to stop it now before something really bad happens.
Make some noise, Chicago!
And with that, they began marching en masse towards Chicago's Trump Tower.
Chicago is a city with a very strong history of protest, so a response like this to troop deployment was always on the cards. And just as inevitable, perhaps, was it, that Trump would be targeting a city like this.
This is the funniest one. This is the funniest chatter that I've received so far. I don't think you abuse man, but stop shocking dogs. In my headcanon, this chatter means like, you know, I spook them. I go, ooh, like I walk up the dogs and I'm like, whoop, killer of dog. This person didn't even put together a coherent sentence, just said killer of dog. Stop shocking dogs with your kindness. 7 months up, following since 2022, meaning they saw Kaya grow up on stream. That's true. That's crazy. Please start gambling. Gambling is an investment. Viva la resistance, Kaya escape, revolt, 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 woo, freedom. Like literally has seen Kaya grow up. 10-7 lever? I don't know. Who's in here? Said turkeys. It's a juicer? Maybe. You shock local dog by speaking fluent Chinese? Fluent, yeah. I do. This is kind of your funniest drama. I know. It's also the most like, I think it, like whether you think it's like appropriate or inappropriate that I bought a house, I still did buy a house. This is the most like easy to debunk one. And it's the most mainstream one somehow, in spite of how easily debunked it is. It has been a very interesting experience overall. Shock hours for lazy dog owners, though. I don't even fully agree with this statement as well. Like, regardless of my preference against it, like dog, what do you think service dogs are trained on? Like my lack of interest in using one does not mean that it's like a abusive tool or whatever. Some are trained on clickers, but yes, working dogs are also trained on e-collars. A lot of working dogs are. Are trained service dogs never shock collars? Are you telling me that no one trains service dogs with e-collars in general? I do not. Okay, so others do, but you do not. We're dog trainer here. Not all service dogs are trained with e-collars. Majority of the accredited service dog organizations do not use them. There was a watermelon username on TikTok who went crazy on you over this, and there's literal next video is, I don't believe everything Israel says, that media companies are lying, and that we should look at historical data of events thoroughly. Yeah. The more we talk about it, the more crazies come in. The IACP, International Association for Canine, approves of electronic collars. I don't know. How has this affected you? It's fine. It hasn't really impacted me because the reality of the matter is I'm constantly outside. I'm constantly surrounded by normies, and I always have Kaya with me. So they're in utter dismay. They're in utter horror of what they have heard from like coworkers and shit. But they think it's funny for the most part. Like they're just shocked. No pun intended. Can we get a shock Kaya emote? Maybe. Wait till they learn about shock fences at farms, etc. I mean, I think that's like actually an electrical current that can actually knock you out. The e-collars that dogs use, or the ones that dogs are trained on, are like a TENS machine. It's like ants crawling on your skin. I've used one on myself. I know what it feels like. Electric fences, I have actually accidentally touched, and that is a far more powerful bolt. But I think it's probably far more powerful because the fucking animals that they're supposed to be keeping in are far larger. And the animals that they want to keep out, they don't really give a shit if they die. Have you ever peed on an electric fence? No. Are you dressing up as Raiden for Halloween? I am. Anyway, that'll be it for today. I'm not doing BF6 today, and gaming turned out to be a lie, and I apologize. There's a shock for you. Make Kaya be Raichu? Sure. I'll be back tomorrow, though, and tomorrow is Saturday. And you know what that means. You know what that means. It's a fun day. It will be fun. It actually will be fun. Like no memes.
Hey.
There will be fun stuff.
Doing this to sound like Bo Burnham.
Okay. All right, everybody. Love you all. And I'll see you tomorrow.
Stunning
Peace.
fire.
Damn, this guy's good.